In a realm engulfed by profound darkness, an earth-shattering battle unfolds. Celestial beings with wings ablaze, knights encased in formidable armor, and valiant crusaders wielding golden swords engage in fierce combat against a nefarious army comprised of smoke-wreathed skeletal dragons, harrowing death knights, and countless skeletal warriors. This ferocious clash does not transpire upon a battlefield strewn with the remnants of war or a graveyard littered with bones. Rather, it occurs within an abyss of impenetrable blackness, a phenomenon most peculiar. Yet, even more uncanny is the faint whisper of voices echoing from the void beyond this chaotic battlefield. Quick, take control. Good heavens. Don't use the skeletal dragon to confront the angel directly. It's merely a tool for intimidation, unfit for such a contest. While you're at it, perhaps you should manage your death knights. They're engaged with a moving fortress. How foolish, and where's our skeletal army? Where are my troops? Who is attacking them? Where's the enemy? Upon hearing this classic trifecta of inquiries, the other two voices fell into silence. The outcome of this grand conflict became utterly inevitable. The disarrayed, evil forces were swiftly scattered by the radiant adversaries. The voices resigned themselves to a continued silence, conceding defeat. Once the battle concluded, the angels, knights, and fleeing skeletal soldiers vanished into the encompassing darkness, restoring the realm to an absolute silence shrouded in endless blackness, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, the voices persisted in their discourse, with even more voices joining the fray. My teammates are utterly incompetent. A tethered dog would outshine them. Not only do they contribute nothing to the battle, but they also usurp command of the core forces, lamented one voice, tinged with dissatisfaction. It's clearly due to the frailty of the undead. Had my demonic army been deployed, the outcome would have been vastly different, retorted another voice defiantly, attempting to justify its earlier misjudgments. I genuinely believe the Death Knights could easily dismantle those fortifications. Could you two cease your quarrel? And might I inquire where my skeletal soldiers had vanished to? At this query, a few light chuckles emanated from the darkness, and the disputing parties lost their temper, resignedly conceding to the victors. We are bested, we humbly accept our defeat. Yet, to their astonishment, the victorious side indulged in an undignified round of mockery. Justice shall ultimately triumph over evil. In the face of our might, be it the undead or demons, even the divine shall fall before us. Such words undoubtedly intensified the anger, as the parties, previously calmed, plunged into a new round of vitriol. A third party, witnessing this renewed conflict from the sidelines, helplessly inquired, should I not have organized this game? It turned out that the previously fierce and valiant battle was merely a game. A voice, untainted by participation in this contest, responded to simulate a realistic war through consciousness, allowing us spectators to feel as if we are immersed in it, is indeed remarkable. You have an extraordinary talent for surprising us, esteemed one. In response to this unexpected gratitude, the entity referred to as Hope modestly replied, "You flatter me, it is merely a form of amusement." Indeed, that grand confrontation, reminiscent of a life-and-death struggle between the forces of good and evil, was but a pastime, offering a mere flicker of enjoyment in this endless prison. This realm lies beyond the physical plane, in a void that ought to be eternally dark, cold, and silent, a place where no living being could survive, a domain more terrifying than death itself. Yet, within such a forbidding expanse, a group of enigmatic entities endures, having shed their corporeal forms, leaving only their consciousness to linger in this void. They refer to themselves as the Void Walkers, eternally confined within this prison known as the Void. Before their entrapment here, they were unparalleled champions across various races and domain sorcerers who reached the pinnacle of arcane mastery, warriors who touched the limits of martial prowess, alchemists who created all things, steadfast and noble missionaries, demons who ruled the underworld, liches who commanded souls, and many more. They had inscribed their names in the annals of history across various planes. Many believe they have long since perished, with only historical records attesting to their existence, unaware that these formidable beings, described as monstrous in their might, are confined in the endless void beyond the planes, having endured an unfathomable span of time, seemingly destined to remain imprisoned forever. The seemingly thin barrier between the physical realm and the void is a wall of lament they can never breach, no matter how powerful they once were. They are powerless against it. Yet, they have never relinquished their hope of escape, for among the 33 Voidwalkers exists a uniquely special entity known as the Fifth Walker, codenamed Hope. Hope, originally named Bai Yi, did not hail from the myriad planes inhabited by humanity, but rather from a peculiar place called Earth. In his previous life, he was an editor for a small news website, tasked daily with curating news for various domestic and international sources, rephrasing it with sensational headlines such as breaking, men cry, women fall silent, to publish on his own city a monotonous yet noisy occupation. Following a fatal accident, Bai Yi's consciousness did not dissipate. Instead, through a twist of fate, he entered this mysterious void, encountering several other void walkers, and thus he has resiliently survived until this very moment. The void walkers steadfastly believe that he, hailing from a different realm, holds the key to escaping this endless prison. Only you are unique if we are to leave this place. You are our sole opportunity. I am firmly convinced of this, which is why I have designated you with the codename Hope, the first void walker, known by the moniker of the Sorcerer, once conveyed to him. They have persistently held onto this conviction, trusting that one day they would once again bask in the light of day. Even though they have been imprisoned for an unfathomable span of time, hundreds of years, thousands, perhaps even 10,000, no one remembers. To endure the unchanging confines of this prison for millennia without succumbing to madness, mere conversations or discussions would prove insufficient. In reality, the primary means by which the Voidwalkers pass their time is through an activity known as memory sharing. This activity stems from a consciousness technique called memory recollection, which allows individuals to vividly recall every detail of their experiences. Even the punctuation marks in a newspaper can be distinctly remembered. By employing a careful degree of editing, they can eliminate memories they prefer to keep hidden, such as intimate encounters, and subsequently exchange their recollections with one another. In essence, this becomes akin to enjoying an extensive cinematic portrayal of another's Lithian excellent method for whiling away the hours. Thus, after delving into the memories of all the Voidwalkers, Bai Yi, through their eyes, bore witness to many events unfolding in this fantastical world of swords and sorcery. He observed the rise and fall of dynasties, grasped the essence of supreme power and unparalleled strength, explored the truths and secrets of the world, and experienced countless partings and reunions, joys and sorrows. The memories of 33 Voidwalkers allowed him to traverse 33 lifetimes. Even though he later chose to forget most of these memories to avoid confusion, retaining only their knowledge and experiences, his mindset evolved through these 33 life experiences, shedding naivety and restlessness, emerging mature and composite no longer that ordinary individual from Earth. Thus, he became the object of great hope for the other Voidwalkers. Yet, as countless years slipped by, even he could not uncover any opportunity for escape. The only achievement was rendering this tedious passage of time slightly less monotonous. Meanwhile, in the realm of reality, the evening twilight was descending upon the Eastern Isle. As the last rays of the sun bathed the Enclave Academy in a golden glow, the students finally concluded their arduous day of studies. With youthful exuberance and laughter, they meandered along the shaded paths of the academy. Among them was Miya, a second-year student of the Soul Armor Department, possessing an adorable and charming visage, her long black hair styled in two equally delightful pigtails. Clad in the standard Enclave Academy uniform, she bid her classmates a brief farewell before wandering alone to the Academy Square. There, she casually selected a long bench to sit upon and, from her jacket pocket, tenderly retrieved a half-piece of leftover bread from dinner. She meticulously tore the bread into tiny crumbs and gently scattered them across the stone pavement of the square. After a brief moment, the air was filled with the sound of wings flapping. Several white doves swiftly descended at Mia's feet, pecking at the breadcrumbs she had scattered while cooing softly. Miya carefully crouched down, her long twin tails gently brushing against the ground with her movements. She gazed quietly at the familiar flock, a look of contentment gracing her face. The beautiful young girl, the gentle white doves, and the tranquil square adorned with statues harmonized with the lush greenery surrounding them, collectively creating a breathtaking tableau under the last golden rays of the setting sun. This was a daily ritual for Miya, her most serene moment of the day. As a student of average aptitude at the esteemed Senza Academy, her life often felt particularly arduous. It's getting dark, I should stop here for today. I still need to return and practice. Farewell, Mr. Doves. Miya maintained a cheerful smile as she bid farewell to the doves and began to walk briskly back to her dormitory, her slender legs, clad in white stockings, moving gracefully beneath her short uniform skirt. The evening was also a crucial time for study, especially for a student like Miya, whose talent was merely mediocre. The effort required was far from the ease suggested by her ever-present smile. Let's continue practicing the summoning circle today, she resolved upon returning to her modest dormitory. She approached a corner near the window, where a set of militia armor was quietly displayed. This inexpensive armor was provided by the academy for students to practice with. Beneath this rudimentary armor lay a complex magical circle known as the summoning array, adorned with intricate runes and magical lines. A glance from an ordinary person might induce dizziness, and despite Mia's 2 years of practice at Sen's academy, she had yet to master it completely. However, she did not succumb to despair or surrender. The magical circle bore the marks of numerous revisions. She opened her notes from class that day, meticulously checking and correcting the errors on the array. This tedious and monotonous task was one she had performed countless times before, yet she remained able to focus, a rare quality for a girl not yet 16. Unbeknownst to her, the sun had fully set, and darkness enveloped the outside world. Miya illuminated her small room with a magical lamp, and in the soft glow, she reviewed the summoning array once more. It's nearly there, she murmured to herself, then stood beside the magical circle, closed her eyes, and began to softly chant the incantation she had memorized thoroughly. As she recited the spell, the magical circle on the ground emitted a faint glow, yet beyond that, there was no further reaction. Did I fail again? Mia's brows furrowed slightly as she gazed at the unchanged militia armor. With a gentle sigh, she managed to restore a smile to her face, the faint air of despondency dissipating as she cheerfully declared, "It's all right, it's all right. We'll practice again tomorrow." Having said that, she lightly patted her soft, adorable cheeks with her small hands and clenched her tiny fists, encouraging herself with a determined, "I'm already quite familiar with the process, I will surely succeed." Such was the essence of this girl, optimistic, cheerful, and possessing a resilience that far surpassed her peers. Yet, as Miya returned to her small desk to review the day's lessons, she remained oblivious to the seemingly failed summoning that had stirred a minuscule ripple in the boundless void beyond the realm of reality. Had it not been for Bai Yi's meticulous nature, he would have never noticed this subtle change amidst the eternal darkness. He promptly extended his consciousness, sensing a voice calling out. Was it possible that the long-awaited opportunity for the Voidwalkers had quietly arrived at an unforeseen moment? Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi endeavored to respond to this voice with his consciousness. There was little to fear, even if summoned by demons or necromancers of extreme wickedness. He bore no concern. In his eyes, even the most formidable demon was merely an amateur wielding a death knight against a fortress. Thus, he boldly embraced the summoning, a fragment of his consciousness shattering the seemingly insurmountable barrier between dimensions and descending into the humble armor of the Easter realm. The air, the warmth, and the faint glow of a magical lamp elements absent in the infinite void enveloped by Yi's being, causing his entire essence to tremble with exhilaration. After millennia, he had finally discovered a chance to escape and entered the realm of reality. Even his composed nature struggled to contain the surge of excitement within. This opportunity had been long awaited by the Voidwalkers. Yet amidst the thrill, he did not forsake the necessary rationality and calmness. Swiftly, he expanded his consciousness, surveying his surroundings: a modest little room, an ordinary desk, a commonplace wardrobe, a simple bed, a plush hammerhead shark toy atop it, and before him, a frail underage female, not to mention the flawed magical array beneath his feet. Could it be that this pitiable little creature had summoned a void walker into a girl's dormitory with such a novice summoning circle? Such questions surged in Bai Yi's mind. However, now was not the time to dwell on these trivialities. Following the plans previously devised during moments of ennui, Bai Yi's first task was to construct a new body for himself. According to the Voidwalkers' estimates, their successful breach of the dimensional barrier could be swift, necessitating the urgent creation of a physical form to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances. Thus, Bai Yi resolved to unleash a spell known as special form shaping, a magic meticulously devised by the first walker specifically for such circumstances, making it particularly apt for the situation at hand. However, just as he began to channel the energy within him, and even before he could utter the incantation, the little girl before him, who had been curiously observing him, abruptly fainted and collapsed to the ground. Poor Miya had yet to comprehend the unfolding situation before succumbing to a deep slumber. Yet, Bai Yi's magic was similarly interrupted, and the reason was astonishingly a lack of magical energy. The phrase, "in theory," should never surface in the lexicon of a void walker, nor could it possibly stem from a lapse in operation. Such an error might befall others, but he was above such mistakes. Thus, he found himself in a state of surprise and bewilderment, just as he was poised to attempt once more when the eternally calm voice of the first walker resonated in his ear. Have you succeeded? It turned out that only a fraction of his consciousness had traversed the dimensional barrier into the girl's dormitory, while the remaining part lingered in the void, allowing him to maintain communication with other void walkers. The prior fluctuation of his consciousness had alerted the astute first walker to something amiss, prompting the inquiry. One could say it is a success, Bai Yi replied, though the circumstances deviate somewhat from our initial expectations. As he spoke, he informed the other void walkers of this exhilarating breakthrough, causing the previously silent void to buzz with renewed energy. This is a soul armor summoning array. However, the execution of this summoning array seems rather rudimentary, almost akin to summoning a demon, remarked one void walker. Through Bai Yi's shared consciousness, they could perceive everything he saw, and amidst the excitement, some noticed the practice summoning array beneath Bai Yi's feet. The preparations for the soul armor are woefully inadequate, lacking solidified visual and auditory magic. I trust you are merely using your mental energy to explore your surroundings. Moreover, what is the design of this armor? Is it not the full-body armor favored by wealthy landlords and newly affluent individuals? Another voice chimed in. Furthermore, it is commonly employed within the Academy for Student Practice, as it is the most economical full-body armor available. And look at that frail human on the ground. Do you truly expect that you were summoned by a student practicing soul armor? Why not mold a new form? With your power and knowledge, such a feat should be trivial for you. Hearing the cacophony of opinions, Bai Yi felt compelled to interject. Please, quiet down and allow a professional's perspective. He then gestured for one of the void walkers to speak. At that moment, a void walker, known as the Soul Armor Master, began. Without a doubt, this is a unique summoning ritual, markedly different from standard summoning practices, which has led to the current predicament. It appears your power has not accompanied your consciousness into the material plane, leaving behind a fragment of your awareness. As a professional, is this the extent of your analytical capabilities, the obvious observations that everyone can discern? Bai could not help but scoff inwardly, feeling profoundly disappointed by this unreliable individual. He added, my strength can only enter this body through a mysterious and narrow conduit, and it cannot be stored. It is rather feeble. At present, I would estimate it to be only at an intermediate level. This is hardly even describable as feeble. The Void Walkers could not restrain their remarks. For these once mighty beings, the intermediate classification was scarcely distinguishable from that of mere ants. Fortunately, this level of power still allows me to move freely, Bai Yi stated, attempting to maneuver the limbs of his new form. Although the specialized physical manifestation had failed, he was still able to shape certain joints and organs, such as eyes and ears. Consequently, a long-forgotten spectrum of colors and brightness emerged in his vision, reminiscent of his previous human experience. Lowering his gaze upon his hands, he observed that they were merely crafted from thick leather gloves. The rest of his attire was similarly basic. A chest plate woven from sturdy vines, limbs clad in animal hide, and a dome-shaped helmet fashioned from red copper, while the face guard was nothing more than coarse burlap. Together, these elements constituted a suit of militia armor indeed, a low-cost and inferior assembly. Without magically constructed joints, he would find it difficult to move freely. Let it be for now, Bai Yi mused, indifferent to his appearance. He advanced with a stiff gait towards the small girl who lay unconscious on the ground, assessing her condition before gently lifting her with somewhat clumsy motions, gradually making his way to a small wooden bed. Upon closer inspection, facilitated by his magically enhanced sight, he found the little one surprisingly adorable. With a cherubic face, a soft, plump body, a charming short skirt, and white stockings adorning her legs. Had this been the former Bai Yi, he might have entertained some unhealthy impulses. However, now, as the fifth Void Walker, he merely laid the little girl back onto the wooden bed and tenderly covered her with a light blanket. After Bai Yi completed his tasks, he addressed the cacophony of voices in his consciousness. What absurd matters are you all debating now? Shall I kill her? Or perhaps siphon her powers? Occupy her body? Lick her legs? Whose twisted suggestion was that last one? Has no one noticed that this woman is the conduit linking my consciousness to my power? Indeed. Bai Yi's benevolent act of carrying the little girl back to bed was not motivated by mere kindness or the belief that the girl was adorable. It was solely because he had realized that his consciousness, trapped within his armor, was connected to his power through this small being before him. This predicament was rather unsettling. The frail human girl was akin to a dam, restricting Bai Yi's vast powers within the void, allowing only a trickle to flow into his body, each instance comparable to the magical capacity of a mid-tier sorcerer. Such a meager amount was utterly insufficient, rendering him incapable of even casting relatively simple spells like shapeshifting. His powers were confined by the limits of her physical form, and her fainting spell was a consequence of his earlier attempt to unleash a spell far beyond her capacity, causing a surge of energy to flood her system. Fortunately, it did not result in her demise. Otherwise, it would have been a significant complication. The first walker, as a competent force, finally rendered a sound judgment. We must employ certain methods to instantaneously augment her strength, declared the Void Walker, codenamed Demon. There is nothing more fitting than a demonic contract. We can summon a powerful demon from the depths of hell, exchanging her soul for strength. Given those fiends' peculiar proclivity for human female souls, it should grant her considerable power in an instant. Alternatively, we could consider the Lich transformation ritual, although she may not possess the requisite strength to become a proper Lich. I have numerous versions, surely one will suit her. These notions, while intriguing, met with opposition from some. A walker, codenamed Paladin, exclaimed, "You cannot do this. It amounts to killing her, a defenseless innocent. I will not permit such an atrocity." Another, codenamed Missionary, echoed the sentiment, "I too oppose this. Our salvation should not hinge upon the sacrifice of the weak. Foolish guardians, do you wish to forfeit this singular opportunity, allowing Lord Hope to live like an ant? Shall we remain imprisoned in this void for millennia longer? This is not the same as harming the innocent. I have faith that Lord Hope will discover a better solution." Clearly, the demon and Lich, as well as the Paladin and Missionary, despite having become Void Walkers, could not align on many issues, leading to an escalating quarrel. At this juncture, Bai Yi could no longer remain silent, prompting an immediate hush among the disputants as they turned their attention to his voice. He first posed a question. "Who can guarantee that after she is devoured by the demon or transformed into a Lich, my consciousness will remain here?" Naturally, no one could respond to this inquiry, for it was a unique summoning that even the Void Walkers had never witnessed. Who could predict what changes might ensue? Given that no assurances could be provided, any extraordinary measures were deemed too perilous. We could not squander this precious opportunity. We must allow her power to grow in a natural and unimpeded manner. This might consume some time, but have we not become accustomed to waiting? Bai Yi continued, adding, "Moreover, this process will not be overly prolonged, for I will be by her side." His words flowed with an ease that belied a confidence so profound that even fellow Void Walkers could not contest it. Indeed, with Bai Yi, the most exceptional of Void Walkers, beside her, she would surely have no shortage of means to enhance her strength. Finally, he glanced down at his hand, crafted from leather, and remarked, additionally, "Why do you presume that my intermediate level renders me feeble?" Thus, the dissenting voices faded away. The following day, unaware that she had narrowly escaped death, Miya awoke from her stupor. Upon opening her large, beautiful eyes, she beheld a humble suit of armor standing by the window, basking in the morning light, and amicably waving at her. Still groggy from the previous night's fainting spell, Miya rubbed her eyes, vaguely recalling her practice of soul armor summoning. Initially expecting yet another failure, she sensed something had shifted before she inexplicably lost consciousness. Given the current situation, the armor was indeed beckoning to her. Could it be that her summoning had succeeded? Miya hesitated to accept this notion, shaking her head vigorously, her lovely black twin tails dancing in the air. Then, she heard a deep, gravelly voice, imbued with a magnetic charm and the allure of maturity. "Greetings, I am Hope." As Bai Yi spoke, he approached her slowly and extended his right hand in a friendly manner. Clearly still processing the sudden success, Miya appeared somewhat dazed in response to Bai Yi's greeting. Could it be that she had awakened with a muddled mind? Bai Yi mischievously speculated, then tentatively inquired, "What is it? Did I startle you?" It was only then that Miya regained her composure, quickly shaking her head and exclaiming, No, I'm just a bit overwhelmed. I never imagined I could truly succeed. I really didn't." With that, a playful smile adorned her face, and she cheekily stuck out her tongue before graciously extending her delicate hand to gently grasp his rough, leather-clad one. "I apologize for any amusement I may have caused. My name is Miya, a second-year student at the Celestial Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hope. The long-awaited joy suddenly arrives. Yet are you truly prepared to embrace it?" Bai Yi comprehends Miya's state of mind. Last night, while Miya was soundly asleep, he meticulously examined the magical array, naturally discovering the traces of repeated modifications. Although this little one possesses only average talent, her dedication brings him considerable comfort. Upon noticing those marks, the first walker mage remarked. And at that moment, the two began to truly know one another. Miya, vaguely recalling the events of the previous night, expressed with a hint of regret. It seems I fell asleep so suddenly, failing to welcome your esteemed presence, Mr. Hope. Do not worry. We shall have ample time together in the future. I will be both your companion and teacher, always by your side, Bai Yi replied gently. According to the textbooks, a soul armor should ideally serve as the teacher and partner of its wielder. However, Bai Yi intentionally prioritized the role of companion, adopting a humble and approachable demeanor. This unspoken gesture bestowed upon Miya a sense of warmth, filling her heart with quiet delight. Instead of summoning the legendary and notoriously difficult soul armors, she had instead encountered the amiable Mr. Hope. What a wonderful turn of events. However, upon seeing Bai Yi clad in his militia armor, Miya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, lowering her gaze. She had called forth a congenial soul armor, yet could only provide him with such a rudimentary form, leaving the little girl feeling a twinge of guilt, particularly as Bai Yi maintained his easygoing and serene demeanor, seemingly unconcerned with the matter, which only deepened her sense of remorse. Mr. Hope, I apologize. Miya hesitated, but then, gathering her courage as if making a resolute decision, she clenched her tiny fist and declared firmly, I will find a way to earn money. I shall soon provide you with a new body. I will not allow you to remain in this rudimentary armor indefinitely. The sincerity reflected on her youthful face indicated that she was not merely speaking idly. For a student to earn pocket money at the Celestial Academy is a task that is both easy and difficult in equal measure. Typically, assisting a particular professor as a research aid is the most favorable route. However, this privilege is generally reserved for top students. A student like Miya, with merely average qualifications, would be unlikely to secure such an opportunity. As for other means, publishing academic papers, that would not suit Miya. Assisting professors in developing new magical or alchemical products for profit sharing, even more far-fetched. After much contemplation, it appeared that only menial tasks such as cleaning and moving would be suitable for her. Bai Yi was aware of these realities, having been informed by the walker known as the apprentice in the void. Thus, upon hearing Miya's words, his heart warmed. He sensed her sincerity and kindness. This little girl was even more endearing than he had anticipated. Even the mage bestowed a favorable assessment. She is a good child. Your decision to reject those proposals was indeed the correct choice. Upon hearing Miya's words, Bai Yi politely declined her with a voice tinged with slight amusement. As a void walker, how could he permit a girl who had yet to reach the tender age of 16 to take on menial work for his sustenance? I appreciate your sentiment, Miya, but it is entirely unnecessary. I do not place great importance on superficial matters. However, before Miya could articulate her thoughts further, Bai Yi raised his hand to interrupt her. What should arm us is knowledge, not a heap of worthless scrap. With that, Bai Yi concluded. Miya mused to herself how profoundly reasonable and gentle the gentleman's words were, ultimately relinquishing her immature goodwill. Chapter 4. Your days are truly dull, although Miya wished to converse with Bai Yi for a while longer. The inevitable arrival of class time compelled her to gather her textbooks and notebook. After exchanging a brief farewell with Bai Yi, she departed with a light heart, her twin ponytails dancing playfully with her movements, resembling a lively little bird gradually disappearing from Bai Yi's sight. Once she had left, Bai Yi returned to her small desk, continuing to peruse the textbooks Miya had left behind, while simultaneously engaging in discussions with the Void Walkers regarding their subsequent plans. At that moment, she was examining a historical textbook titled Chronicles of the Eastern Continent, which recounted the human history of this grand dimension. This was a required course for first-year students at the Arcane Academy, and the pages were adorned with the delicate handwriting of a girl infused with youthful exuberance, indicating that Miya approached even such subjects with utmost seriousness. Bai Yi flipped directly to the final page, where, beneath the last line of records, she discovered a personal note from Miya. In the year 1009 of the new era, the wise and gentle director Hewitt passed away. It is unfortunate that I could not enter the Arcane Academy in time to meet this legendary director. Well, there is no need for regret. At least he has seen you. Bai Yi silently mused. Then she addressed the Void Walkers, saying, I just inquired with Miya, and it is now the year 1019 of the new era. This director Hewitt, the 33rd Walker, is he not? The youngest among us. Yet he entered this place a decade ago? Has it truly been 10 years? Time indeed flies. It has passed so swiftly amidst our exchanges with the esteemed teachers. The apprentice answered humbly, though his tone revealed a certain fondness for life here. Bai Yi thought to herself, if you linger here a while longer, you may not remain so composed. According to her recollections, the first mage entered the void in the year 233 of the old era. Following the principle of changing the calendar every 5,000 years, the first walker has been imprisoned in this forsaken place for over 5,000 years. Bai Yi, who had encountered mages long ago, had also spent a considerable amount of time here. Estimating how long she had been confined in this dark dungeon, Bai Yi refocused her attention on her current body. She raised her right hand, channeling power within, gathering it at the tip of her index finger into a pulsating flame. The flame then leapt from her index finger to her middle finger, transforming into a rolling water sphere, and subsequently changed at her ring finger into a brilliant light orb. Indeed, as everyone surmised, this represented a more potent power capable of arbitrary transformation. Bai Yi remarked, casually waving her hand to disperse a cluster of green natural magic from her pinky. Within mere breaths, she had converted her internal power into 4 distinct attributes of magical energy, a performance that would astonish any ordinary observer. However, to the Void Walkers, this was perceived differently. It was deemed a wasteful display, for the power of the Void should not be employed so frivolously, remarked the mage. The power wielded by the Void Walkers transcends mere magical energy or martial prowess. It is a formidable force they have designated as the Void Power, a high-level essence of the boundless emptiness. This existence can be described as a realm of dark silence, yet it simultaneously embodies a field that isolates all things. Within this void, the Void Walkers possess the ability to assimilate their surroundings through their formidable consciousness, transforming the void into a source of their own strength. In comparison to magical energy and martial arts, the Void Power is not only more potent, but also purer, drawing closer to the very essence of power itself. Consequently, transmuting it into more rudimentary magical energy is neither a daunting task nor a worthy endeavor. Rather, it constitutes a significant waste. Given its immense utility, one might ponder why the people of this world harbor such aversion to this power. Bai Yi could not help but pose the question, though he was dimly aware of the answer. Millennia ago, there were those who endeavored to connect with the infinite void beyond the realm of reality, attempting to harness this power. However, such research was ultimately deemed taboo and was obliterated from existence, particularly by religious factions like the Church, which resorted to violent means to suppress anyone who dared to approach the void. Their apprehension was palpable. As a result of these influences, the concept of the void has remained shrouded in mystery within human understanding. The human attitude towards the void is not one of the loathing typical of evil entities such as demons. Rather, it is characterized by a sense of taboo and fear. Thus, those who emerge from the void and wield its power are far from being welcomed figures among humankind and other sentient beings. Your Excellency, it is imperative that you exercise utmost caution. Never reveal your power in the presence of absolute strength, as it may invite the merciless wrath of the Church. Advised a Void Walker known by the code name Paladin. I have also participated in the purging of the prohibited, and those operations were marked by their brutality. The so-called violators often lacked mastery over the Void Power. Their mere intent to study it could lead them to the judgment halls from which they never returned. So, just how fearful is your god of us? Bai Yi remarked with a hint of amusement, simultaneously rotating a small black sphere in the palm of his hand, an exterior manifestation of his own void power. He could only maintain it for a brief moment before retracting it to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet, he could not suppress his discontent. We all possess nearly equivalent powers. Why should the divine bask in reverence and worship while we are relegated to the status of rats in a dark prison? This topic touched upon the paladin's steadfast faith, prompting him to choose silence. It was another Voidwalker, known as the Trickster, who seized the opportunity to respond. Some matters are fundamentally unfair. After all, we have lost in both appearance and demeanor. I understand the reasoning, but could you refrain from articulating it in such a contemporary manner? Bai Yi thought to himself, while also contemplating whether he had inadvertently imparted a negative influence upon this group of formidable beings from another realm. While memory exchange serves as an enjoyable pastime, not every Voidwalker engages in this practice. For instance, a walker hailing from the righteous faction would never consider swapping memories with a lich, nor does everyone find the recollections of a barbarian particularly intriguing. However, Bai Yi's memories are a different matter altogether. Nearly every walker is captivated by them, as he originates from a realm they have yet to explore, a world whose civilization surpasses their own in remarkable ways. The vibrant cultures of Earth have successfully ensnared the attention of every Voidwalker. Moreover, Earth exists in an environment characterized by an explosion of information facilitated by the internet. Even though Bai Yi is merely an ordinary individual, the breadth of experiences he has encountered over the past 2 decades far exceeds those of these powerful beings who have lived for centuries. After all, The environment they inhabit allows a single theatrical production to be performed repeatedly for decades. How can such a culture possibly compare to the plethora of films, television shows, novels, animations, and games found on Earth? These are phenomena they could not have previously imagined, and it is entirely natural for them to be enchanted by such novel experiences. Most Voidwalkers were once apex figures in their respective fields, and their ascension to such heights reflects a profound thirst for knowledge and a spirit of exploration. Their capacity to embrace new ideas far surpasses that of the average person, especially considering the allure of Earth's offerings. Thus, their enthusiasm for Earth's culture is quite understandable. In contrast, the memories of these esteemed figures are not nearly as captivating as one might expect from online portrayals. For example, a wizard's recollections predominantly consist of studying and researching, receiving reports from ministers about a small town ravaged by natural disasters, where the populace is reduced to subsisting on grass. Studying and researching, entertaining an envoy from a neighboring kingdom, receiving gifts meant for tribute, and redistributing them for disaster relief. Studying and researching. Listening to ministers report that a certain concubine is with child, studying and researching, suddenly recalling that he has never even approached that concubine, leading to her execution while sending the nobleman who had relations with her and his entire family to the frozen borders to dig for potatoes. One might find this rather pitiable when contemplating the majority of a first-order wizard's memories. Now, let us examine the recollections of a lich, which are similarly mundane. Studying and researching, summoning new skeleton soldiers, studying and researching, retrieving the skull of a skeleton soldier that had been kicked about, studying and researching, dispatching a group of oblivious, greedy adventurers, studying and researching, equipping a death knight with gear found on the corpses of adventurers, and using the remaining parts to polish a bone dragon, studying and researching, rescuing an unfortunate skeleton mage from beneath a bone dragon's feet. It seems that only the dead could endure such a life, prompting one to question why he would ultimately transform into a lich. In fact, when compared to the memories of a walker known only as the barbarian, the combined recollections of the wizard and the lich seem rather unremarkable. The barbarian's memories might be summarized as follows. Today, I vanquished a great wild boar, delicious. Today, I defeated a saber-toothed tiger, delicious. Today, I conquered a foreigner. This one seems inedible. Today, I felled a young dragon, truly inedible. Indeed, the memories of the formidable are often tinged with monotony. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that had they not devoted the majority of their lives to arduous training, such remarkable achievements would remain unattainable. Ultimately, each Voidwalker exchanged memories with Bai Yi, rendering him a unique entity among them, endowed with the collective knowledge of all, consequently, possessing both elevated power and vast knowledge. Bai Yi harbors no anxiety about being temporarily confined to an intermediate level, nor does he fret over Miya's current weakness, for with his guidance, her strength can surely ascend in no time. Chapter 5. This is the perfect age as Bai Yi continued to peruse the textbooks of Miya. The other Voidwalkers engaged in fervent discourse regarding the topic of Miya. However, one must question the potential of that little girl. Is she not nearing the age of 16? Yet she remains merely an intermediate mage, her talent decidedly unimpressive. The paladin quickly chimed in, adding, not only is her aptitude lacking, but her physical development appears stagnant as well. She remains flat and undeveloped, resembling a little girl. While a twin-tailed loli may indeed be adorable, she is nearly 16. What could possibly account for such a lack of growth? Excuse me? Why does your focus, paladin, dwell on such trivial matters? Does this truly befit your title? You are more akin to a gentleman. Perhaps we should henceforth refer to you as Saint Gentleman, Bai Yi retorted coolly. No, that is not the case. The Saint Gentleman hastily defended himself. Physical development can indeed influence the rate of one's growth and power. If her body remains undeveloped, her strength will certainly progress at a glacial pace. I assure you, I am not some pervert fixated solely on the physical growth of young girls. Well, although there is a semblance of justification in your reasoning, it still strikes one as quite peculiar, dear Saint Gentleman. In truth, if we were to be stringent, achieving the status of an intermediate mage before the age of 16 does suggest that Miya possesses a modicum of talent, albeit not comparable to the extraordinary abilities of her peers. Amongst this group, failing to reach an advanced level before the age of 10 is considered a source of profound embarrassment. Moreover, she has been diligently working towards her goals. Yet, one must ponder, what drives Miya to exert such effort? Bai Yi suddenly found himself contemplating this question. Typically, girls of her age would be more inclined towards playfulness and idleness, but Miya was decidedly different. What could be the reason? Ambition? A thirst for power? External pressures? This conundrum eluded Bai Yi, and just as he intended to engage the other Voidwalkers in discussion, he discovered their conversation had spiraled into uncontrollable territory. One individual was fervently arguing in favor of Miya's talent, asserting, "Isn't 16 the perfect age? Whether it be to become the Hokage, seek out One Piece, or pilot gigantic robots, this age seems most suitable." Alas, this individual had become so deeply entrenched in their delusions that their perception of reality had warped beyond salvation. Yet, it was precisely this absurdity that caused the previously formal discussion regarding Miya's development to veer into bizarre territory, ultimately leading to discussions about the style of magical girl Miya's skirts and the potential encounters with tentacled monsters. Well, it seems that this group of poisoned individuals is beyond salvation. Bai Yi had already withdrawn from their discussions regarding the potential class of Miya's spirit manifestation. As a Voidwalker of conventional demeanor, navigating life among such peculiar company has proven to be quite taxing. It is rather amusing to reflect on how, after absorbing their memories, he increasingly resembles the inhabitants of this world, while they, in contrast, appear to grow more akin to earthlings. Thus, as the sole person of normalcy, Bai found himself entirely at a loss for words, harboring his inquiries until he could seek answers directly from Miya. He resumed silently perusing the textbooks left by Miya, casually inquiring, "How long has it been since these textbooks were updated? Why do so many of the contents seem so antiquated and obsolete? Perhaps several decades?" The apprentice walker was the only one to respond, noting that the Academy of Ciensai boasts a history nearing a millennium, with the textbooks having undergone only a few updates, the most recent of which occurred during their tenure as dean. Bai Yi asked, "So the advancements in various theoretical studies fall short of our internal discussions?" The scholar replied, "This is unavoidable. Our environment lacks the myriad convenient and rapid communication channels found on Earth. A stagnant academic community, devoid of interaction, is bound to stagnate, constrained by rigid ideologies and perspectives, naturally hindering progress. Although our numbers are few, our esteemed instructors possess profound wisdom and an efficient mode of consciousness exchange, placing us ahead in theoretical research." Bai Yi mused, feeling a twinge of sympathy for them, yet grateful that their knowledge remains relevant. He lamented, however, that he could not freely wield the power of the void. Otherwise, imparting it directly to Miya would significantly accelerate her progress. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden light patter of footsteps echoed through the dormitory, and soon Miya entered, a charming blush adorning her cheeks from her previous haste. With a blend of excitement and decorum, she addressed Bai Yi, "Sir, may I trouble you to step outside with me? The Academy's instructor has just informed me that after successfully summoning the soul armor, a verification must be conducted." "Why not?" Bai Yi replied, rising from the table and gracefully approaching Miya, naturally taking her small hand in his. "Let us go." Thus, the lovely and radiant girl led this crude and unseemly armor along the shaded path of the Ciensai Academy, drawing the attention of countless passers-by, perhaps due to the stark contrast of their pairing. The soul armor, a creation of a walker known as Seafros, or the soul armor user, operates on a simple principle. Through a summoning ritual, the souls of powerful beings who have perished but whose consciousness remains intact are called forth into the armor. The soul armor then binds these formidable souls within, forging a partnership akin to that of teacher and student or master and servant, embarking together on new adventures. Unlike the summoned familiars of summoners, the magical constructs of alchemists, or the pets of hunters, the soul armors possess a far superior power. The souls of the mighty, once transformed into soul armors, retain their formidable strength and profound knowledge from their former lives, essentially serving as a rebirth of those powerful beings. The relationship between the soul armor and its wielder is predominantly one of equality, often resembling that of partners or a guardian and the protected. The soul armor is bound to safeguard its wielder, and should the wielder perish, the mighty soul can no longer remain within the armor, reverting to its ethereal form. Consequently, when choosing a wielder, powerful souls naturally gravitate towards those who are as formidable as possible, shunning the summons of the feeble. Doing otherwise would not only impose a burden upon themselves, but also necessitate close proximity to the weak wielder, severely hampering mobility. Naturally, these proud souls aspire to inhabit the most splendid and powerful armors available, as the capabilities of their new forms are also a crucial consideration. Since the invention of soul armors, thousands of years of development and evolution have transpired, leading both the powerful souls and their wielders to understand these principles. Thus, their unions are typically characterized by strength united with strength. It is this synergy that has allowed humanity to rise above numerous intelligent species, securing a dominant position in the realms suitable for habitation and reproduction. Therefore, It is indeed a rare occurrence for Miya, a mid-level mage, to summon a soul willing to reside within the armor of a mere militia. Passers-by cannot help but voice their incredulity. Is this combination not peculiar? The soul willing to inhabit such armor must surely belong to an ancient powerhouse from an era before the advent of soul armors. This is undoubtedly the case. Since the emergence of soul armors, any soul aspiring to become one surely comprehends the intricacies involved and would not choose a mid-level mage clad in militia armor. Yet, how much strength can such a powerful soul possibly retain? It has been over 4 millennia since the inception of soul armors. How much of their power can possibly remain? Observing their direction, they likely intend to conduct an appraisal. Should we not follow them to discover the truth? Who knows? We might even witness the birth of the weakest soul armor in history. Such trivial gossip inevitably reached the ears of the two. Bai Yi remained unfazed, his calm demeanor unruffled, even finding a hint of amusement in the situation. In contrast, Miya, still at a tender age, felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing these remarks. Her cheeks flushed, and she emitted a soft, pitiful whimper. Noticing her discomfort, Bai Yi gently patted Miya's head and murmured, "Do not let them bother you, Miya. They do not comprehend what true strength entails." "It's all right, I don't mind," Miya replied, lifting her head and forcing a smile that only accentuated the furrowed brow of her distress. Although the words of those individuals were rather disagreeable, they nonetheless held a kernel of truth. Miya was well aware of those details herself. She had simply become so enraptured by the joy of their encounter that she had momentarily overlooked them. Now, upon hearing others voice such sentiments, a whirlwind of complex emotions stirred within her heart. It is worth mentioning that while Mr. Kibu was a remarkably kind and wise individual, she felt an absence of formidable strength in him, perhaps even less than that exhibited by some of the senior students. Miya pondered this in silence, yet was quickly reminded of the delightful conversation she had shared with Kibu that very morning, which filled her with a pang of guilt. "I am truly selfish and greedy," Miya chastised herself. "Having been blessed with such an admirable Mr. Kibu, why can I not be content?" Yet, she feared that without summoning a powerful soul armor, she would drift further away from the promise she held dear. What should she do? The turmoil within her rendered her somewhat restless, yet in deference to Bai Yi's feelings, she dared not reveal her inner conflict. Instead, she feigned nonchalance and continued to walk alongside Bai Yi. Chapter 6. The well-dressed individual. Although Miya endeavored to conceal her inner turmoil from Bai Yi, how could a girl, not yet 16, truly mask her emotions? The subtle discrepancies did not escape Bai Yi's observant gaze. Was this little one lacking in self-confidence? She remained oblivious to the nature of the existence she had summoned. Bai Yi pondered this and then inquired of the soul armorer in the boundless void. "Did you ever envision your invention evolving into this?" In truth, the first soul armorer I summoned was merely of master rank, and at that time, he had expended a considerable portion of his strength to sustain his consciousness. Yet, he still provided me with immense assistance through his knowledge and experience. The essence of a soul armorer should lie in their invaluable wisdom rather than mere combat prowess. I had not anticipated that it would later become so utilitarian, the soul armorer expressed with a hint of regret. Bai Yi remained remarkably composed. Reflecting that a degree of utilitarianism could indeed be beneficial, it was precisely because of these formidable soul armorers that humanity could ascend to become the mightiest race. Should future generations bestow upon you the illustrious title of a pioneer of realms, it would be a fitting recognition. Merely a superficial title. "I do hope you will endure the disdain of many in the future," the soul armorer remarked with a touch of sympathy. "Do you think I would concern myself with such trifles?" Bai Yi retorted with a playful undertone, before continuing, "However, it is indeed time to showcase something for little Miya. This young one seems to harbor quite the misunderstanding about me." As the two exchanged thoughts, Miya led Bai Yi to their destination, a closed training ground. Aside from the two of them, several pairs were present, accompanied by a throng of students and teachers who had gathered to observe. "Why are there so many people today?" Miya lamented, her expression troubled. She had intended to keep a low profile, yet she had not anticipated the bustling atmosphere of the day. The crowd was far larger than usual. Sensing a hint of hesitation in the girl's demeanor, Bai Yi discerned some of her thoughts. He tightened his grip on Miya's hand just enough to offer her unspoken encouragement. "Let us proceed," he murmured, leading her forward with confidence. Upon entering the spacious interior of the training ground, where targets were set up in the distance and protective barriers were arranged, Bai Yi soon learned from the murmurs of the onlookers that today marked the day when the Xiansai Academy opened its doors for external soul armorer assessments, allowing those from outside the academy to bring their soul armor for evaluation. No wonder it was so lively, with soul armorers appearing in attire strikingly different from that of the students. The soul armor accompanying them was predominantly resplendent in design, at the very least. They donned standard military heavy armor. In contrast, Bai Yi, clad in a mere militia armor, was indeed a rarity. Consequently, the attention they attracted rivaled that of the ornate armors surrounding them. Am I mistaken? Is that a militia armor? Isn't that meant for practice? This is the first time I've seen such a thing actually in motion. Though humble, the event proceeded without issue. I find myself somewhat curious as to why one would not first don new armor before emerging for appraisal. Surely, this seems rather disrespectful to the soul of that formidable warrior, does it not? Ah, the charming young girl nearby. I often observe her feeding pigeons in the square. She does not strike me as the type to engage in such antics. Perhaps she is merely short on funds? Upon entering the training ground, a flurry of discussions enveloped Miya, and some individuals, lacking in decorum, pointed and whispered about the two. While their intentions may not have been malicious, the scrutiny inflicted considerable psychological pressure on Miya. Indeed, it would have been wise to first provide Mr. Hope with new armor. Miya murmured to herself, then retrieved an adorable coin pouch shaped like a kitten from her bosom, turning it over in her hands. Unfortunately, she could hardly count a few coins within. Alas, funds were insufficient. What should I do now? Perhaps I must devise a solution myself? With that thought, she lifted her gaze to Bai Yi, her eyes filled with a mix of apology and inquiry. What a tiresome bunch. Don't they have classes to attend? And you, little one, if you wish for me to appear more appealing, strive to enhance your own abilities. Bai Yi mused internally, reaching out to pat her head in a gesture of comfort. It's all right, Miya, do not dwell on these trivialities. Observe that individual over there. Their dazzling appearance does not necessarily align with their capabilities. Miya followed Bai Yi's gesture and spotted a pair standing before the appraiser, adorned in a resplendent suit of golden armor that shimmered brilliantly, effortlessly drawing the attention of onlookers even in stillness. What magnificent armor! Miya exclaimed, genuinely impressed. It must be incredibly powerful. However, the appraiser addressed the equally flamboyantly dressed Soul Knight with a note of caution. My dear student, I appreciate your desire to stand out. And while it is not incorrect to adorn a powerful soul with such exquisite armor, you must consider, this warrior is an assassin. Cladding him in such ostentation may leave him rather ill at ease. How unfortunate, indeed. Miya stifled a giggle at this observation, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the individual. No wonder the Soul Knight appeared dejected, head bowed and shoulders slumped. What must it be like for an assassin, who thrives in the shadows, to be transformed into a beacon in the night? Coincidentally, adjacent to this dazzling duo was a pair that exuded a more understated elegance. Their armor was a simple, solid black, exuding a sense of strength that lay beneath its unassuming exterior. Ah, the mature black. It conveys such a reliable aura, Miya remarked, unable to contain her admiration. Perhaps, Bai Yi replied with a knowing smile. Then, the appraiser for this modest duo spoke. Esteemed student, I must commend your financial acumen in acquiring this armor crafted from high-purity anti-magic gold. It possesses formidable magical resistance, a potent weapon against mages. However, your soul warrior is, in fact, a mage. How do you expect them to cast spells in such attire? Indeed, as the instructor remarked, this ebony soul armor initially intended to unleash a fiery explosion, yet despite his utmost efforts, only a flicker of flame emerged from his fingertips, insufficient even to ignite paper. Unless you plan to replace his armor, it appears he may have to pursue a path as a melee mage, the instructor concluded. You see, beauty and expense do not necessarily equate to suitability. Bai Yi seized upon this theme, asserting that simplicity can be quite splendid. At that moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the onlookers, proclaiming, a legendary powerhouse. This soul armor is indeed that of a legendary warrior. How enviable. Bai Yi and Miya turned towards the source of the commotion, discovering a soul armor of remarkably ancient design, adorned with numerous etchings on the shoulder plates. According to local tradition, each mark signifies a victory over a formidable foe, a testament to the original owner's battle-hardened legacy. It was evident that the former possessor of this armor was a seasoned warrior. It must be a treasured heirloom. Now, its new owner is a legendary swordsman, effectively passing down both power and glory. Legendary indeed. How impressive. Miya remarked, a hint of envy in her tone, quickly glancing at Bai Yi before averting her gaze, anxious not to draw his attention. Bai Yi, noticing her subtle demeanor, felt a mix of amusement and bewilderment. Was mere legendary status sufficient to elicit such astonishment? Was it not akin to the Death Knights under the command of a lich? In the realm of reality, legendary status is considered a formidable strength, yet it cannot be compared to the exceptional beings among you. A Void Walker, known by the codename Merchant, remarked. Indeed, legendary status ranks as the 6th tier among 9, delineating the threshold of high-tier combat power, a realm that many, lacking talent or resources, find unattainable in their lifetimes. However, among the Voidwalkers, several have attained the demigod level, with the majority residing at the saintly tier. Thus, the mere legendary status is hardly noteworthy. Regrettably, such truths are not convenient to disclose to Miya at present. Otherwise, she would not feel so constrained. Given your current capabilities, what would your encounter with that individual entail? The mage inquired suddenly. 3 seconds will suffice, Bai Yi responded with unwavering confidence. Is that not a bit excessive? Even with extensive knowledge and void power, your abilities currently only reach mid-tier. The mage expressed skepticism regarding Bai Yi's claim. Doubt it? Just watch, Bai Yi replied with a smile. The legendary soul armor, relishing the attention it garnered, acquiesced to the requests of the instructor and the onlookers, preparing to showcase his signature sword technique. He struck a striking pose, proudly announcing, "This is my proud technique from my former life, the illusory greatsword, Fall of the Celestial Demon. With this move, I have slain countless evil dragons." Then, due to the age and neglect of his armor, his knee joint suddenly seized, causing him to dramatically tumble headfirst into the ground before he could even execute his initial stance. The onlookers fell into a stunned silence. The instructor, sporting an awkward expression, could only suggest, if possible, I recommend you consider a part-time job as a blacksmith. Truly, believe me, this is the only way to unlock the true potential of such a formidable warrior. You see, I did not deceive you, did I? Bai Yi remarked to the now uproariously laughing Voidwalkers. Chapter 7. Begin your performance after enjoying the performances of the previous 3 eccentric individuals. As the moment approached for Miya and her companions to take the stage, Bai Yi gently patted Miya's head and reassured her, "Do not worry, Miya. We shall surely achieve the desired outcome." A relieved smile graced Miya's face as she nodded. In truth, she harbored little hope, fearing to hurt Bai Yi's pride. Thus, she could only reply, "Yes, I believe in Mr. Hope." The significance of soul armor appraisal lies, on one hand, in rectifying the awkward mistakes made by the inexperienced soul armor users, such as those seen in the prior performances. On the other hand, and more importantly, it serves to evaluate the compatibility and potential of the combinations. For instance, if a soul armor user is a magician and the soul armor is a knight adept in teamwork and protective skills, their compatibility would be exceptionally high. Alternatively, if both are magicians with complementary magical abilities, their combined potential would be great. Conversely, a magician paired with a solitary assassin or a berserker lacking any magical knowledge would demonstrate no compatibility whatsoever. Should a student from the Celestial Academy receive a favorable appraisal, the institution would subsequently provide additional educational support and resources, enabling the duo to develop swiftly. After all, no matter how well one learns, strength cannot be gained without financial backing. Bai Yi, indifferent to educational matters as he is an exceptional teacher himself, found the prospect of supplementary resources particularly appealing. Currently, he was devoid of funds, and Miya's adorable little coin purse held scant few coins. Thus, they were indeed in need of such assistance. Before long, Bai stood before the appraisal instructor, accompanied by 2 other pairs awaiting their evaluations. One pair, seemingly unremarkable, had already received their results. Combat power, level 3. This soul armor appears rather weak. Fortune shifts every 30 years. Do not underestimate the youth. I have annulled my engagement with the neighbor's daughter, vowing to return in a year for a rematch. You shall soon know what true terror feels like. This dialogue and scene felt strikingly familiar to Bai Yi, who glanced at the irate youth beside him, nearly convinced he had encountered a time traveler. In contrast, the other combination amazed the Voidwalkers. Before them stood an exquisitely crafted soul armor, resplendent in appearance and avant-garde in design. The armor was adorned with intricate hollow patterns and unique relief sculptures, with its midsection delicately veiled by mere wisps of translucent fabric. The facial mask was a strikingly ornate creation. Undoubtedly, this armor, at the forefront of fashion, could only be described as a work of art. Its pronounced chest plate suggested it was designed specifically as decorative armor for women, with curves that accentuated the beauty and grace of the female form. Merely gazing upon its exterior evoked endless reverie, and even Miya, the little creature, stared wide-eyed with her face brimming with envy. However, what aroused some concern was that the figure continued to murmur in a melodious feminine voice, uttering words that no one could comprehend, as if she too were oblivious to the languages of others, thus rendering the appraisal unable to commence. "Allow me to take the lead," Bai said, stepping forward with a calm demeanor to address the appraiser. His action naturally drew the gaze of those around him, accentuating the grotesque appearance of the armored militia by comparison, akin to a swan beside an ugly duckling. Facing the myriad of curious stares, Bai Yi introduced himself with poise. "I am Hope, a magician. She is Miya, also a magician. A duo of magicians, is it? Quite satisfactory. Though I must express hope that your current form, well, may yield a favorable appraisal result." which should enable you to apply for a replacement body from the academy. The appraiser responded without bias, offering a kind suggestion. Mia's heart surged with joy. Perhaps this issue could indeed be resolved. However, her burgeoning hope was swiftly dashed upon hearing the appraiser's subsequent words. At present, Miya is merely of intermediate level, while your magical energy, appears to be at a similar intermediate stage. It seems you have yet to fully recover. The appraiser remarked with a slight furrow of his brow, delicately phrasing his observations. Would it be convenient for me to utilize my mental energy for a thorough examination? Perhaps we could discover a means to assist you in regaining your strength, the appraiser inquired kindly, as a strand of his mental energy extended towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi gently shook his head, using his own mental energy to softly deflect the probing, replying, I appreciate your goodwill, but it is unnecessary. My magical power is currently limited to this extent. I see, the appraiser said, a hint of disappointment in his nod as he ceased his inquiry. Recognizing that probing without permission is indeed a breach of etiquette, Miya subtly shook her head, fully aware that advancing the strength of a soul armor is exceedingly challenging. Given her qualifications and financial constraints, it seemed nearly impossible. The mere fact of being at an intermediate level of magical power signified that he would be unable to engage in high-intensity battles, thus severely limiting the potential of their partnership. Consequently, the appraisal results were unlikely to be favorable. Were it someone else, they might earnestly contemplate the need for a new soul armor, but the kind-hearted Miya had never entertained such a notion. Instead, she clenched her small fists, determinedly thinking, it's all right. I will save money to replace Mr. Hope's body first, and then we will find ways to progress together. Yes, it must be possible. After all, Bai Yi was the first soul armor to respond to her summons, and he was not to be abandoned. At that moment, the appraiser lowered his gaze to jot something down on a form before looking up to inquire. May I ask which school of magic you previously specialized in? Could you provide a brief demonstration for me? Bai Yi remained silent, raising his right hand and summoning a flickering flame between his fingers. After a few lively leaps, the flames suddenly appeared to be guided by invisible hands, swiftly transforming into the form of a petite maiden. Upon closer inspection, she bore a resemblance to Miya. And as Bai Yi exerted his control, the enchanting figure danced gracefully at his fingertips. Such formidable mental prowess. One can only hope that you were an exceptionally powerful fire mage in your former life. The appraisal instructor's face revealed a look of astonishment. He understood all too well the meticulousness and precision required to shape such a diminutive flame into a lifelike girl. While immense magical power was not a necessity, the demands on mental acuity were beyond that of ordinary practitioners. Oh, how beautiful! Miya exclaimed, captivated by the little fire figure dancing at Bai Yi's fingertips. Due to her lack of strength, she remained oblivious to the significance of this fiery manifestation. Simultaneously, the onlookers, previously engrossed in their ennui, were taken aback by Bai Yi's display. As they grasped the extent of his feat, a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Is it truly possible to achieve such mastery? He appears so unassuming. This individual is indeed remarkable. Is this merely an impressive trick? Is it truly that impressive? It's extraordinary. Many teachers and professors in the academy lack such mental acuity. Upon hearing these remarks, Miya felt a jolt of surprise. She had never anticipated her soul armor would garner such high praise. The academy's faculty were figures she revered, and yet her soul armor surpassed their capabilities. Regrettably, however, his magical power was rather feeble, limited to an intermediate level, preventing him from casting many powerful spells. Otherwise, with such a robust mental capacity, our academy would have another formidable fire mage. Indeed, he was summoned too late. I feel a pang of sympathy for that lovely girl. Is there any way to enhance the strength of the soul armor? Let us not dwell on that. While I wish I could assist her, the enhancement of soul armor is exceedingly challenging. We lack the necessary resources and financial means. Hearing such sentiments, Miya lowered her gaze, clutching her withered little cat-shaped purse, and sighed inwardly. If only I had more money. Logically, Bai Yi's performance could have concluded there, but after some contemplation, he resolved to continue. As the fifth walker of the void, bearing the name of Hope, it would be remiss not to instill hope in Miya. Therefore, he gently flicked his index finger, and the little fire figure obediently leaped to the tip of his middle finger. The fire elements that composed her form instantly transformed into water elements, and the once fiery sprite morphed into a crystalline water figure. This time, the murmurs from the spectators transformed into exclamations of awe. To control water magic with such finesse, this is indeed a magical power that completely contradicts the fire element. The identification teacher could not help but widen his eyes, gazing at the wondrous scene before him. When a mage casts a spell, the elemental attribute of their magical power is typically fixed to a single type. To unleash magic of a different element, one must first transform the internal magical attribute. The conversion between conflicting elements, such as water and fire, can be quite troublesome. Even the slightest misstep may lead to chaotic turmoil within the mage's magical essence. Thus, under normal circumstances, mages tend to avoid such perilous transformations. Therefore, while Bai Yi's action may appear to merely convert fire elemental magic into water elemental magic, anyone with a modicum of understanding of the arcane arts would recognize the profound mastery it represents. Most importantly, the entire process was executed with remarkable fluidity and grace, devoid of any hesitation. Even the elemental sprites continued their dance uninterrupted. Chapter 8. I can only assist you up to this point as the little fire figure gracefully transformed into a water figure. Many spectators found themselves pondering the question of just what level of strength this seemingly unremarkable entity possessed in life. Clearly, a master-level mage could not achieve such a feat. Could it be legendary? Or even immortal? At this moment, others set aside their tasks, captivated by Bai Yi's performance while contemplating this intriguing conundrum. Even the exquisitely adorned soul armor nearby ceased its movements, attentively watching Bai Yi. Yet, Bai Yi showed no signs of stopping. With a flick of his fingers, the little water figure leapt onto the tip of his ring finger, its elemental composition shifting to earthy brown. Next, it transformed into a verdant green representing the natural element on his pinky, culminating with Bai Yi opening his palm to reveal a figure composed of radiant light elements, which gradually morphed into twinkling starlight, marking the conclusion of his display. The entire process flowed seamlessly, reminiscent of a tranquil stream, eliciting waves of applause from the gathered crowd. Mastery over 5 elemental forces. Such formidable prowess was indeed astonishing. The young girl beside him was truly fortunate to encounter such a powerful soul. Moreover, his willingness to inhabit the militia armor indicated that he was a humble and amiable individual, making him the epitome of an ideal soul armor. If only his magical prowess were not slightly lacking. But magical power is not the crux of the matter. The true treasure that soul armors bestow upon us is the wisdom of our predecessors, not mere strength. Have you forgotten the words of Master Sephiros? It is his knowledge and experience that constitute the genuine treasure, allowing him to effortlessly cultivate an exceptional soul armor wielder. Upon hearing this, the mesmerized Miya regained her senses. Her mouth agape with excitement, yet momentarily at a loss for words. Even though her understanding of Bai Yi's actions was limited, the reactions of those around her, including the reverent gaze of the appraisal teacher, made her acutely aware that her esteemed mentor was far more powerful than she had ever imagined. The initial disappointment in her heart was swiftly swept away by a surge of exhilaration. As she observed Bai Yi transition through various elemental forms, she began to grasp the implications of his abilities. Typically, mages are constrained by the complexities of elemental conversion, as well as limitations imposed by time and resources. Mastering 2 or 3 different elemental magics is already a remarkable feat, yet before her eyes, Bai Yi effortlessly showcased 5 distinct magical powers. This revelation transformed her excitement into sheer astonishment. Mr. Hope, you are truly remarkable, she exclaimed sincerely. Bai Yi, I am far stronger than you can imagine, he replied nonchalantly. In truth, the mastery of 5 elemental forces was not his limit. He also wielded high-level water elements such as ice, advanced natural elements like life, and even dark necromantic elements. He could even manipulate martial energy. If he wished, he could have the little figure leap from his right hand to his left, adding even the toes without repeating a single form. After all, the power of the void can be effortlessly transformed into lower-tier strength, allowing for whimsical displays that can be orchestrated at will. In the current circumstances, it is prudent to maintain a low profile. Bai Yi himself is not fond of showcasing his abilities before others. This minor exhibition is primarily intended to cultivate Miya's confidence in him, weaving an image of a reliable and formidable ally in her heart. Is Mr. Hope truly more powerful than I had imagined? How could I have doubted him? Can I really become Mr. Hope's companion? Such thoughts inevitably surfaced in Miya's mind, mingled with feelings of guilt and inferiority, creating a complex emotional turmoil that left her momentarily at a loss for words. Being still quite young, Miya's inner turmoil was easily perceived by Bai Yi. He reached out to gently pat her little head and remarked, "In due time, I will teach you everything. There is no need to rush." The girl, caught in the act of harboring secrets, suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. Yet, a sense of relief also accompanied her bashfulness as she nodded shyly and broke into a sweet smile. At that moment, the voice of the assessment teacher intruded, somewhat disrupting the atmosphere. "Mr. Hope, might I inquire about your true name? I believe a person of your caliber ought to have a name that graces the pages of history. Is that truly important?" Bai Yi replied, turning to address the inquiry. "I am merely a spirit awakened by chance." Faced with Bai Yi's modesty, The assessment teacher felt it inappropriate to press further and simply noted in the evaluation form, proficient in 5 elemental systems, although currently possessing only intermediate strength. He has evidently once held legendary prowess, a high-ranking entity from ancient times. After completing the form, the teacher looked up and added, "Unless the striking warrior beside you has an astonishing performance, you two shall likely be recognized as the most promising duo in this round of evaluations. According to the Academy's regulations, we will promptly devise a corresponding support plan." Although there was nothing inherently wrong with this statement, it somehow resonated with a distinctly modern undertone. Bai Yi slightly furrowed his non-existent brows and glanced at the beautiful armor nearby. With Bai Yi's performance concluded, the attention of others shifted back to the visually stunning soul armor, anticipating a display that would match its impressive exterior. Yet, after the assessment teacher attempted to communicate with her, it proved futile. The language she spoke was exceedingly peculiar. Fortunately, there was someone present who could comprehend her words, an ancient dialect from a tribe of barbarians, quite obscure and unfamiliar. Bai Yi spoke up, initially reluctant to involve himself in this matter, but out of sympathy, he ultimately decided to assist. As for the meaning he conveyed, it primarily consisted of pleas for a swift demise, a request for relief from further indignities to his spirit. Oh. The last part was an expression of gratitude directed at me. Bai Yi continued to translate, seamlessly switching to the language used by the armor. You're welcome. I hope to be of assistance. Barbarians? Mia's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her expression a portrait of incredulity. The onlookers nearby erupted into animated discussions, for a barbarian had been ensconced within exquisite feminine armor. Wasn't he that rather embarrassing? Yet, out of respect for Bai Yi's previous performance, none dared to question him. Indeed, it was a male barbarian. Well, I truly feel for him. Bai Yi stifled a laugh as he spoke, promptly taking Mia's small hand and leading her away, leaving the unfortunate barbarian to his fate. For there was little more he could do. As the two strolled back along the tranquil tree-lined path, under the envious and curious gazes of those around them, Miya could no longer contain her curiosity and looked up at Bai Yi, asking, "Mr. Hope, what level of strength did you possess before? I am so eager to know." Actually, at that time, the concept of levels did not exist, so I am quite unaware. Perhaps you could enlighten me, Miya? Bai Yi replied with a light-hearted tone, clearly teasing her. To his surprise, Miya earnestly began to explain the common knowledge of their reality. There are 9 levels in total: beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, master, legendary, immortal, saintly, and finally, demigod. As Miya earnestly elaborated, Bai listened with one ear while casually addressing the voidwalkers, though I have long been aware of this. Her earnest explanation gives me a peculiar sense of déjà vu. It feels as though I am reading a web novel, which is quite absurd. As this is common knowledge in our world, have I subconsciously begun to view myself as an earthling? The demon walker remarked. My sincerest apologies. But such creatures as demons do not exist on Earth. Furthermore, how is it that you, as a demon, enjoy web novels? The slaughter of your kin is a commonplace theme. Bai Yi mused to himself. Why shouldn't I enjoy them? Most of the cunning and ruthless protagonists are indeed akin to my kind. They merely happen to possess human-like appearances, the demon retorted defiantly. That comment was rather sharp and sophisticated. In that brief exchange, Miya had nearly finished her explanation and then looked up at Bai Yi with her charming little face, brimming with expectation, asking, then, Mr. Hope, could you estimate what level you might have been before? TSK, little Miya is still too young, her mindset too unstable, always concerned with such trivial matters. But how should I respond to your inquiry? My level is truly indeterminate. Bai thought, bemused. After deliberating his words, he shifted the conversation, saying, what I once was is not significant. What matters is where you, Miya, aspire to go in the future. This is something I have yet to contemplate. Miya lowered her head in slight embarrassment, fidgeting with the twin ponytails at her shoulders, her body language betraying her inner awkwardness. I suppose my only aspiration is to graduate smoothly from the academy. After saying this, she timidly lifted her gaze to steal a glance at Bai Yi, seemingly seeking to gauge his reaction, only to find nothing but a tattered burlap cloth serving as a mask on his face. This little girl is utterly incapable of deceit. She must be concealing something. Observing Miya's response, the sorcerer turned to Bai Yi and inquired, aren't you going to press her for more details? It's perfectly fine. Every little girl is entitled to her own little secrets. Bai Yi, however, appeared unconcerned, believing that she would eventually confide in him. Chapter 9. What kind of game do you think this is? After the assessment concluded, Miya had to return to her classes, and the two parted ways. Bai initially intended to go back to Miya's dormitory to further examine her textbooks. However, he was intercepted at the door by a matron as robust as a bear. Judging by her fierce countenance, She likely perceived Bai Yi as some sort of deviant. In any case, without the requisite documentation and proof, she was resolute in barring his entry. Oh well, Bai Yi thought it best not to engage in a debate with this formidable woman, whose arms were thicker than his own. Wandering aimlessly would suffice. Yet he couldn't help but ponder, was this fierce woman truly a barbarian? Impossible. The women of our barbarian tribes, though formidable, are celebrated for their lithe and agile forms, battling foes with speed and reflexes. How could one become as corpulent as she? It is true, argued the walker known as barbarian, the women of our kind possess a wild allure, a unique spectacle of grace. Another walker, known as the bard, interjected, I cannot help but reminisce about my encounter with them during a splendid twilight. No one was inclined to entertain this topic. The other void walkers continued their discussion as if they had not heard a word. Their discourse remained fixated on Miya's development plan, veering further off course without any inclination of returning to the main subject. I've given it some thought. Compared to Belker-style magic, the Midgildar style seems more suitable for Miya, remarked the walker designated as Little Mage. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to mold the little one into a white tyrant? Do not indiscriminately impose other works' frameworks. Another walker retorted. Yet, that approach is too slow and prone to injury, leading to insufficient combat prowess in the later stages. I believe it would be best for His Excellency to forge a pact with her, another walker countered. Which work are you referencing now? Do I appear akin to that long-eared, white, evil beast? And why are you so intent on transforming her into a magical girl? Because it is undeniably adorable. Is it not? They earnestly defended their stance. Were these individuals genuinely engaged in a serious discourse? Was their existence solely a comedic farce? How had they devolved from supreme beings to such endearing enthusiasts? I must clarify, the mage solemnly addressed Bai Yi. An appreciation for that which is cute should not be constrained by identity, strength, or status. You ought to apologize to them. First walker, you are speaking utter nonsense, exclaimed the mage. Have you also succumbed to corruption? No. Compared to them, I have a greater admiration for works with depth. The mage further justified himself. For instance, when 3 sovereigns gather to deliberate the path of kingship, it is indeed remarkable. In my perspective, although this Gilgamesh possesses the pride and demeanor befitting a king, he lacks the essential quality of humility. Conversely, this Artoria is merely an immature young girl, forcing herself to endure. Must you ponder so gravely over these fictitious cinematic works? Unbeknownst to you, have you devolved into a solemn comedic figure? Why not embrace your role as a void walker instead of a mere chef? What renders fictional creations unworthy of discussion? As long as they resonate with the audience, they hold intrinsic value for discourse, do they not? The magician, utterly indifferent to the disintegration of his image as the foremost walker, continued to speak earnestly. Bai Yi, feeling quite exasperated, could only concede that the protracted imprisonment and the overwhelming cultural shock from Earth had rendered their thoughts rather peculiar. Discussions surrounding Miya's development had indeed reached absurd heights, as they seemed intent on employing the alchemy of this world to construct a colossal robot for Miya to pilot, engaged in fervent debates over the robot's design, leaving Bai Yi utterly speechless. Thus, he resolved to wander aimlessly through the Academy of Ciansai. Initially, he had intended to scan the entire institution with his mental prowess. But this notion was dissuaded by other walkers, for such an action could easily arouse suspicion and scrutiny. Bai Yi reluctantly abandoned this more convenient idea, choosing instead to observe the venerable academy with his own eyes. Fortunately, the environment was quite pleasant, characterized by a unique tranquility and an ambience reminiscent of classical institutions, which provided him with a delightful experience. Surely, I must be quite distant from Miya now. Bai Yi had meandered to a picturesque small lake within the academy grounds, casually leaning against a lush, leafy tree. He employed his mental faculties to gauge the distance between himself and Miya, discovering they were separated by a span of 2,000 meters. Yet his consciousness remained stable, with his power flowing into his body as usual. It appears that the bond between us is more robust than that of a typical soul armor, which is indeed a pleasant surprise. This will certainly simplify matters in the future. Bai Yi contemplated this serendipitous revelation. Normally, soul armors and their wielders cannot stray too far apart, otherwise the soul of the armor would detach from its wielder due to the absence of the solidifying connection. The distance constraint is contingent upon the disparity in their strengths. The greater the gap, the shorter the permissible distance, and vice versa. Given the disparity between Miya and Bai Yi, it is likely that remaining within close proximity is imperative. Fortunately, their connection is exceptionally unique, allowing Bai Yi to deduce that distance limitations should not apply to them. Perhaps this serves as a compensatory mechanism for the constraints on his own power. He merely needed to ensure that others did not perceive this anomaly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a soft, melodious voice filled with curiosity reached his ears. Engrossed in concentrating his mental energy to locate Miya, He had failed to notice the changes occurring around him. Oh, an independently functioning soul armor? Bai turned his head and beheld a beautiful young lady cradling a book in her arms, with her neatly trimmed bangs framing her face. She gazed at him with her striking green eyes, filled with curiosity, adorned in the standard uniform of Xiansai Academy. She distinguished herself with a golden rose brooch at her collar. Her radiant golden hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, reaching her slender waist. Swaying gently in the breeze by the lakeside, she was an exceptionally lovely girl. Her features, figure, and the air of noble elegance she exuded made her a sight to behold. Though she wore the same uniform as Miya, what appeared merely cute on Miya became utterly resplendent on this young lady. Particularly accentuated by her white stockings, her elegance captivated even the most jaded of onlookers, halting their discussions as they admired her graceful presence. Ah, a quintessential noble heiress. A remarkably exquisite beauty. Her aura is quite unique. She must hail from a prestigious family. Her physique is commendable too. Just look at her legs. One could almost wish to kiss them. While Miya is undeniably charming in comparison, it seems that little Miya falters in many respects. Disregarding the lecherous comments from the crowd, even the usually serious mage and lich could not refrain from speaking. She reminds me of a dear friend from my past. She brings to mind my granddaughter. They both share such beauty. Observing these two shameless individuals, one could not help but scoff at the cliché of their sentiments. What on earth is a lich's granddaughter? A wraith, perhaps? How rather unsettling. Are you praising someone or disparaging them? I was once a normal human before becoming a lich, possessing my own family. What is so strange about having a granddaughter? She simply never knew of my existence, living her life in tranquility, the lich retorted. Did you not transform her corpse into a skeleton soldier or a wraith? Such perverse acts are beyond even a lich's capabilities. Very well. Let us dismiss these absurdities for now. Bai Yi straightened his posture and calmly explained to the remarkable young lady, my soul armor instructor is not far away, conducting a class. Oh, is that so? The beautiful girl, having discerned his intermediate level of strength, no longer found him intriguing. Her inquiry stemmed solely from his conspicuous militia armor, indicating he was likely a common student with a soul armor, typically possessing modest power. Such students would not venture far from the teaching buildings, making their presence by this secluded lakeside puzzling. Upon realizing Bai Yi's intermediate capability, her curiosity subsided, and she understood the rationale behind their maintained distance. Although she remained curious about why a soul armor would be so weak, out of politeness, she refrained from voicing her questions. Instead, she offered a slight nod of apology to Bai Yi, saying, I apologize for disturbing you. Upon finishing her words, she gracefully strode away, her long legs swiftly vanishing from Bai Yi's sight. Once she had departed, Bai Yi finally dispersed the black flame he had been clutching in his palm, secretly sighing to himself that discretion indeed has its merits. You should have inquired about her name. Her talents are quite remarkable and she bears a striking resemblance to a dear friend of mine, the magician lamented. What aspects of her talents are you referring to? Please refrain from seeking various grandiloquent excuses for your peculiar behavior. Moreover, such an antiquated justification is hardly fitting. Your dear friend hails from over 5 millennia ago. I trust that while you are attentive to Miya's progress and strength, you also pay heed to her physical development. It is imperative to nurture Miya into a top-tier beauty. The paladin, no, rather, the noble gentleman, remarked. So what exactly do you all intend to achieve? Do you genuinely believe you are engaged in some sort of mating cultivation game? Chapter 10. Is this what they call professionalism? As the sun began its descent, Bai spotted Miya feeding pigeons with leftover bread from dinner in the small square of the academy. The enchanting scene of the young girl amidst the evening glow and white doves was truly delightful. Although it would have been even more so without the peculiar comments from that group of individuals echoing in his mind. Miya was indeed kind-hearted, however. Using her dinner to feed the pigeons was ultimately unwise, as it could adversely affect her physical development, as noted by the gentleman of refined tastes. This breed of pigeon, though meager in flesh, possesses an exquisite flavor, remarked the gourmet, the barbarian wanderer. Yet, the statue of the cantankerous old man in the center of the square was utterly jarring. Who was that fellow, anyway? How could anyone erect a statue in such a visually disruptive location? Mused the self-proclaimed aesthete, the painter-wanderer. My apologies, that statue is mine, the apprentice sculptor said hastily, creating an awkward moment in the conversation. At that instant, Miya noticed Bai Yi's arrival and her little face lit up with a radiant smile. After bidding farewell to the pigeons, she quickly stood up, adjusted her short skirt, and scampered to Bai Yi's side like an obedient kitten. They engaged in light conversation as they made their way back to Miya's dormitory. Bai Yi did not rush Miya to repeat the summoning ritual from the previous night. Instead, he first listened to her recount the day's lessons, which consisted of foundational theoretical knowledge focusing on the applications of several magical runes. Miya had missed a few classes due to her attendance at an assessment, so she intended to borrow her classmates' notes to study later that evening. Bai Yi glanced at the contents of her notebook, shook his head, and gently closed it, saying, "I can explain these concepts to you." With that, he waved his right hand through the air, and a luminous screen formed, displaying the 3 runes Miya wished to learn, accompanied by the corresponding magic circle. Miya's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Bai Yi could conjure such wonders with magic. Not only could he animate tiny figures to dance, but he could also create a blackboard. "I hope sir does not find this too taxing," she remarked, marveling at his ingenuity. "Fear not," Bai Yi replied confidently. Though his powers were currently restrained to an intermediate level, it did not imply that he possessed only that degree of ability. His magical potential was nearly limitless. Such trivial matters need not concern Miya. He promptly commenced the evening's supplementary lesson. "It seems your current curriculum does not provide a detailed explanation of the magic circles corresponding to the runes, does it? While this simplification streamlines the learning process, it lacks depth. Miya should understand that magical runes serve as a simplification and compilation of magic circles, correct? Although rune magic is quite convenient, it pales in comparison to array magic in terms of precision and versatility. Consequently, many formidable high-level spells are derived from array magic. To achieve any significant accomplishment in the realm of magic, one must master these arrays." As he spoke, Miya diligently took notes. To be honest, the instruction on arrays was somewhat advanced for Miya, who was still merely at an intermediate level. This subject is cumbersome to learn and even more so to teach. Its versatility and convenience do not match those of runes. Thus, even at the rigorously demanding Senso Academy, a student only needs to grasp 5 commonly used arrays to graduate. However, this merely signifies graduation and falls far short of the expectations set by Bai Yi and others. Truly powerful sorcerers primarily employ array magic. Hence, it is essential to impart related knowledge to Miya from this point onward. The process, however, was slow, and before long, Bai Yi noticed that Miya had become somewhat bewildered, with a hint of confusion evident in her eyes. Perhaps I am being a tad too impatient?" Bai Yi mused, observing Miya's dazed state. And he inquired of the Void Walkers. "Little Miya's talent is not particularly high. You must exercise more patience," a sorcerer replied. "Let us conclude for the evening. Have her replicate yesterday's summoning ritual. That is of greater importance." Bai silently nodded, wrapping up the evening's lesson. Then asked Miya to repeat the summoning ritual from the previous night. He offered no explanation, and Miya, being obedient, did not inquire further. After reviewing the array, she awkwardly remarked, "But, sir, there is no extra armor available." "That is of no consequence. Any object will suffice," Bai Yi replied, turning to hand her the plush hammerhead shark that lay on her small bed. "This will do." The Voidwalkers erupted in disbelief. "Hey, isn't this a bit excessive, Your Excellency? The militia armor can be overlooked, as it is at least a complete body, but what in the world is this plush shark? After finally descending, must we be reduced to a mere toy?" This plush toy was something Miya often held close, cuddling it affectionately while sleeping at night. How delightful it would be to descend upon that. "You truly are peculiar. Miya is still just a little girl. If it were merely a chance encounter with that beautiful girl during the day, it could be excused, but little Miya, while undeniably adorable, was still perhaps not the most suitable choice." This group of individuals seemed overly optimistic in their assumptions. Summoning a Voidwalker is no simple feat, Bai Yi contemplated. As expected, despite Miya's repetition of the summoning ritual, no second Voidwalker responded to the call. It appeared that yesterday's success was merely a serendipitous occurrence of exceedingly low probability, likely a fleeting moment when the planar barrier was particularly thin. Such opportunities are rare and should be regarded as miraculous. We cannot rely on such improbable events. We must seek alternative methods. The Voidwalkers in the magical realm unanimously reached this conclusion. The second summoning had failed, leading the research into a meticulous and thorough examination of Miya's body to ascertain if there were any anomalies. In order to ensure the examination of the lovely girl's body proceeded seamlessly, Bai Yi patiently waited until Miya was fast asleep before quietly approaching her bedside. Gazing at the serene expression on the girl's delicate face, still clutching her plush hammerhead shark, he ultimately posed a question to the being known as Nightmarish. "Are you certain there will be no complications?" "Rest assured, Your Excellency. It is not mere self-praise. I am indeed an expert in the realm of dreams. Trust in my professional acumen. This technique of dream weaving, which I have dubbed the Yellow Beam Dream, is a refinement of the nightmare weaving method. I assure you, little Miya will experience an exquisite dream from which she shall not awaken." The Nightmarish being declared with unwavering confidence. "Very well, I place my faith in you," Bai Yi responded, placing his hand upon Miya's head and releasing the secret technique through his mental energy. Miya let out a soft murmur, sinking deeper into slumber. It seemed remarkably effective. Bai Yi felt a sense of relief as he began to meticulously explore Miya's body with his mental energy, examining every vein and muscle, scrutinizing every inch of her skin. To him, it was a mere procedure. However, he could hardly endure the incessant prattle of the entities in the void. Upon further reflection, it dawned on him that it was rather inappropriate for His Excellency to engage in such actions towards a charming girl. Indeed, little Miya showed no signs of physical development. Apart from her adorable face, there were no features that might attract a typical man. Yet, that assertion felt flawed, for surely there was merit in adorableness. Was there not? Could this motley crew of void dwellers not display a modicum of reliability? Was it only the reticent types like Nightmarish who could be deemed dependable among the 33 void walkers? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Miya murmur in her sleep, "No, there. That is not allowed. Please, no." As she spoke, the girl curled her body and tightened her legs. "My apologies. I retract my previous statement. It appears Nightmarish. You are equally unreliable. What sort of dream did you weave for her? Why is she uttering such peculiar phrases? This is not my concern. My dream merely guides her inner desires, manifesting what she wishes to experience in her dreams. Her reaction simply indicates that this little one harbors such thoughts," Nightmarish retorted. "But then again, she is nearing 16. An age suitable for courtship. Is it not natural to yearn for romance? Are you certain this reaction signifies a longing for love? It is clearly content more suited for adult films. And besides, her primary objective is to enhance her strength. Romantic endeavors are absolutely forbidden." Bai suddenly adopted a mindset akin to that of a feudal guardian, asserting to Nightmarish, "I must rectify her dream. Such a trajectory is detrimental to her physical and mental well-being. Very well, please employ this technique that I have named the Dream of Nank, which is certain to guide her dreams back onto the right path. Trust in my professional competence. This time, I shall ensure she experiences a dream beneficial to both her mind and body," the nightmare hastily proclaimed. "Ah, who would have thought that this fellow possesses such a literary flair in his naming style?" Bai Yi mused silently as he placed his hand back on Mia's head, gently wiping away the fine beads of sweat from her forehead while simultaneously correcting her dream. The girl soon fell silent, and Bai Yi resumed his physical examination. However, it was not long before he heard Miya once again murmur in a low, troubled tone, "Why is it like this? Clearly, I was the first. Is this what you call professional competence? Is this what you deem as an endless aftertaste? Is this your version of well-being?" Bai Yi coldly questioned the nightmare walker, who could only bow his head in shame. Chapter 11. Paid Channels and Green Channels in Truth. It was not until Bai Yi completed Mia's comprehensive examination that the little girl stirred from her slumber, exhausted from the day's exertions. She would not have awakened even in the absence of the superfluous dreamscape, as her mental fortitude remained undisturbed by such subtle disturbances. What was the outcome? A chorus of voidwalkers focused on serious matters inquired. There was nothing particularly remarkable, merely, her physique exhibits an exceptional adaptability to the essence of the void, which is indeed her distinctive trait, Bai Yi replied. This revelation brought forth both good and bad news. The good news is that she should be able to grasp our powers quite well, which will significantly aid her future enhancement of abilities. It merely requires some time for her to calmly embrace this force, which is not accepted by the mundane world. After a brief pause, he continued to convey the bad news. The unfortunate aspect lies in the scarcity of individuals possessing talents akin to hers. Our search is unlikely to be straightforward. Identifying a second individual with this rare constitution among the myriad beings across hundreds of various realities is a challenge that cannot simply be dismissed as uncomplicated. Yet, if even the Voidwalkers cannot achieve this, then surely no one else can. The quest for a second suitable candidate is a long-term endeavor. So there is no need for haste at present. Your priority should be to solidify your powers, the mage stated earnestly. In addition to patiently awaiting Mia's growth and strength, we must devise alternative plans. The reasoning was sound, yet the phrasing felt somehow amiss, as if they were in search of a pilot for a colossal robot. Bai Yi mused inwardly before responding. Tomorrow, I shall visit the library to gather some information and see what useful insights I might uncover. I will also peruse the latest academic journals. I wish to ascertain the current theoretical research progress, as the Grand Library of the Shinsei Academy is bound to possess such resources. An adept known as the Scholar chimed in. Thus, the following morning, Bai Yi informed Miya of his itinerary, to which she replied while deftly redoing her ponytail. If you are to visit the library, sir, I must accompany you. I need to request leave. Shall we first consult our lead instructor and inquire about yesterday's evaluation results? In this manner, Miya guided Bai Yi through a series of elegant pathways, passing students hurriedly making their way to class until they arrived at an office within the teaching building, where her lead instructor, akin to a homeroom teacher, awaited. While Miya busily explained the situation to the instructor, Bai Yi inquired within his consciousness to the apprentice walker, Do you know this teacher? Nira, a former student of mine, an exceptionally diligent and focused child. I never anticipated she would return to the academy as an instructor, the apprentice succinctly assessed. Is that all? It seems the seemingly stern teacher did not leave a particularly impressive mark on the apprentice, as evidenced by the scan impression she had left. The brief report concluded swiftly, with Miya summarizing, that is essentially the situation. Thank you, Miya, and congratulations on acquiring a reliable partner in Minner. Teacher Neela's face radiated a gentle smile as she continued. Yesterday, I heard the evaluators mention that a student from our school achieved the best assessment results. I did not anticipate it would be one of my own students. I shall urge the academy to expedite the disbursement of the subsidy. Miya was taken aback by this revelation, her delightful twin ponytails bouncing with her surprise. She gazed at her teacher with astonishment and inquired, "Did we truly attain the highest honor? Is that not unexpected? I hope the master possesses such prowess. Is it not reasonable for such results?" As Neela spoke, she turned to Bai Yi with a polite smile, rising slightly and bowing respectfully, saying, "The Academy of Xians welcomes your presence, esteemed master." Bai Yi remained silent, merely forming an unusual gesture with his left hand upon his right shoulder, responding with a quintessential mage's salute. Your student is indeed well-mannered, he thought to himself, feeling quite satisfied with the exchange. Of course, students emerging from the Academy of Xians are not only impeccable in strength, but also beyond reproach in etiquette, the apprentice proudly asserted, evidently pleased that his former student had garnered Bai Yi's esteem. Their conversation flowed pleasantly, and naturally, Miya's request for leave was granted without hesitation. The two figures, one large and one small, promptly made their way to the grand library of the Academy of Xians. This two-story edifice boasted vast dimensions, rivaling those of modern libraries on Earth, and even during class hours, numerous students clad in uniforms were seen entering and exiting with books in hand. Above the entrance of the library, an inscription in golden magical script proclaimed, "Only knowledge is the true treasure," purportedly penned by the first director of the academy. Over the subsequent centuries, the library underwent continuous renovations and expansions, ultimately becoming the largest library in the Ista dimension. That seems quite sensible. However, I wonder what became of that director? Did he, like me, become a soul armor and continue to exist? Bai suddenly queried. He was not so fortunate. The Lich interjected. In his twilight years, for reasons unknown, he refused to retire gracefully and instead participated in the campaign against me. Ultimately, he perished under the curse of my soul, his essence reduced to nothingness, a rather comical yet tragic conclusion. Upon hearing the Lich boast of his achievements, the apprentice indignantly retorted, "Yet he successfully imprisoned you in the void prison, demigod Lich Desfar. You are not the victor." "Ha, young one, are you feeling aggrieved? Contemplating vengeance for your forebears once you escape? You are always welcome. In my perspective, you and Miya are not significantly different, as the two seemed poised to engage in yet another verbal skirmish. Teetering on the brink of yet another clash between notions of justice and malevolence, Bai Yi felt an acute sense of embarrassment, regretting his previous inquiry. In a bid to divert the conversation, he hastily interjected, "All right, let us not dwell on this now. Look, isn't that the stunning beauty we encountered yesterday? The remarkably exquisite young lady they had chanced upon the day prior was, to Bai Yi's astonishment, present in the library, striding gracefully a few dozen meters ahead. He observed her golden locks cascading down to her waist, swaying gently with her movements, while her long legs, clad in white stockings, maintained a steady rhythm that accentuated her elegant and poised demeanor, naturally captivating the attention of passers-by. Even Miya gazed at this enchanting figure, her lips parting slightly as if to utter something, yet ultimately, she bowed her head in silence until the vision vanished from sight. However, this did not quell the ongoing debate among the Voidwalkers. Perhaps the initial awe of their first encounter had swiftly waned. Or perhaps Bai Yi intended to avoid any interaction with them. Regardless, the exchange between the Lich and the apprentice escalated, devolving into a cacophony of coarse insults directed at each other as kin. With no other recourse, Bai Yi enveloped their consciousness with his own power, rendering them unable to voice their thoughts, akin to being silenced, which eventually brought a momentary calm to the group. This clearly illustrated the significance of earthly culture to this peculiar assembly. Without such a buffer, their disputes could have spiraled into utter chaos. When Bai Yi turned back, he found that Miya had managed to regain her composure, concealing any signs of distress as she followed him into the library, sweetly inquiring, "What sort of books does Mr. Bai wish to peruse? I shall fetch them for you." "The academic journals published by the Multiverse Mage Association," Bai Yi replied, "that is my primary interest. Additionally, geographical biographies would suffice, not limited to the Ista plane but encompassing other significant planes such as Mal and Gufwa as well. Let us split up the search." With that, he turned and immersed himself in the ocean of books. Miya felt a twinge of awkwardness. She had not anticipated Bai Yi's interest in such topics, as these were titles she had scarcely heard of before. In contrast to these scholarly volumes, her current reading revolved more around matters of magic. Consequently, she found herself anxiously scouring the library for the requested texts, utterly at a loss. When Bai Yi returned after a lengthy search, his arms laden with a multitude of thick tomes, her hands remained conspicuously empty. Bai Yi, unfazed, calmly inquired, "Did you fail to locate the academic journals? I noticed they were absent during my search." A sigh of relief washed over Miya at not being reprimanded. She quickly raised her gaze and replied, "I inquired with the librarian, and they informed me that those journals are located on the second floor." "Oh, then let us proceed to the second floor." Bai Yi cradled a substantial collection of books, poised to ascend to the second floor, but was abruptly halted by Miya from behind. "Mr. Hope, access to the second floor is not something one can take lightly," Miya remarked somewhat awkwardly. It appeared that in recent years, the Shinsa Academy had instituted significant changes in library management, consolidating a wealth of crucial magical knowledge alongside esoteric information rarely utilized by ordinary students on the upper level. To consult these texts, one must pay a hefty fee of 1 gold coin per visit. Furthermore, the books are not available for lending. They may only be copied, necessitating additional payments for extended viewing. This exorbitant price is quite burdensome, considering that Miya's monthly expenses barely amount to this sum, and as the end of the month approaches, the meager contents of her little cat-shaped coin purse hardly suffice. Nevertheless, gaining access to the second floor is not solely contingent upon monetary payment. Alternative avenues do exist. Chapter 12. This is youth on the first floor of the library. 2 staircases lead to the second floor. At the entrance of the northern staircase sits a robust man, broad-shouldered and imposing, tasked with collecting fees. His bulging eyes glare menacingly, and his formidable physique nearly obstructs the entire staircase, leaving no apparent opportunity for anyone to sneak by. In contrast, the southern staircase appears rather desolate, with a seemingly ordinary wooden door at its entrance. A throng of students congregates nearby, yet none dare to push the door open and ascend. They merely engage in hushed discussions, the presence of a sound barrier rendering their words inaudible, creating a rather bizarre scene. As Bai Yi approached, he gently probed with his mental force and soon discerned the reason behind the peculiar atmosphere. With keen interest, he remarked, "Oh, a barrier has been set upon the door. It seems one must unravel the barrier before being able to ascend." Indeed, Miya nodded beside Bai Yi. If one cannot afford the exorbitant borrowing fees, they must find a way to dispel the barrier to access the second floor. How intriguing, Bai Yi mused, finding this innovative ruse quite commendable. The library had cleverly placed commonly used books on the first floor for easy borrowing, while relocating less essential ones to the second floor to prevent potential losses. Moreover, they had not entirely closed off the path for exceptionally gifted students seeking further knowledge, leaving an additional paid passageway to satisfy the curiosity of certain students, while simultaneously providing the library with supplementary funds, a truly ingenious strategy. However, from the expressions of the surrounding students, it seemed they were entirely oblivious to the true intentions of the academy. The inability to dispel the barrier merely indicated that the books above were unsuitable for them. They should leave without wasting time. Young people must learn to let go. After all, it appeared that this exquisite design had been misconstrued by the youngsters as some form of game. The mage mused within, recognizing that this was not a stage for self-exhibition. No sooner had he thought this than Bai Yi and Miya stepped into the sound barrier. Witnessing a freckled boy emerge from the crowd, he took a few tentative steps toward the door, his facade of confidence failing to mask his inner anxiety. Beads of sweat formed on his brow as he clutched a textbook on barrier studies tightly to his chest, addressing the onlookers with a bold declaration, "Everyone, I shall attempt it." Then, like a snail, he inched closer to the door, cautiously dividing his mental and magical energies to influence the nodes of the barrier. Just as he believed he was on the verge of success, he turned back to the spectators, flashing a confident smile and proclaiming, "It seems fortune favors me today." However, the moment his hand grasped the doorknob, an invisible force violently hurled him away, sending him tumbling across the floor. "Ouch! Ouch! That hurts terribly. Be careful, everyone." The unfortunate student cried out, his wails echoing like a pig being slaughtered. Yet, the fact that he still had the strength to warn others indicated that he had suffered no serious injury, merely appearing somewhat disheveled. Despite the existence of such a quintessential failure, the resolve of the other students remained unshaken. Rather, it emboldened their spirits. One by one, they surged forward, shouting an array of outrageous slogans before taking the plunge. "Today, I shall embody this persona," only to be struck by lightning, transforming their hair into a wild explosion. "This time, I shall defy the heavens," they cried, only to be frozen into a statue of ice, subsequently moved outside to bask in the sun by fellow students. For the beautiful Miss Tisgal, I shall give it my all, they declared, only to be singed into charcoal by an unexpected blast. In stark contrast to the serene library enveloped in a silence barrier, this area was a cacophony of chaos. Bai Yi, watching in bemusement, turned to the recently unmuted apprentice and inquired, "Are your academy's students always this vibrant? This is youth. It is truly splendid, is it not?" The apprentice replied with pride. However, not everyone shared his patience. A Voidwalker codenamed Assassin expressed his irritation, saying, "This is far too troublesome. Let us find a way to infiltrate instead." Infiltrate? Have these students committed any wrongdoing? Why treat them this way? They have merely cast a few glances at Miya. It is only natural for a normal young man to notice someone as charming as her, is it not? A walker quickly interjected in reassurance. Attempting to infiltrate in such an environment would indeed be cumbersome. This is not a question of your capabilities, but rather the sheer number of individuals present makes it difficult to execute cleanly, another walker, codenamed Assassin, analyzed from a technical perspective. At this stage, we ought to proceed discreetly. Unless absolutely necessary, let us refrain from taking lives, especially with so many innocent students around. The mage finally added his voice to the conversation. The Voidwalker, codenamed Assassin, suddenly felt awkward and hastily defended himself. "While I am unclear about your discussions, it seems you have misunderstood my intent. I merely suggested a stealthy infiltration, not that you should question my professional integrity. No, we harbor no doubts about your expertise, dear Assassin. We are all aware of your extensive experience and skills in stealth, honed through rigorous training and relentless practice. Your commitment to applying these skills in real-world scenarios is commendable." However, Bai Yi mused silently. The Assassin, a formidable presence indeed, possessed a notoriously short temper and limited patience, often resulting in such scenarios during infiltration missions. "Oh no, discovered by a lookout. What a nuisance. Let's eliminate everyone. Oh no, spotted by a patrol. What a bother. Let's eliminate everyone. Oh no, found by the guards. What a hassle. Let's eliminate everyone. Oh no, caught by the bodyguards. What a predicament. Let's eliminate everyone. Well, mission accomplished. No one knows I infiltrated. Truly a flawless operation." Indeed, no one was aware of his infiltration, for those who knew were all silenced by his hand. It is truly perplexing to contemplate the nature of the training he must have undergone. Surely it was not the sort imparted to savages? Many believe that the only distinction between him and a berserker lies merely in their nomenclature. Thus, when he proposed the notion of infiltration, he was met with unanimous disapproval. Bai Yi set aside the book he held and patiently awaited alongside Miya. Before long, a librarian approached Bai Yi, politely requesting the special borrowing card designated for soul armor. Such a thing was an impossibility, was it not? The librarian informed him that he would need to return on the weekend when the second floor would be accessible to those with soul armor. As it was typically reserved for students, was it not an effort to limit the interaction of proficient students with other soul armors? Bai Yi mused. Having no intention of disrupting the established order, he pointed to Miya and inquired, "What about her? May she ascend to transcribe the desired content for me?" Before the librarian could respond, Miya, somewhat disheartened, interjected, "Me? I can't. So many upperclassmen have failed before." The librarian glanced at the insignia on Miya's collar indicating her as a second-year student, and with a resigned smile, remarked, "If she is able to ascend, that would be acceptable, but would it not be a bit too much to expect? There is a risk of injury if she is expelled by the barrier." "No problem. I have faith in her," Bai Yi asserted, quickly guiding Miya to a secluded corner, where he whispered, "Miya, do you find that barrier daunting?" Miya shyly nodded, lowering her gaze and nervously fidgeting with her skirt, perhaps feeling she had disappointed Bai Yi. This adorable, kitten-like display of remorse could hardly invite his ire. Instead, he continued patiently, "Trust me, Miya, that barrier is quite fundamental and simple. You are entirely capable of overcoming it." "Really? Can I?" Miya questioned, her uncertainty evident in her expression, which bore a hint of distress. "You must have faith in my judgment, Miya." Bai Yi replied earnestly, then squatted down, gathering a faint blue, formless magical energy at his fingertips, gently sketching the array of the barrier upon the ground. "You merely need to follow my instructions, and it will be a breeze to dismantle." Miya, clutching her long pigtails, crouched beside him, initially intending to listen intently to his explanation. However, Bai Yi concluded with just a few succinct sentences. "Is that all it takes?" she asked, incredulous, unable to believe that this barrier, which had thwarted so many students, could be so easily dismantled with merely a couple of steps she could manage with her current abilities. "The principle of this barrier is not complex, rather, it is the unfamiliarity with the array that renders it troublesome for you. Bai Yi waved his hand to disperse the patterns on the ground and stood up. You will know once you try it. I shall await your return. Do remember to transcribe a copy of the latest academic journal for me. Understood. I shall give it a try then. I hope for the best, Miya nodded, though a lingering worry shadowed her face. After all, the sight of being banished by the barrier was rather unseemly. It was one thing for the boys, but a girl like Miya was reluctant to embarrass herself in front of others. Yet, recalling Bai Yi's confident words, she steeled herself, standing behind the other students. Not out of disbelief in Bai Yi, but rather self-doubt. Is the little girl lacking in confidence? The mage inquired. No worries, we shall nurture it slowly from now on. Bai Yi replied with calm assurance. Chapter 13. Where are your focuses? In Bai Yi's perspective, although the barrier appeared rather simple and rudimentary, he could not help but acknowledge its remarkably intricate design. The barrier, inscribed clearly on the back of the wooden door, could be easily perceived with a mere thought projection, revealing an exceptionally organized and lucid layout. Each magical line drawn served a specific purpose, devoid of any misleading configurations, and the overall complexity remained well within the student's grasp. It was, in essence, a textbook example of a protective barrier. It was evident that the designer of the barrier did not intend to create undue challenges for the students. Instead, they sought to select them to a certain extent while also attempting to spark their interest in learning about magical formations, compared to the convenient and efficient runic magic. The classical, precise, and detailed formation magic was not the students' primary focus. Thus, employing this method to ignite their enthusiasm for self-directed learning was indeed a scientifically sound pedagogical approach. Truly, this esteemed institution, steeped in history, excelled in its teaching methodologies. Bai Yi could not help but sigh in admiration. He then glanced at Miya, who was at the tail end of the queue. The little girl appeared somewhat anxious, nervously twirling the tips of her pigtails around her fingers in an effort to alleviate her tension. In such a brief time frame, Bai Yi could hardly explain the entire operational principle of the barrier to Miya. He merely instructed her on the specific techniques to dismantle it, intending to delve into further details during their evening study session. After all, he had already noted the overall layout of the barrier and planned to use it as a template to enrich Miya's knowledge of magical formations. For now, all he needed to do was wait. Bai Yi comfortably opened a geography tome before him, flipping through the pages swiftly. However, before long, some unusual sounds emanating from the barrier captured his attention. Turning his gaze, he realized it was Miya's turn after several individuals had either failed or opted out. Miya tossed her pigtails back over her shoulders, took a few calming breaths, adjusted the hem of her short skirt, and clenched her small hands into adorable little fists, seemingly rallying herself for the challenge. Just as she was about to take her first step, a few questioning voices emerged nearby. Hey, isn't it a bit too much for a second-year student? It could be quite dangerous, especially for a girl. It might be quite embarrassing. Yes. It would be better not to push yourself too hard. We certainly don't want to see such a lovely junior being bullied by the barrier. Well, while you make valid points, I hold a slightly different view. You see, summer uniforms for girls are quite short and thin, and white to boot. If she accidentally triggers a water-based attack penalty, imagine the delightful sight of a damp, translucent uniform clinging to her form. Wouldn't that be something to anticipate? That does hold some merit. However, while this junior is indeed quite beautiful, considering her petite frame, triggering a nature-based attack might be more fitting. Just envision a cute, charming girl ensnared by various vines, constraining her limbs. The thought alone is exhilarating. These words, of course, drifted into Miya's ears, causing her petite face to flush a deep crimson. She hastily tugged at the already excessively short hem of her skirt, casting a somewhat distressed glance at the surrounding students, expressing her sense of grievance. The courage she had painstakingly mustered seemed on the verge of dissipating. While it was unfortunate that these hormone-driven young students entertained such unhealthy thoughts, it was even more disconcerting that several voidwalkers echoed in their consciousness, contemplating the notion. Upon reflection, it does seem rather intriguing. I too find myself filled with anticipation. Miya's pitiful appearance after being tormented by the barrier must indeed be quite captivating, right? The thought of torn stockings and such. The more they spoke, the more excited they became. Oh, how I longed to savor the body of the beautiful girl, drenched in liquid. Without hesitation, Bai Yi silenced these three deviants, then casually seized a piece of paper from the table, crumpled it into a ball, infused it with a touch of magical energy, and launched it in a precise parabolic arc, striking the wooden door and triggering the barrier's counterattack. However, the target of the assault was not the recently tormented Miya, but rather the two students behind her. Oh dear, why is the barrier attacking us? Previously, two ruffians were ensnared by suddenly appearing vines, spinning in midair several times before being violently hurled away, producing two loud thuds. I nearly thought you were going to kill them, Bai Yi remarked, relieved. Your academy should strengthen its education regarding the mental well-being of students, Bai Yi replied coldly. Initially startled by this sudden turn of events, Miya instinctively turned to glance in Bai Yi's direction, only to find him seated with an air of calmness, giving her a thumbs up with his leather-gloved hand in encouragement to continue. Phew, since Mr. Hope is so eager, Miya thought, retracting her gaze. She patted her cheeks and, disregarding the admonitions of others, resolutely stepped forward to the wooden door, gently closing her eyes to sense the barrier beyond with her mental energy. It is exactly as Mr. Hope described. Then, let me first stimulate this node with my mental energy. Recalling Bai Yi's previous explanations, she executed the predetermined steps. First, using her mental energy to activate the magical node responsible for detection, where a faint glow illuminated the area. As she began to charge the attack, she immediately directed a weak surge of magical energy to another magical line, precisely interrupting the charging process. Simultaneously, she utilized her spare mental energy to disrupt a node responsible for gathering water elements. These three simple steps were swiftly completed, even at Miya's level. The barrier's attack faltered due to the disturbances in the charging and elemental gathering processes. Just before it was set to resume, Miya had ample time to calmly rotate her hand and, to the astonishment of all, pushed open the wooden door that appeared to sigh under their gaze. The door swung open, and the barrier ceased its operation. Miya stood there, astonished, gazing at her small hands with an expression of disbelief. Did I truly accomplish this? Such a complex barrier, she murmured softly. How could I have succeeded? The barrier personally set by the director has been undone so easily? Is this junior truly so remarkable? Why had I never heard of such a brilliant second-year student before? Could there have been an issue with the barrier? The most baffling aspect was how swiftly it had all transpired. I had witnessed others dispel barriers before, but it took them an extensive amount of time. Furthermore, I had inquired with them afterward, and they mentioned that the process was exceedingly intricate, with no room for error. Why did it seem so effortless for this junior? As if she simply walked to the door and opened it without a hitch. The barrier set by the director should not have faltered. This junior truly is impressive, and upon closer inspection, she is quite adorable, is she not? I had never noticed this talented beauty before. Listening to the envious and astonished reactions around her, Miya appeared somewhat dazed, seemingly savoring the sensation of her recent triumph. This was her second experience of tasting success in front of an audience, and unlike her previous assessment, she was the sole protagonist this time, relishing the attention that came with being in the spotlight. Although Miya did not outwardly exhibit much joy due to her character, she nonetheless felt a subtle pleasure in this newfound sensation. Turning back, she spotted Bai Yi nodding at her with satisfaction. She quickly responded with a radiant smile and nodded back, then gracefully moved her legs, clad in white stockings, and jogged upstairs. Once her petite figure vanished from sight, no one dared to attempt the barrier again. The crowd's interest swiftly shifted from the barrier to Miya, transforming their previous loud discussions into hushed whispers. Most speculating on how Miya had so effortlessly dispelled the barrier, while a few commented on her appearance and physique. Seeking validation is an innate trait in every woman, and I believe she will come to cherish this feeling, which may serve as one of her motivations in her pursuit of strength. Bai Yi addressed the ethereal wanderers, stating that this was merely the first step. Miya's disposition was still too gentle. We have much more to accomplish. I intend to cultivate her into a kind-hearted yet simultaneously strong and powerful individual. Oh, she embodies the ideal template for a beautiful girl. I hope your aspirations are lofty. The Lich chimed in. I, too, have an affinity for such girls, sincerely. You simply enjoy transforming them into skeletal mages or liches, Bai Yi thought to himself. While such beautiful girls are undeniably charming, the kitten like Miya is equally endearing. It truly is a difficult choice. What is this feeling akin to a father watching his daughter grow? My heart has begun to fill with a sense of melancholy. A void walker known by the codename Lord remarked, Why are you in such despair when we haven't even begun? Are you already envisioning the day when Miya will wed? Fear not, for if that lad wishes to pursue Miya, he must first contend with me. Bai Yi retorted, Does that mean little Miya will never be able to marry? That seems rather excessive, does it not, esteemed sir? A voice quickly challenged Bai Yi's declaration. Just as Bai Yi was preparing to counter this objection, the paladin walker interjected. Let us set aside future concerns for the moment and focus on the pressing issue at hand, which is the development of little Miya's physique. However, before his gentlemanly remarks could fully escape his lips, Bai Yi mercilessly silenced him. Chapter 14. This is simply wonderful. Miya hurriedly ascended to the second floor. And just as she was about to enter the reading room, a sudden recollection struck her. Embarrassed, she playfully stuck out her adorable pink tongue, attempting to suppress the flutter of excitement within her. She treaded carefully, making an effort to remain as silent as possible, for this was the library's second floor, a realm far removed from the previous raucous atmosphere. Yet, even so, the moment her petite feet clad in black leather shoes crossed the threshold of the reading room, an array of gazes fell upon her. The second floor was not as desolate as many might imagine. Rather, it was bustling with numerous students, clad in the uniforms of upperclassmen, many adorned with golden collar pins. Their youthful faces bore a maturity and composure that contrasted with Mia's own second-year uniform, which sparked curiosity rather than astonishment. No one uttered a sound. Undoubtedly, these students were the C-Army de la C-Army of the Academy, distinguished as prodigies and high achievers. Miya, who possessed only average talent, had never envisioned herself sharing a space with such elites. The palpable confidence and pride exuding from them rekindled a tinge of anxiety in her previously calm demeanor, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward as she stood indecisively at the doorway. At that moment, a figure rose from a nearby chair, placing down the book in hand, and swiftly approached Miya. Upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She opened her mouth to speak, but the other person placed a finger gently against her lips, signaling for silence. Then, taking Mia's small hand, they ventured onto the spacious balcony outside the reading room, which was adorned with a soundproof barrier, especially designated for discussions. Once on the balcony, Mia's face blossomed into a radiant smile of exhilaration. Just as she prepared to utter a word, the other individual preemptively embraced her, exclaiming joyfully, "Little Miya, it's so lovely to see you again." To her astonishment, this was the same enchanting young lady whom Bai Yi had encountered by the lakeside. At that moment, bending slightly due to their height difference, her long golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and the hem of her short skirt fluttered, teasingly obscuring the tantalizing allure between the skirt and her white stockings. Although the skirt concealed much, the posture hinted at glimpses of the enigmatic beauty within. It was evident that she was quite at ease in Mia's presence, as if they were old friends, with a warm smile gracing her face. She playfully pinched Mia's soft cheek and asked in a teasing tone, "Why did you take so long to find me? I thought you had forgotten about me." Mia's excitement was evident, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears of joy. She sniffled and suddenly wrapped her arms around the elegant girl's neck, pressing her cheek against hers. Sobbing joyfully, "Sister Gyre, I'm so happy to see you again. Woo-woo, this is just wonderful." The enchanting maiden named Tisgail felt somewhat taken aback by Mia's fervent enthusiasm. After a momentary pause, she quickly regained her composure, gently nuzzling her delicate face against Mia's soft features, tenderly caressing her back while whispering in her ear, Yes, I am equally delighted to see you, Miya." The two adorable and beautiful girls embraced each other, reminiscent of that fateful night 3 years prior. Regrettably, this picturesque scene went unnoticed by any other observers. It took some time for Miya to regain her composure, and only then did she reluctantly release Tisgail, rubbing her slightly reddened eyes with her hand. Lowering her head in embarrassment as she murmured, "Sister Tisgail, I was too overwhelmed earlier." Tisgail gently stroked her head and led her to a chair beside the table. She retrieved a silk handkerchief, wiping away the remnants of tears from Mia's face and tidying her somewhat disheveled attire, restoring Miya from a pitiful little kitten back to her previous adorable self. This scene was reminiscent of 2 years ago. After ensuring Miya was presentable, Tisgail gently held Mia's soft hand and inquired kindly, "Miya, since you've been at the academy for some time, why did you wait until now to seek me out?" "Sister Tisgail, Miya appeared momentarily flustered, stammering for quite a while before articulating her thoughts. She had actually spotted Tisgail within the academy earlier, but the Tisgail she saw then was no longer the same sister she once knew. As a strikingly beautiful young lady with exceptional talent, Tisgail naturally adorned a golden rose brooch, becoming the focal point for many students. Meanwhile, Miya remained her diminutive self, overshadowed by Tisgail, akin to an inconspicuous ugly duckling, failing to capture Tisgail's attention at all. This stark disparity rendered it exceedingly challenging for Miya to approach her. They seemed like inhabitants of two separate worlds, and the promise they once made felt as if it could never be fulfilled, despite Mia's relentless efforts to catch up. The gaps in talent and resources widened the chasm between them, to the point where Miya sometimes contemplated surrendering and merely observing Tisgail from the shadows like everyone else. Fortunately, Bai Yi's timely arrival granted Miya this precious opportunity, revealing that Tisgail remained the same as 3 years ago, still smiling gently, still offering her warm embrace, still lovingly adjusting her garments. "It seems I inadvertently placed a great deal of pressure upon you. I apologize, Miya. I should have noticed you sooner," Tisgail said, a hint of regret in her voice as she continued to smooth Mia's twin ponytails. "Oh, Sister Tisgail, there is no need for apologies. It is I who am lacking," Miya responded with a soft, contented hum. At that moment, her small head rested upon the graceful thighs of Tisgar, clad in white stockings. Those firm and shapely legs were indeed the object of many young men's admiration, a treatment they could only dream of. How remarkable! The fact that Miya was able to unravel the staircase's barrier to reach the second floor indicates your exceptional abilities. I certainly was not as astute in my second year. I never imagined little Miya possessed such talent, Tiskar remarked earnestly. Faced with such praise, Miya felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, swiftly shaking her head to reveal the truth. Oh, is that so? You managed to break the barrier with the help of that gentleman of hope. Tiskar murmured softly after hearing Miya's account, somewhat taken aback by this clever approach. This gentleman of hope is truly impressive. Clever. Miya straightened, astonished by the term. Indeed. Had it been the conventional method to dismantle that barrier, it would have been quite troublesome. I spent considerable time in remedial lessons on array studies to succeed. Not only me, but many on the second floor have struggled with that vexing barrier. I never anticipated such a straightforward method. I dare say even the Academy's instructors may not conceive of such a solution. It seems this gentleman of hope possesses profound expertise in array studies. Tiskar continued, however. He did not disclose the full truth to you, perhaps out of concern for your confidence. Truly a wise and considerate individual. Is that so? Miya murmured, reminiscing about Bai Yi's performance at the appraisal meeting. At that time, she merely found it captivating, lacking the insight to appreciate its full brilliance as others did. Today, she once again recognized Bai Yi's formidable prowess. What kind of mighty being was this gentleman of hope, who could command such depth and intricacy in array studies? It appears, Miya, that you are indeed fortunate to have summoned such a soul armor. Even if his current strength is somewhat diminished, the knowledge he possesses is an invaluable treasure, Tiskar continued. Indeed, Miya nodded vigorously. Moreover, the gentleman of hope is very kind and amiable. He truly is an excellent teacher. With him by my side, our initial promises should be realized swiftly. Hasn't that promise already come to fruition? Tiskar smiled, playfully pinching Miya's cheek. You are becoming increasingly adorable. Have no young men shown any interest in you? How could they? They all prefer someone as beautiful as you, Tiskar. The two lovely girls engaged in light-hearted conversation, sharing thoughts typical of young women, until Miya suddenly remembered her task of transcribing academic journals for Bai Yi. By the time she completed the transcription of the latest issue, it was nearly lunchtime, and the other students on the second floor began preparing to leave. However, Tiskar had no intention of departing just yet. She had brought her lunch with her, merely a few ordinary soft rolls. You go ahead, Miya. I still have work to do here this afternoon. Such dedication is, in fact, the cornerstone of her excellence. Well, I must return to class this afternoon, Miya replied, though she yearned for a more extended conversation with Tiskar. However, inspired by the diligence of those around her, she realized that her time was not as abundant as she had hoped. All right, if the opportunity arises, could you introduce me to Mr. Hope? I surmise he must have been an immortal-level powerhouse in his lifetime. I have yet to encounter someone of such caliber, Tiskar concluded. Immortal level? Such a rank. Miya pondered this notion as she made her way back to Bai Yi's side, her heart swelling with quiet delight. Unbeknownst to the two young women, Bai Yi's true prowess had already surpassed their wildest imaginations. Chapter 15. The Natural Advantage of Women. When Miya returned to Bai Yi's side, he had already read half of the borrowed books and even engaged in several discussions with the Void Walkers regarding some of the content. He had returned all the books, which were ancient and largely contained knowledge he had already mastered, offering little of novelty to satisfy his thirst for information. He could only hold out hope that the latest journal might bring some surprises. I apologize for my tardiness, Mr. Hope, Miya said, handing over the copied journal with a hint of urgency, as the environment was not conducive to conversation. She refrained from mentioning their earlier reunion on the second floor. You did well, Miya. I trust you haven't gone hungry? Go eat something first, Bai Yi replied, accepting the journal without any reprimand. After thousands of years of imprisonment, his patience was remarkably profound. On the way back, Miya appeared exceedingly joyful, as if a burden had been lifted from her heart. She no longer merely held Bai Yi's hand. Instead, she intimately embraced his leather-clad arm, drawing close to him. What has gotten into this little one? Why has she suddenly become so clingy? Bai Yi pondered, somewhat perplexed. Miya seemed to sense his thoughts, and suddenly looked up, revealing a sweet smile that made her appear exceptionally charming. Ah, little Miya seems to have learned to showcase her feminine allure. What a tremendous advancement! She will undoubtedly blossom into a remarkable beauty, exclaimed one of the Void Walkers. Enough of that. I need her to grow stronger, not more beautiful. And certainly not to learn how to be cute, Bai Yi retorted with mild irritation. You cannot be serious, Mr. Hope. Embracing cuteness and pursuing beauty is every girl's innate right and privilege. I will not allow you to stifle such a wonderful thing. It is akin to extinguishing a vibrant life, the Void Walker proclaimed with righteous indignation. Look at this fellow's code name, missionary? TSK, TSK. No wonder he hails from the church. He and that saint gentleman are cut from the same cloth. Being intimate isn't a bad thing. It will only make her more inclined to heed your words. The mage chimed in. Consider the Fourth Holy Grail War. Many tragedies stem from a lack of intimacy. You can support his viewpoint. But can we not find a more fitting and persuasive example? Just how fond are you of those outdated works? Do you lament the absence of a moon in this world? Yet the mage, seemingly insatiable, continued. I always wished for a docile and adorable student. Alas, I was so engrossed in research that when I found myself imprisoned in the void, I was left with only you as my pupil. What a pity. Huh? Mr. Mage, you, once the illustrious archmage of the Magi, harbored such childish thoughts? But what of your latter words? Is my presence as your student truly a source of embarrassment? Am I not sufficiently docile and charming? Bai found himself at a loss regarding these individuals. As the sole rational being amidst a group tainted by various vices, he truly felt the weight of his predicament, unable to change his circumstances. He sought solace in the theory that a beautiful sorceress possesses a distinct advantage in combat. In this world, the enchanting sorceresses do not resemble the caricatures often depicted in certain artistic works, although they may be equally alluring and dress provocatively. Their exquisite forms are not mere instruments for the gratification of men, beasts, goblins, or tentacled creatures. Rather, they embody tangible combat prowess. This phenomenon can be attributed to the fact that contemporary magic predominantly employs rune-based systems. When a standard rune spell is cast, a circle of runes materializes around the caster's chest during the incantation. The caster then channels various elemental magical energies into the runes, which illuminate in corresponding colors, culminating in the controlled release of magic. Since runes serve as a simplification and compilation of magical arrays, their shapes and effects remain relatively fixed. Consequently, an opponent with even a modicum of knowledge about runes can easily discern the impending spell based on the visible runes. At the very least, they can infer the elemental type of the magic from the colors, allowing them to formulate countermeasures, which undoubtedly diminishes the spell's effectiveness. To mitigate this vulnerability, sorcerers have devised numerous strategies, such as accelerating the casting speed to prevent others from comprehending the runes. For those whose incantations are slower, they might reduce the size of the runes and reposition them to less visible areas like the wrist, head, or even behind them. When their magical reserves are ample, they can also generate unnecessary magical effects, such as flames or ice, to obscure the runes and mislead their adversaries. However, these tactics are only viable when the sorcerer is in a position of comfort. If a spell demands significant magical energy and mental fortitude, these ruses become untenable. In such scenarios, one must resort to alternative strategies, such as increasing distance, positioning a towering warrior as a shield, or diverting attention through other means. Young and beautiful women possess an innate advantage in capturing attention, one that men cannot rival. For instance, a voluptuous sorceress, dressed in a more revealing manner, particularly with scant and sheer fabric around her chest, will naturally draw the gaze of any male sorcerer, provided he is a normal man. Similarly, a less physically developed sorceress might don alluring stockings or expose her slender waist to achieve the same effect. Thus, while many aspects of this world may lag behind Earth, it excels in the realm of women's fashion design. This is a significant reason why even a conservative institution like the Celestial Academy has crafted a uniform that highlights the unique allure of young women, garnering admiration from many men. However, such matters are ultimately not the right path. The solution to this problem is, in fact, quite simple. Merely replacing the overt rune magic with array magic would suffice, although the magical arrays will also manifest in the air. Their intricate configurations are not easily comprehensible within a short span of time, proving far more effective than those dubious tactics. Therefore, Bai Yi would undoubtedly refrain from allowing Miya to don those excessively revealing garments in the future. Even the current academy uniform strikes him as inappropriate. The skirt is excessively short, the waist is constricted too tightly, and the white stockings, which accentuate the feminine leg curves, are simply a perversion of propriety. Once Miya masters array magic, he is resolute in wrapping her in the most ordinary, albeit unappealing, mage robe. Such sentiments naturally met with vehement opposition and resistance from the Voidwalkers. Is this truly her soul armor? It appears more akin to the conservative views of her father. What harm is there in a girl dressing beautifully? You are stifling human nature, distorting aesthetic sensibilities, and regressing history. Just because you're indifferent to appearance does not justify making little Miya unattractive. After all, she is an adorable young lady. This is simply excessive. This marked Bai Yi's first encounter with such unanimous dissent, allowing Miya to escape a predicament under his conservative mindset. In any case, while the Voidwalkers began to design future outfits for Miya, Bai Yi and she had temporarily parted ways. He returned to the girls' dormitory with the academic journal, intent on studying it alone. Upon completion, he could not hide his disappointment, shaking his head and murmuring, "Is this truly the extent of even the latest research? It seems we must rely on ourselves." The Voidwalker's attempts to reconstruct previous summoning endeavors using existing knowledge ended in failure, clearly. Only the Miya cultivation plan was the correct approach. However, this transcribed journal was penned in two distinct handwritings. Did someone assist Miya? Observing the elegant and aesthetically pleasing script in another section of the academic journal, Bai Yi intended to inquire about it upon Miya's return. When Miya eventually returned from class that evening, rather than eagerly listening to Bai Yi's tutoring, she instead fetched a basin of clean water from outside and began to wash her plush hammerhead shark toy. It seemed something noteworthy had transpired on the second floor of the library. Bai Yi pondered silently, halting his writing and setting aside the detailed notes regarding the library's barrier that he had been composing since the afternoon. After cleaning the plush toy, Miya initially planned to air it outside, but the toy remained soaked, dripping water like a fish just pulled from the water. And it was unclear how long it would take to dry. Bai Yi called out to Miya, took the plush toy from her, and swiftly used his magic to extract all moisture from it, forming a sphere of water beside him. He then released just the right amount of warmth to dry and smooth the toy's fur, restoring it to its former soft and cuddly state before returning it to Miya. Little Miya was instantly filled with joy, eagerly embracing the soft, white plush toy in her arms. She affectionately nuzzled her small face against its fluffy belly and laughed sweetly at Bai Yi, exclaiming, "It's just like new again. Sir, you are truly remarkable." What could he do? After all, that group of Voidwalkers spoiled her so much. They actually required him to employ such precise elemental control for this task. His skills were more than sufficient to unleash a high-level spell. Yet, upon witnessing the genuine smile radiating from Miya's face, his heart softened. She was just a little girl. After all, indulging her was only fitting. After all, he was named Hope, and such a concept invariably brings forth smiles. Chapter 16. A wonderful adventure story. It is essential to note the structure here. This entire area is often mistakenly identified by many students as another energy structure, leading them to falter when dealing with the barrier, ultimately resulting in failure. In reality, the re-energizing of this structure is not triggered by activating the barrier, but rather occurs after the barrier is unraveled, allowing the entire formation to reset. Bai Yi, while channeling his magical energy to conjure various images and runes in the air, meticulously explained the operational principles of the barrier to Miya, referring to the detailed diagrams he had transcribed from the wooden door of the library. Initially, Miya managed to keep up, but as the explanation deepened, her eyes began to glaze over, clearly indicating that she had entered a state of bewilderment. This little one, her foundation is still rather insufficient. Bai Yi silently remarked to the Voidwalkers, "In my time, an individual of mediocre talent would require at least 5 to 8 years of study and practice to become an intermediate mage. And Miya has only been exposed to magic for 2 years. The mage responded, "I do this for her own benefit," Bai thought to himself, shaking his head subtly. "After all, this is a responsibility we have imposed upon her. We shall take it one step at a time." He pondered for a moment, then dissipated the various patterns he had drawn in the air. After reviewing the notes Miya had diligently recorded to ensure there were no oversights, he finally spoke, "Let us conclude our discussion for tonight." Miya's face immediately reflected a sense of embarrassment. She was aware that she was struggling to keep pace with Bai Yi's thoughts, and she lowered her head to softly apologize, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hope. I am truly too dull. I have let your expectations down. There is no need for apologies, Miya. Learning is a protracted journey. As long as you do not give up, that is what matters," Bai Yi reassured her, handing over several pages of notes that contained detailed explanations about the barrier. "If you have some leisure time, ponder over them. Believe me, mastering the formation will greatly benefit you in the future. If Miya can grasp the formation to a comprehensive level, setting aside other matters, she will at least have fewer worries regarding specific magical aspects. The Voidwalkers have invented numerous innovative and potent spells over the millennia due to their boredom, such as the Apology Fireburst, Galalin's Abyssal Core, and the Starlight Circuit Disruptor, which far surpass the teachings found in the Academy." Miya carefully accepted the pages from Bai Yi, gingerly placing them in her notebook, and obediently replied, "I will make the most of my time to study. Please rest assured, Mr. Hope." Having said that, she glanced at the magical hourglass on the table, noting that there was still some time before bedtime. She then stood up, fetched a basin of clean water from outside, and retrieved a pristine towel from the wardrobe beside her bed. While washing her hands in the basin, she said, "There is still a little time left. Shall I help wipe down your armor, Mr. Hope?" Although she occasionally cleaned up, she hoped that Mr. Shuang had not been neglected upon his arrival. With her cheeks slightly puffed, she vigorously wrung out the towel and hurried to Bai Yi's side, beginning to polish his armor. "There's no need for that, Miya." Bai Yi declined her kind offer. However, Miya was undeterred, her voice tinged with disappointment as she inquired, "Are you upset with me, Mr. Shuang? How could that be? What are you thinking? Then allow me to assist you." Let it be a token of my gratitude for your help today. It was truly wonderful to ascend to the second floor of the library, and I must thank you for that. Stubbornly, Miya continued, meticulously wiping each vine on Bai Yi's armor. Her little hands were soft, and although Bai Yi's sense of touch had not fully returned, he still found it quite pleasant. Thus, he refrained from further rejecting her goodwill and, following her lead, asked, what transpired on the second floor today? I encountered a long-lost friend, a very important one. Someone I have pursued for a long time. Miya spoke while diligently attending to Bai Yi, recounting her story with Tisgale. It was a day 3 years prior when 12-year-old Miya visited the city of Nafan with her parents, a stark contrast to the tranquil and serene Senso Academy. Despite Yafan's bustling vibrancy, a dark undercurrent of filth surged beneath its surface. That day, with her hair styled in twin tails and adorned in a white off-shoulder dress, young Miya resembled a little angel. Naturally, this attracted the malevolent attention of certain individuals with inappropriate inclinations towards young girls. Seizing the opportunity presented by Miya's inattentive parents, they abducted her. Having never experienced anything of the sort, Miya was so frightened that she forgot to scream or cry, and was taken to the city's desolate corners by the assailants. Just as they were about to impose their twisted affections upon her, she finally broke into tears. However, this was a secluded area, and apart from Tisgale, who happened to be passing by, no one could hear her cries. At that time, Tisgale was merely 14, lacking the beauty and strength she possessed now, and had just begun her journey at Senso Academy. Yet, she was still incredibly brave and clever. Carrying only a simple backpack, she boldly intervened, dazzling the assailants with a basic illumination spell, seizing Miya's hand and fleeing. Miya gripped Tisgale's hand tightly, watching her radiant golden hair sway as they ran, shining like the sun with warmth and brilliance. Tisgale's slender form felt especially strong and reliable. This moment was indelibly etched into Miya's heart, causing her to forget her tears as she numbly followed Tisgale, running without pause. Even 3 years later, Miya had not forgotten the silhouette of the girl who had run alongside her. The situation at the time was far more perilous than Miya had anticipated. The night had already fallen, and the two little girls were sprinting through a desolate alley cloaked in darkness, with safety still a considerable distance away. Soon, exhaustion overcame Miya, and she collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath while sobbing softly. Tisgale was weary as well, yet upon observing Miya's condition, she realized her friend could go no further. Reluctantly, she led Miya into a nearby abandoned house, concealing her in a tattered wardrobe, while she prepared to venture out in search of help. However, Miya, in her stubbornness, clutched Tisgale's garment, weeping pitifully. Don't go. Sensing the tremor of fear coursing through Miya, Tisgale quickly enveloped her in a gentle embrace, pressing her small face against her own, soothing her by caressing her back and whispering, I will find someone to help us. Wait here for me, all right? I'm scared. Miya clung tightly to Tisgaale's neck, unwilling to release her grasp. Do not fear, do not fear. Please tell me your name. I am Tisgale. And you? Miya. Very well, I shall remember. Miya, stay right here until I return. I promise I will be back swiftly. Tisgale spoke tenderly, gently extricating herself from Miya's hold. She retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket to wipe away Miya's tears, then opened her backpack, producing a plush hammerhead shark toy. With the toy, she playfully brushed Miya's face before placing it into her arms, adding, with this little companion, you shall not be afraid, correct? Please do not cry. Be strong. Be brave. Thus, Tisgale ventured out alone, risking becoming bait for the lurking dangers, while Miya clutched the plush shark tightly, biting her lip to suppress any sound. It was not until the cacophony of footsteps and bright lights emerged that Tisgale returned, accompanied by teachers from the Celestial Academy and Miya's parents, searching for her. Indeed, you did not cry. Well done, Miya, Tisgale remarked, affectionately stroking Miya's head with a smile. As a reward, this plush toy is yours. Thank you, Tisgale, Miya chirped, stepping forward to embrace Tisgale tightly, unwilling to let go even as her parents approached. It's all right, little Miya. You can come to Celestial Academy in the future, and we shall be partners again, embarking on new adventures. Miya nodded vigorously, reluctantly releasing her hold to follow her parents away. Thus, a year later, clutching the plush hammerhead shark, Miya stepped into the Celestial Academy, reminiscing about their promise. At that time, Tisgale no longer resembled the sister who once ran alongside her, gifted her a doll, and made promises. She appeared as a radiant tomorrow, gathering the attention and hopes of countless individuals, leaving the timid Miya feeling somewhat inadequate. It was only when Miya ascended to the second floor of the library today that she realized, apart from becoming even more beautiful and powerful, Tisgale remained unchanged from that night 3 years ago. She was still the sister who would tenderly embrace her and wipe away her tears. Oh, this is a heartwarming and lovely tale, not lacking in a touch of adventure, Bai Yi remarked after listening, then inquired, So, Miya, Are you now able to become Tiscarl's companion? Not yet. I am still too weak and would only burden her as I did back then. Miya replied while tending to Bai Yi's hand. That's all right. I will assist you, Bai Yi responded, enchanted by this small adventure, and resolved to help Miya fulfill their modest promise to one another. Isn't it a wonderful thing? Chapter 17. The unconventional path. Miya had drifted off to sleep, cradling her plush hammerhead shark, while Bai Yi remained seated, engaging in animated discussions with the Voidwalkers regarding the recent tale. Remarkably, the usually unreliable group had maintained a rare silence while listening to Miya's story, and now they were thoroughly engrossed in dialogue. According to Miya's account, Tiscar was currently a student in the Golden Rose class, an advanced program akin to elite classes or bilingual programs, populated by exceptionally gifted students. The teaching methods diverged from those applied to conventional students, with instructors crafting tailored educational strategies that catered specifically to their talents and strengths, fostering a more open and liberating learning environment. As the apprentice walker elaborated, the academy boasted a total of 7 such classes, each named after a different flower. Students within these classes could bear a golden floral lapel pin as a distinguishing mark. Golden Rose, you say? Bai suddenly recalled a chance encounter by the lakeside with a refined beauty, possessing striking features, an elegant demeanor, and a cascade of lovely golden hair, adorned with a golden rose pin at her collar. Could that be Tiscar? Bai suppressed his burgeoning suspicions and chose to remain silent, continuing to listen to the ongoing discourse. So, we merely need to secure Miya a spot in that prestigious class, correct? But what about the different grades? One of the walkers inquired. The others refer to it as the Golden Rose class. Grade distinctions are irrelevant. There is no strict grade concept within those classes. Students of varying grades learn together until graduation, at which point they are categorized by the cohort of the Golden Rose, the apprentice clarified. If it's merely about entering that class, it shouldn't be difficult. Apprentice, you know the current head of the academy, don't you? Perhaps she is one of your students? If we locate her, she could facilitate Miya's admission, suggested a walker known as the Trickster. What a dubious notion. Bai Yi felt a twinge of annoyance. Are you implying that my student, or rather, the students of the 33 Voidwalkers, should resort to such underhanded tactics for admission? Regardless of how Miya might feel about it, I certainly cannot afford to compromise my integrity. The other Voidwalkers echoed their dissent. Although they hailed from diverse factions and held differing perspectives, their pride and dignity as formidable beings remained intact, and such petty maneuvers were met with disapproval. Consequently, the Trickster was silenced, and the discussion resumed. Considering Miya's innate abilities, the likelihood of her being directly admitted into the Golden Rose class was nearly non-existent. Even with the presence of a noble patron, the only viable path lay in her achieving the top score in the Academy's upcoming examination in 2 months, thereby securing her place in the Golden Rose class. The apprentice continued. First place in the exam? That seems rather undemanding, doesn't it? With proper guidance, it would be akin to receiving a gift, Bai Yi mused confidently. Although Miya's progress in magical formations was slow, tackling the rune magic involved in the exam would undoubtedly prove far simpler. It is not as straightforward as it seems. The written examination at the Academy's year-end assessment is not particularly challenging. With a modicum of diligence, one can easily achieve full marks. The crux lies in the practical aspect, namely the combat tests, which serve as the primary means of distinguishing rankings. Our Academy, Shinsa, does not adhere to the rigid methodologies of rote learning. Rather, it places significant emphasis on the integration of theory and practice. The apprentice quickly corrected Bai Yi's misconceptions. Do you really believe this is Nanxiang Technical School? After learning the theory, is it not essential to master the practical applications? Must we complicate matters so? Are we to pit the students against each other in combat? Indeed. We shall have them spar magicians against magicians and physical combatants against their kind. It is a straightforward and effective means of assessment, the apprentice added. Ah, how audacious of you. But what about Miya from the Soul Armor Department? Am I to step into the ring myself? Bai mused inwardly. Not quite. The soul armor and magic disciplines are parallel categories. A magician can simultaneously be a soul armor practitioner without any conflict. Surely, it will be Miya who steps forward to engage, the apprentice continued. Upon hearing this, many Voidwalkers expressed their concerns. Oh dear, this could pose a bit of a problem. Even Bai Yi felt a twinge of apprehension. It was not that Miya's strength was merely at the intermediate level as a second-year student. Her opponents typically fell within the same tier, with little disparity in power. The true dilemma lay in the fact that Miya possessed no magical equipment whatsoever, which was the crux of the issue. In confrontations between mages, barring exceptional circumstances of significant power disparity, the principal determinants of victory are the spells at their disposal and the equipment they wield, along with various scrolls and potions. For intermediate mages, the differences in magic are often negligible, After all, the amount of magical energy they possess is limited, resulting in similar spellcasting capabilities. Thus, equipment becomes a crucial factor. It would be exceedingly easy for a well-equipped intermediate student to dominate Miya. And what of her situation? She was accompanied only by a plush hammerhead shark. Of what use could that be? We require magical equipment, or funds, Bai Yi stated bluntly. I recall some individuals left behind treasures upon their passing. Who among them has done so? I have left behind a treasury that rivals kingdoms, filled with inexhaustible treasures, declared the first magician. Indeed, the emperor of your must have been quite wealthy, but are you certain that accessing your treasury from over 5,000 years ago does not necessitate a study of archaeology first? Replied the paladin walker. Waste. Depart. My treasury contains countless legendary weapons and a horn capable of summoning legions of abyssal demons, retorted the demon walker. That sounds splendid. But how do you propose we enter the endless abyss to unlock the treasure of a lord of the abyss? I previously established numerous hideouts to evade the pursuit of the world. Though they may not contain much wealth, they are replete with rare materials for necromancy. Should we exchange them? Acquiring a small nation would be feasible, the Lich Walker chimed in. Has your cellar already been thoroughly emptied by the church? Even if it hasn't, how can you expect me to handle those scorching treasures? One by one, the travelers spoke up, and to my astonishment, most of them had left behind treasures and legacies. Are these individuals akin to hamsters, so enamored with hoarding? Why, he couldn't help but scoff inwardly. In response, these hamster-like warriors asserted with conviction, as a denizen of Earth. You should understand the significance of saving more than we do. Here, we possess neither banks nor digital payment systems. What do you expect us to do? Admittedly, they had a point. Yet the issue lay in the fact that their vaults were either ancient and unverifiable or situated within various miniature private dimensions, rendering them utterly inaccessible. Ultimately, the individual known by the codename Barbarian proved to be the most reliable among them. I previously dug a hole in the mountains, where I stored uneaten cured meat and various game carcasses. What good is cured meat? After all these years, it must have turned to dust. And what of the game carcasses? Wait a moment, if they belong to this fellow, the collectible creatures are likely to be mammoths, colossal beasts, battle tyrannosaurs, and steel garrulus, all of which hold immense value even in skeletal form. It seems fitting that he, inheritor of the name Haska, aligns with the identity of a divine warrior. As a pinnacle of the physical realm, his collection indeed befits his stature. But is it truly wise to merely bury them in a hole in the mountains? Does he not fear they may be taken by others? Not at all. That mountain is home to numerous dragons, and most dare not approach. Anyone wishing to pilfer my collection must first contend with the great lizard, he proclaimed triumphantly. IFNMDX. Are you out of your mind? Digging a hole atop a dragon's peak? Why not simply excavate next to the demons? Thus, after gathering opinions from this motley crew, none proved viable. Very well, it seems we shall have to start from scratch, but I trust this will not be a daunting task for us. Why, he could only utter this statement. Of course, with my knowledge at hand, money is merely a number. A traveler known as the alchemist responded, and his words were not mere boasting. Once hailed as the right hand of God, he was, in essence, a walking printing press. Please do not assign me the title of a mere movie actor. It feels rather uncomfortable. You might as well call me the divine alchemist. I believe I am deserving of such a title, the alchemist stated. How self-absorbed. Can you perform human transmutation? Can you truly create a philosopher's stone? Apologies. I was being rash. The alchemist promptly covered his face in embarrassment. While he may not be able to produce a philosopher's stone, he remains adept at crafting various potions for profit. Yet, the pressing concern lies in where to find the initial capital. Establishing a reliable alchemy workshop necessitates substantial upfront investment. And time is of the essence, is it not? We find ourselves in dire straits, devoid of resources, and we must explore cost-free methods to generate income. Let us engage in a collective brainstorming session and share our thoughts, White called out to the wanderers of the void. Consequently, he was met with a plethora of diverse suggestions: highway robbery, fraud, theft, extortion, crowdfunding, writing, loans, living off others. Setting aside some of these particularly contemporary ideas, who was it that proposed that last suggestion? Chapter 18. The Utility of Cunning and Deception. Behold the suggestions proffered by this motley crew of voidwalkers. Bai Yi finds himself utterly speechless. Their comprehension of a no-cost venture seems to have deviated into realms of absurdity. Some of their dubious tactics are hardly worth mentioning. Yet many have audaciously transposed concepts from Earth into this realm. Who is the individual advocating for writing? Do you still desire recommendations and rewards, perchance? What, may I ask, is amiss? The aristocrats of this world possess a fondness for tales and novels, making it rather effortless to profit from transmuting earthly narratives into their own. Thus sidestepping the burden of copyright fees, one void walker, known by the moniker artist, defended. setting aside the unethical nature of pilfering others' works. Is this method of generating income not excessively sluggish? And as for the proposal of crowdfunding, are we to assist in designing a QR code, perhaps? My apologies. I find myself envious of the convenient schemes to extract wealth that exist on Earth. I have been mulling over how to replicate such sophisticated swindling techniques here. And I momentarily misspoke, remarked the void walker known as merchant. Can we not aspire to something more commendable? Stock trading, futures, real estate, or discounts on Steam, are any of these not superior to such methods? If all else fails, why not venture into mobile gaming? Let us not stoop as low as the bard who suggested living off others' generosity. Very well, I shall earnestly propose that we seek sponsorship from the aristocracy. The merchant promptly concurred, noting that many nobles and affluent individuals possess a penchant for investing in formidable allies, driven by considerations of personal safety and influence. In my former life, I supported numerous strong individuals and aided those in financial hardship or promising young talents, who subsequently yielded considerable intangible benefits for me. Thus, this approach should prove to be the swiftest and most convenient. That sounds promising. However, do you truly believe that I, currently of only intermediate strength, can persuade others? Nobles and the wealthy are not fools, and I presently bear the mere identity of a soul-armored being, Bai Yi expressed, highlighting the difficulty of this endeavor. Has your grace forgotten me? My various ruses are precisely suited for such circumstances, chimed in the recently unmuted trickster. You? It does seem plausible. Bai Yi pondered briefly before responding. This trickster, known among the 33 void walkers, is a rather unique entity. His combat prowess is decidedly weak, falling short of even legendary status, rendering him inconsequential among the formidable void walkers. Yet, his mastery of deception and illusion is unparalleled. In his former life, he developed an elaborate suite of advanced illusions capable of seamlessly mimicking various levels of power in the presence of strong individuals, even simulating the aura of a saintly being. Coupled with his exquisite acting skills, even those far more powerful than he could not discern his true nature, his adversaries were led to believe he was a genuine top-tier powerhouse, to the extent that one spent their entire fortune on a scroll containing the 9th-level spell of soul banishment, thereby casting his essence into the void. I cannot help but wonder what expressions those individuals might possess upon realizing they have squandered a soul's exile on such wretched beings. In any case, this fellow is undoubtedly deserving of the title trickster, and should Bai Yi choose to employ his illusions and arcane skills, masquerading as various formidable entities would be effortlessly achievable. Thus, let us proceed with this plan. The mage remarked, considering that there will be numerous solitary endeavors in the future. It is inevitable that you will frequently adopt this guise. The trickster's cunning will prove invaluable, and it would be prudent for you to acclimate to this role in advance. I comprehend the rationale, yet it feels rather peculiar, Bai Yi confessed. He was inherently powerful, yet now he must resort to these ruses to substantiate his strength, which indeed feels rather disconcerting upon reflection. Having reached a consensus, the next day, after Miya departed for her classes, Bai Yi embarked on his own venture. Before long, the thunderous voice of the burly dormitory matron echoed throughout the female dormitory of the soul armor department. Which scoundrel has stolen my curtains? At that moment, Bai Yi donned a cloak fashioned from gray fabric curtains, having scaled the walls of the Academy of Immortals. Enveloped in this voluminous garment, his identity was shrouded. His head, face, hands, and feet were all meticulously concealed, rendering him unrecognizable as a suspect. Nevertheless, such an attire was inherently suspicious. As he traversed the streets of Yafan City, he found little inclination to admire the architectural splendor of this magnificent city. The wary glances of passers-by soon compelled Bai Yi to seek refuge in the quieter alleys, where he was forced to employ the stealth techniques inherited from the assassin walker. Fortunately, this advanced skill, once possessed by a top-tier assassin, bore no stringent limitations, allowing him to obscure his presence even under the bright light of day. As for the infiltration tactics of the assassin walker, it would be best to forego such measures unless absolutely necessary. I feel as though I am engaging in thievery, Bai Yi remarked while nimbly navigating the rooftops. Perhaps it would be more prudent to simply break into the home of a wealthy individual and make off with a fortune. You must acclimatize to this sensation, for you will have many more opportunities to adopt such disguises, the mage chuckled. So take this chance to thoroughly adapt to the role of an assassin, with your capabilities. You are undoubtedly an SSR. Bai Yi found himself exasperated by the mage's whimsical thoughts, realizing that the bond between him and Miya was devoid of constraints, a fact that must be strategically utilized to fulfill the monumental task of rescuing all Voidwalkers. He would undoubtedly need to cultivate his own connections and even establish a faction of his own. The affluent district of Yafan City was not far from the Academy of Immortals, and Bai Yi swiftly arrived in this luxurious enclave. Observing the opulent villas lining the streets, he muttered, Which plump target shall we pursue? I recommend the second mansion on the right, where 2 guards stand at the entrance. Judging by their equipment, that household is likely the wealthiest in the vicinity, the merchant promptly advised. Bai Yi cast a glance at the conspicuous emblem hanging outside the 3-story building. A hint of amusement dancing in his eyes as he remarked, "This emblem seems rather familiar, doesn't it?" "Indeed, it is the crest of my family. That establishment should belong to my kin in Yafan City." The merchant candidly acknowledged, observing that, at least on the surface, they had yet to squander the legacy I left behind. "Are you so eager to entangle me with your descendants? You are aware of the world's perception of us, are you not? Are you not concerned about the repercussions for them?" Bai Yi refrained from immediate action, opting instead to inquire further. A competent merchant must possess discerning vision. "I have every reason to regard the formidable Void Fifth Walker favorably, especially since you are the key to our escape," the merchant earnestly responded. "Furthermore, the Dale family has a long-standing tradition of supporting the strong, and our success rate in approaching them is quite high." "Very well, you have convinced me." Bai nodded, leaping back to the ground and feigning a casual passerby demeanor as he approached the 2 high-ranking guards stationed at the entrance. Observing them closely, he noted their finely crafted half-armor of tempered steel, with swords at their waists emanating subtle magical auras, far more opulent than his own militia armor. Moreover, the small garden visible from the entrance boasted an array of seemingly ordinary yet undeniably expensive plants, meticulously trimmed and aesthetically pleasing, subtly proclaiming the immense wealth of its owner to the outside world. Upon noticing the suspiciously dressed Bai Yi approaching, the 2 guards instinctively gripped their sword hilts, displaying wariness. One of them stepped forward, sternly admonishing, "This is the private villa of the Dale family. Entry is forbidden for outsiders. Please do not come any closer. Inform your steward that the wandering mage, Andrew, requires some assistance," Bai Yi intoned, adopting a markedly different voice, deep and weathered, reminiscent of an aged elder, starkly contrasting with the tone he had used before Miya. As he spoke, an invisible aura of power subtly emanated from him, causing the 2 guards to shiver, heightening their alertness. "Mr. Steward, he is quite busy, and not every wandering mage is granted the Dale family's support," the guard stationed at the back replied, unable to suppress a nervous gulp, although his voice retained a semblance of steadiness. The bead of sweat trickling down his temple betrayed the anxiety he was desperately trying to conceal. For reasons unknown, he sensed no tangible fluctuation of power from this peculiar figure in the black cloak. He appeared as an ordinary man standing before him. Yet, an intangible pressure emanated from Bai Yi, relentlessly pricking at his nerves. The instinct of a seasoned warrior warned him that this individual was exceedingly dangerous, and should a confrontation arise, his fate could be dire indeed. The sensation experienced by another guard was quite similar. The peculiar aura emanating from the cloaked figure instilled a profound sense of trepidation, rendering him utterly hesitant to act recklessly. The grip on the hilt of his sword became slick with beads of perspiration. He had encountered numerous formidable individuals in service to their families, yet he had never before felt such an overwhelming pressure as that which radiated from the figure before him. Thus, Bai stood there with remarkable composure, allowing a fraction of the latent energy he usually restrained to seep forth naturally, coupled with the illusionist's subtle tricks designed to elicit heightened reactions. This was sufficient to render the 2 guards speechless with fear. Chapter 19. The most lethal facade of intangibility. This silent confrontation did not endure for long. Soon, one of the guards, unable to bear the tension, exchanged a furtive glance with his companion before hastily retreating into the charming 3-story villa. His partner, with considerable effort, swallowed hard and addressed Bai Yi, "Mr. Andrew, he has gone to summon the steward. Please bear with us for a moment." Bai Yi remained silent, merely adjusting his concealment spell, allowing his imposing aura to diminish from its previous palpable intensity. Instantly, the guard felt the overwhelming pressure lift, replaced by beads of perspiration that began to trickle down his back, soaking his garments beneath his armor. He secretly exhaled in relief, displaying a countenance that hinted at a narrow escape from calamity. He had no doubt that any further disrespectful actions on his part would have led to a dire fate, severing ties with his family forever. This self-proclaimed wandering mage was an enigma he could not contend with. It was prudent to leave the matter to the steward. Bai did not have to wait long. Shortly, the initial guard returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man who jogged briskly, dressed in a standard steward's uniform. The man exuded an air of competence reminiscent of high-ranking professionals on Earth. The steward took a brief glance at Bai Yi, bowed slightly, and courteously yet composedly stated, "Master Andrew, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Morris, the steward here at the Dole Estate. Welcome to our manor. Please follow me." With that, he gracefully gestured for Bai Yi to proceed. Bai feigned an air of arrogance, emitting a cold snort as he followed the steward's lead. Ambling through the exquisitely adorned garden, he took a keen interest in the lavish array of flowers and potted plants, remarking in a tone of mild approval, What a lovely little garden, quite extravagant indeed. Only those of refined taste can truly appreciate its charm and value. Master Andrew possesses remarkable discernment. The steward, speaking with a hint of pride, discreetly observed Bai Yi's every movement, noting the subtleties of his gait and rhythm. From these commonplace actions, he began to form a preliminary understanding of this cloaked figure. Initially, when he heard the guard's embellished account, Morris harbored some skepticism. However, out of caution and adherence to protocol, he decided to meet this wandering mage, Andrew, who had managed to intimidate two seasoned warriors. After all, these men had served the Dole family and encountered a myriad of individuals. Their judgment could not be wholly flawed. Yet, upon his first glimpse of the man, much of his doubt dissipated. Although Andrew did not emanate the tangible pressure described by the guards, he nonetheless exuded an enigmatic aura, a profound sense of mastery that was unmistakable. In simpler terms, he possessed the unmistakable demeanor of a true expert. This disposition is not unfamiliar to Morris. He has witnessed a similar essence in numerous formidable individuals. It is an innate quality that cannot be feigned, and he harbors no belief that anyone could deceive him solely through pretense. Clearly, he is unaware of the con artist's storied past and could never fathom that a long-lost art of deception, dormant for millennia, has resurfaced to successfully mislead one who prides himself on his discerning vision. Observing the subtle shift in the butler's gaze, Bai Yi could not help but remark to the con artist, "Your tricks are remarkably effective. Merely some simple ruses suffice, without the need for elaborate illusions." Indeed, the con artist replied with a hint of pride, "I once managed to deceive kings, chancellors, and archbishops, so do not underestimate a mere noble butler." His confidence stemmed from the art of subtlety, which can be the most lethal form of deception. As the two traversed the garden and entered the quaint villa, the butler's initial suspicions had largely dissipated, particularly upon glimpsing the leather gloves that peeked from beneath Bai Yi's cloak. Rather than arousing doubt, this sight extinguished any lingering uncertainties. Gloves are a commonplace accessory, yet such ordinary items often convey profound information. Those who seek to conceal their identities typically refrain from exposing their hands, as this could easily reveal their profession and approximate age. Among the various types of gloves, the humble leather variety was most fitting for Bai Yi's current guise: affordable, resilient, and durable. They are far more practical than fabric or silk gloves when handling caustic magical substances or engaging in laborious tasks, making them the perfect choice for a destitute wandering mage. Thus, Morris's conjecture about Bai Yi's true identity solidified: a capable yet financially strapped wandering mage, a type he had encountered numerous times, endowed with ample experience in dealing with such characters. At that moment, they had navigated a narrow corridor and arrived outside the sitting room on the second floor. On the elegantly adorned, yet minimalist walls, Bai Yi beheld 4 portraits and paused to examine them closely. Sherlock, Abagon, Grandet, and Peliashkin, these were the 4 ancestors of the Dowler family who had made outstanding contributions to its legacy. It is through their efforts that the Dowler family has attained its current stature, the butler Morris softly elucidated. "Ah, these 4 names. I believe I now understand why your family is so affluent," Bai Yi mused inwardly, addressing the merchant wanderer. "Which one are you?" "I am the one named Grandet." "No, I mean my name is Grandet," the merchant hastily clarified. "It's merely a misunderstanding, a coincidence, really. Our family is quite generous." Upon entering the living room, Bai Yi immediately took a seat on a long bench without the slightest hesitation, stretching his limbs in a manner that suggested he was the true master of the space. He exhibited no signs of restraint, indicating his familiarity with such a lifestyle. Simultaneously, he employed his mental prowess to conduct a cursory probe, and as expected, he detected 2 powerful presences emanating from the adjacent room. One belonged to a master-level warrior, the other to a master-level mage. How prudent of the steward, he mused to the voidwalkers. This is a necessary precaution, I hope you understand." The merchant hastily explained, appearing somewhat embarrassed. It would have been acceptable to station 2 legendary beings, but relying solely on 2 masters to contend with a voidwalker? Such an arrangement seemed both petty and ludicrous, leaving him feeling quite discomfited. However, the steward, unable to discern Bai Yi's true capabilities, was rather satisfied with his own arrangements. After the maid served 2 cups of exquisite red tea from the Mars dimension, he got straight to the point and inquired, "Might I ask what rank Master Andrew currently holds?" "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of support we should provide you." Bai Yi accepted the teacup from the maid, but refrained from answering directly. Instead, he retorted, "Do you believe I would engage in the tedious rank assessment?" While speaking, he did not comply with the steward's wish to remove his hood and savor the fragrant tea. Instead, he manipulated his magic to extract the steaming tea from the cup, forming it into a brown sphere suspended in the air. He then divided his magical energy into fine streams, shaping the sphere into perfectly uniform, coin-like discs that resembled brown coins. Finally, he enveloped each disc with magic, allowing them to retain their form as they returned to the teacup, producing a series of sharp metallic sounds against the ceramic. Under the astonished gaze of Steward Morris, a cup of scalding red tea had been transformed into a collection of brown coins. Bai Yi then employed his magic to levitate the teacup into the hands of the steward sitting across from him. Before speaking, I require some funds. I shall repay you should the occasion arise. Morris glanced down at the teacup in his hands, still able to feel the warmth of the tea through the cup's wall, and even witnessing the slight ripples in the brown liquid as it swayed. Yet, the liquid maintained the appearance of coins, challenging the stewardess' self-perceived erudition. He had to concede that he had never witnessed such a trick. Though merely an illusion, the power behind it was enough to earn his respect. He nodded vigorously, retrieving a money pouch from his pocket and respectfully offering it. Bai Yi accepted the pouch with his magic, discreetly stashing it away, but inwardly cursed. Only 50 gold coins? Is this how one dismisses a beggar? To be fair, 50 gold coins might constitute half a year's income for a middle-class family, certainly not a trifling sum. However, to expect a voidwalker to perform such a splendid feat for such a paltry sum was decidedly insufficient for an appearance fee. Even as initial capital, the amount remains rather insufficient, which will significantly hinder the pace of future wealth accumulation. Alas, what can one expect when his current identity is that of the wandering mage? Andrew, in light of this persona, the sum is indeed considerable. I extend my gratitude for your generosity. I shall take my leave now. Bai Yi could only utter these words, rising to his feet and making a decisive exit without a backward glance, wishing to say no more. The entire process was executed with such simplicity and elegance. The steward, Morris, promptly accompanied him on his way, yet the silence between them was mutually understood, with neither feeling the need to speak. The allocation of 50 gold coins was ingeniously crafted, although it could not secure the allegiance of a truly formidable individual. It nonetheless showcased the family's magnanimity and sufficiently addressed the immediate needs of a wandering mage. However, considering future expenses, it is quite likely that this individual may seek them out again, at which point a more in-depth discussion may ensue. Chapter 20. There is nothing wrong with youth after witnessing the figure of the wandering mage Andrew vanish into the alley. The butler Morris hurried back to the previously arranged sitting room. The two master-level contingents he had prepared had already arrived from the adjacent room. Among them, a mage clad in a brown robe held a cup filled with coin-shaped tea, scrutinizing it intently. He possessed a resplendent mane of golden hair and appeared remarkably youthful. What do you think? The butler inquired. I cannot discern anything, the mage replied, shaking his head as he set down the cup. I sense no power emanating from him. He seemed merely an ordinary person, yet he executed such exquisite techniques. He must have employed some form of cloaking magic to conceal his true strength. Undoubtedly, he is not to be underestimated. Such high-level concealment spells are exceedingly rare. And his identity? Any clues? The butler pressed further. The mage pursed his lips, saying, There are hundreds, if not thousands, of mages named Andrew. It is a rather common name. I found no one resembling him on the Mage Association's wanted list. Could he be a soul armor user? The butler continued, as discussions of rare and long-lost arcane arts invariably conjured thoughts of such unique entities. Unlikely, the mage asserted. I have not detected any soul armor users in the vicinity, and his movements were natural and fluid, devoid of the typical rigidity associated with soul armor. Nor did I hear any metallic friction. Most crucially, soul armor, as a rebirth of a powerful being's soul, would not deign to engage in such trivialities. That is the responsibility of the soul armor wielder. The mage expressed his deduction, entirely unaware that Bai Yi's body was, in fact, not composed of metal. It appears we truly have a mysterious guest. To dismiss him for merely 50 gold coins seems quite the bargain, the butler responded with a wry smile. However, the mage shook his head, stating, On the contrary, I believe we should seek to engage with him further. His prowess is at least on par with mine. Such subtle tricks, while not demanding much power, require exquisitely delicate control. Were I to attempt it, I could manage. But not with his level of grace and fluidity. If we could ally with him, he would be a significant asset in our family's endeavor to establish trade routes in the north. Individuals like him, with dubious backgrounds yet formidable strength, are the best candidates for our family, the mage concluded. The butler Morris shrugged helplessly, expressing a hint of regret. You speak too late. We can only await his return. That need not be the case, the mage replied with a mysterious smile, extending his palm to reveal a floating black magical tracking mark, shimmering with a faint blue light. What I did previously, he should not have noticed. With my abilities, even legendary beings would find it difficult to detect, so his current whereabouts remain under my control. Shall we initiate a conversation with him? He inquired confidently. After a moment of contemplation, the steward gently nodded and said, Exercise utmost caution. It is of no consequence if negotiations fail, but it is imperative that we do not incite animosity. Rest assured. I am of a most amiable disposition and shall engage him in a cordial manner, replied the young blonde mage as he rose and strode purposefully towards the door. Meanwhile, the previously silent warrior, who had been standing quietly by, seized the heavy tower shield leaning against the wall and swiftly followed suit. At the same time, Bai Yi, having left the affluent district, stood in a secluded alley, his palm cradling the black magical tracking mark that floated above it. With a curious glint in his eye, he addressed the Voidwalkers. This artifact is rather exquisite and crafted with remarkable subtlety. The average individual would likely remain blissfully unaware of being monitored. But what could their intentions be? Could it be a mere concern for the 50 gold coins? What can 50 gold coins accomplish? Perhaps enough to purchase a twig. Even reinforcing a ranged unit would be a more prudent investment. This household appears quite affluent. It is unlikely they are financially constrained. They may simply wish to establish further connections with you, perceiving the formidable power you possess, Your Excellency. Alas, these younger generations are truly a source of worry. The Voidwalkers engaged in animated discussion, while Bai Yi shrugged, stating, regardless, the individual is approaching. We shall inquire and ascertain the truth. Just as he spoke, two presences silently descended upon the entrance of the alley, yet no figures were visible, indicating the use of some form of cloaking barrier. Bai Yi turned to face them. His voice low and steady, speak plainly. Not sensing any hostility from the newcomers, he allowed himself to exhibit a measure of patience. As Bai Yi moved, the young mage concealed within the barrier caught sight of the tracking mark hovering in the other's palm. His expression darkened. Having achieved the rank of master at such a young age, he felt a sense of pride in approaching the threshold of high-ranking power. Yet, he never anticipated that the tracking mark he held in such esteem could be so easily detected by another, potentially even used to trace him back, all without his awareness. Otherwise, they would not have chosen such a secluded spot to await him. This promising young mage's pride was swiftly trampled before the Voidwalkers, compelling him to take a moment to compose himself, feigning nonchalance as he dispelled the cloaking barrier and appeared before them, adopting a humble tone. Has Master Andrew discovered me so swiftly? Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Get to the point, Bai Yi replied in a low voice. With a casual gesture, he pinched the tracking mark, which was so confident that even legendary warriors would remain oblivious to it, causing it to erupt in a faint spark before vanishing into thin air. Simultaneously, the mark in the young mage's hand dissipated, and the oppressive aura previously directed at the two guards began to emanate from him anew. Without uttering any incantations or manifesting any runes, he effortlessly dispelled his companion's mark solely through the manipulation of magical energy. This display prompted a notable shift in the expression of the well-versed silent warrior, who instinctively tightened his grip on the tower's shield and took a cautious half-step forward to shield the mage companion behind him. The young mage, feeling somewhat embarrassed, had initially planned to make a sudden appearance before the enigmatic wandering mage showcased the tracking mark and subtly convey his considerable prowess as a prelude to their impending negotiations. However, the unfolding events exceeded his expectations, rendering him akin to a mere apprentice in the presence of this mysterious figure. Faced with the imposing demeanor before him, he could only candidly state, the Dolar family holds Master Andrew's abilities in high regard and hopes to establish a long-term collaborative friendship with you. We are prepared to offer a remuneration that will satisfy you. Is it merely a desire to employ me? Such grandiloquent speech and elaborate display. A wave of exasperation washed over Bai Yi. He had no intention of working for the Dolar family, as he had to care for little Miya. Thus, he promptly declined. I appreciate your goodwill, but I am not interested. Without waiting for a response, he turned away, preparing to leave. Please wait, Master Andrew. Trust in our sincerity, the young mage implored, unwilling to concede just yet. He had no lingering doubts about the wandering mage's capabilities and earnestly wished to invite him to partake in the vital northern trade route expansion initiative. However, Bai Yi harbored no interest in this proposal and had no intention of looking back. In a moment of desperation, the immature young mage resorted to an impolite act. He extended a fragment of his mental energy directly towards Bai Yi, attempting to probe his true strength. This action, between two unfamiliar individuals, was tantamount to provocation. In response to the encroaching mental energy, Bai Yi did not counter with his own. Instead, he let out a cold laugh and said, Curious, are we? Allow me to show you. The instant the young mage's mental energy made contact with Bai Yi's, he felt as though his head had been struck by a massive hammer. A cacophony of ringing echoing in his ears. Blood uncontrollably surged from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, and his body succumbed to weakness, collapsing to the ground. As he felt his warrior companion's support, he could only manage to utter a final phrase before losing consciousness. Run. In his fleeting moments of awareness, He could barely recall the faint impressions gleaned from his probing. He felt as if he stood beneath a towering mountain, gazing up at an ominous black peak that pierced the heavens like an insurmountable giant. The overwhelming presence was akin to a mountain, and merely glimpsing the true power of the void's fifth walker had unleashed a catastrophic backlash upon his mental energy, leaving him gravely wounded and likely confined to bed for an extended period of recovery. Do not hastily pry into those elusive existences, Bai murmured. His previous refusals of the Academy instructor's amiable mental probes were not born from a desire to conceal his prowess, but rather from a wish to spare those teachers from harm. Having uttered this, he cast one last glance at the shield-bearing warrior, who, despite being drenched in sweat from anxiety, steadfastly protected his comrades. Then, he silently vanished into the shadows of the alley. It was only after a considerable time had elapsed that the warrior, appearing utterly spent, collapsed to the ground. He nearly believed he would perish in that place, and the memory of the warrior's final gaze upon him still sent shivers down his spine. Chapter 21. Indeed, even you are beyond salvation on the journey back to the academy. The merchant continually expressed his apologies to Bai Yi, genuinely remorseful for the situation. He earnestly hoped that the esteemed one would understand his intentions. He merely sought to ensure their safety under Bai Yi's protection, never anticipating their audacity. Do not be so hard on them, Bai Yi replied calmly. They harbor no ill will. It is simply that the young man was rather impatient. I have given him a minor lesson. He continued, as for protection, let us abandon that notion. You must comprehend that the best safeguard is to keep them distanced from me. I understand. Thank you for your magnanimity, esteemed one, the merchant sincerely complimented. Frankly speaking, the young mage was fortunate to have encountered the mild-mannered Bai Yi, who lacked the ruthless disposition to glare at someone and condemn their entire family. Had he been faced with another individual, the repercussions of such disrespectful provocation would likely have been far more severe than a mere few days of discomfort. Offending the dignity of a powerful figure can lead to grave consequences in this world. After dismissing the trembling merchant, Bai listened to the discussions among the other voidwalkers. Their conversation rapidly shifted from reprimanding the merchant to strategizing how to best utilize their initial wealth. No one seemed interested in discussing Bai Yi's act of crushing an ant. By purchasing some herbs, utilizing an alchemical workshop within the academy, and leveraging my knowledge, we could quickly double this sum, proposed the alchemist. How much can be produced from just 50 gold coins? After deducting costs, there will be hardly anything left, countered a voidwalker known as the craftsman. Alchemy is an endeavor where higher costs yield greater returns. 50 gold coins is simply insufficient. Why not create some magical scrolls to sell? That should yield quicker results. Even if we cannot sell them, little Miya can use them for her exams, suggested the voidwalker known as the young mage. Master, times have changed. That method is no longer viable, remarked the voidwalker called the painter. 80 years ago, the Multiversal Mage Association enacted a resolution to regulate the circulation and sale of magical scrolls. To sell them, one must obtain authorization from the Mage Association, otherwise, they will be unconditionally confiscated. What? How could such a thing happen? The young mage exclaimed in indignation. Have those gluttons in the association forsaken their dignity for their own pockets? It was evident that he had a contentious history with the association. It is not merely the interests of the association at stake, it also concerns the rights of the mages themselves. Those who invent spells possess corresponding patents, protected by the association. Magic without patent authorization is forbidden to be taught, and the sale of scrolls is likewise prohibited, the painter elaborated. This significantly mitigates issues of plagiarism and protects the rights and enthusiasm of the developers, garnering the support of the majority of mages. Therefore, if we wish to sell scrolls, we must first obtain patent and sales rights, a process that is quite cumbersome, and you are likely aware of the association's inefficiency. Moreover, it is imperative to note that the magical creations devised by you, the original inventors, have either been monopolized by the association through patent rights or have been unjustly claimed by others. Should we wish to sell scrolls, we are left with no choice but to select those lost magics or develop new spells ourselves, which necessitates the association's patent approval, a process fraught with complexity. Another youthful voidwalker apprentice interjected, underscoring the point. It seems that this world's protection of intellectual property is as rigorous as that of Earth. Perhaps this constitutes the second area, aside from women's fashion, that can keep pace with Earth's standards? However, the young mage scoffed at such societal progress. Expressing his vexation, why must it be so convoluted? Is it truly necessary to impose regulations on the despicable act of stealing and utilizing another's magic? Do these individuals possess even a modicum of dignity and self-awareness? In the face of tangible interests, dignity and self-awareness are rendered trivial. Not everyone can exhibit the self-discipline characteristic of ancient times, the painter lamented with a wry smile. You have the audacity to say that, were it not for you. This nefarious trend would not have emerged, nor would we be entangled in these subsequent troubles, the apprentice retorted sharply. The 32nd Voidwalker, known as the Painter, originally named Cassie, indeed hailed from a background as an artist, endowed with an extraordinary memory allowing him to replicate the magic of others with but a fleeting glance at the runes that appeared as they chanted. His ability bore a resemblance to that of a certain ninja with a similar name. Thus, awakened to his power, the Painter embarked on an irrevocable path of plagiarizing others' magic, rapidly advancing in strength, and subsequently wreaked havoc in the market through malicious imitation of magical scrolls, amassing considerable resources and ascending to the ranks of the elite. Though he ultimately met a grim fate under the Wizarding Association as pursued, his soul cast into the void, he nonetheless succeeded in igniting this deplorable trend of imitation, only to be curtailed by the association's imposition of stringent measures. Even though the man once known as the plagiarist Cassie eventually experienced a long period of penitence in the void and came to remorse, the damage inflicted upon the academic sphere had already been irrevocably done. His current regrets and guilt appeared utterly futile. Thus, even if you find a way to extricate yourself in the future, I have no intention of leaving this place for now. I will remain here in atonement until the academic atmosphere is restored to normalcy. This is my self-imposed punishment, a recompense for my past transgressions. The Painter declared with utmost seriousness. Bai Yi could only sigh resignedly at such a decision. This individual, who typically considered himself an aesthete, bore an unexpectedly heavy demeanor when serious. He then attempted to shift the conversation, suggesting, since our previous proposals have been rather unproductive, do the rest of you have any better ideas? Perhaps we should scour the second-hand market for treasures? If we could find a fragment of a divine artifact, wouldn't that resolve our predicament? The Demon Walker quickly proposed, evidently influenced by the tropes of online novels. Adorn yourself in splendid attire, clutch a bouquet of roses, and accompany it with a harp, as the evening sky is bathed in the hues of twilight. Descend beneath the window of a beautiful noble maiden and serenade her with a poignant and melancholic love song. Thus suggested the wandering bard. Are you truly intent on amassing wealth or courting the fairer sex? Setting aside the antiquated and rather crude methods you have employed over the millennia, how does one expect to woo a lady with mere trinkets? It appears you are but a pathetic figure, lost in the void of mediocrity, indeed. Whitey scornfully mused. The barbarian's counsel was as follows. Procure a sharp axe, gather essential provisions, and board a vessel bound for the northern wastelands, where untold beasts roam, each laden with bountiful gold. While I grasp the essence of your suggestion, must you really articulate it in the manner of a video game? Furthermore, only humanoid monsters are known to drop gold, are they not? Ah, but I digress. Are you certain that upon your return from the wasteland, little Miya will not greet you with a child of unknown parentage? Ah, I had not considered that. The barbarian pondered and added, it seems prudent to carry a return scroll or hearthstone before embarking on such a journey. Is this truly the direction of your correction? Do you genuinely believe this to be a video game? Awaken from your slumber. The deity who bestowed upon you the name Haska must be quite distressed. With the initial suggestions from these two, the ensuing discussion spiraled into utter chaos, with the topic having long since strayed from its original path. Not only was White E unable to discern any valuable advice from the cacophony, but he was also compelled to exert a significant portion of his consciousness to construct a virtual battlefield for them. The two factions, unsatisfied with mere verbal sparring, were intent on engaging in a battle of wits within the realm of thought. Ultimately, the debate seemed to devolve into a contest over whose prowess was superior, that of the Vita or the massage parlor. To evade the entanglement of these individuals in the bombardment of their nonsensical discussions, Whitey reluctantly created a virtual battlefield. Soon receiving the following notification, the Lich has chosen the Lich. The demon has selected the Doomsday Walker and hopes to offer the Demon Blade as an accessory. Or perhaps an artifact would suffice. Have you no sense of dignity? The assassin has opted for the Divine Warrior. The Paladin has chosen the Crystal Maiden. Why not select the all-powerful Knight? Did you not notice that others chose heroes aligned with their respective roles? Because the all-powerful Knight is ill-suited for this situation. Moreover, the Ice Maiden is simply stunning. PRPR. By the gods, this individual is beyond redemption. The Lord has chosen the Oracle of Severus. The Painter has selected the Archmage. To hastily choose such a hero capable of stealing others' magic, one must question who had previously spoken of atonement. Yet, it seems the core nature remains unchanged. Restore that fleeting touch of emotion I once felt. In summary, this is roughly the situation. Both parties, utilizing the battlefield conjured by Bai Yi's consciousness, found themselves locked in an intense struggle, with exclamations of attack, save, and whoever flees is a coward, inundating his ears like a cacophony of trivialities. So what is the final conclusion? How exactly does one go about making money? After all this commotion, he had even forgotten the most fundamental question. Bai thought helplessly. Fortunately, at that moment, his mentor, the foremost Voidwalker mage, promptly offered a suggestion. In my opinion, it would be prudent to craft some magical scrolls and simple magical equipment for Mia's personal use. That should suffice for your needs. This was undoubtedly the most sensible statement he had heard all day, truly worthy of being his mentor, Bai Yi mused. However, the mage added with a hint of humor, additionally, if you have the energy, could you assist me in simulating the game? I haven't drawn cards in quite some time. Indeed, it seems even you are beyond salvation. Chapter 22. Are you really considering this device? It was only after the wizard's reminder that Bai Yi realized his thoughts had been led astray by that unreliable bunch. Their primary objective in earning money was to equip Miya for victory in the Academy's examination, wasn't it? Amidst the ruckus stirred by those individuals, they kept dreaming of using their earnings as startup capital to amass great wealth. However, the arbitrary sum of 50 gold coins set by others was hardly sufficient for anything substantial. Perhaps it would be wiser to procure some materials and craft magical equipment for Miya. Although 50 gold coins could hardly yield any formidable weaponry, it would be prudent to contemplate alternative means of generating income later. After all, in the contests among students, legendary figures such as the Harbinger of Ashes, the Overlord Butterfly, or the Fire's Delight were unlikely to make an appearance, right? Thus, Bai Yi maintained his peculiar attire, stealthily entered a shop for magical materials, purchased a plethora of inexpensive components, and then proceeded to a nearby accessory store, where he spent the remainder of his coins on a few modest trinkets. He managed to return to the Xiangsa Academy just before the city guards arrived to inquire. This brief excursion consumed little time. The students had yet to conclude their classes. Bai Yi concealed the cloak he had fashioned from a stolen curtain and returned to the girls' dormitory. At that moment, the incessant alerts of the Lich's extraordinary performance echoed in his ears, a cacophony of triumph. It seemed that their game was nearing its conclusion. Yet, one couldn't help but wonder how a group could allow a Lich to achieve such glory. Their ineptitude was staggering. Just look at that crystal maiden, still struggling even in death, and the prophet who had summoned 6 berserker axes. It was no wonder that their righteous faction suffered such a dismal defeat. Accepting their loss was one thing, but having the audacity to demand a rematch was another entirely. We refuse to concede. Let us have another round. Justice never surrenders. Did they intend to call someone Big Brother as well? Spare your justice the embarrassment, my lord. I simply lack the energy to construct a game battlefield for you. Focus on the matter at hand. Bai Yi silently ruminated. All right, the game concludes here. It's time to attend to serious business. The wizard, evidently pleased with his recent gaming experience, echoed Bai Yi's sentiments. It was apparent he had just relished an exhilarating session, akin to a junkie experiencing a high. He quietly confided to Bai Yi, I drew 3 SSRs using 3,000 sacred crystals. Impressive, isn't it? Your teacher is quite remarkable, wouldn't you agree? Did you reign as a king in life, or were you perhaps the chieftain of a nomadic tribe? I have no desire for a teacher so darkened by his indulgences. After agreeing to engage in a different game project the following day, the Voidwalkers finally shifted their discussions into the realms of professionalism and sophistication. They began to delve deeply into the materials Bai Yi had purchased and Miya's current situation. I plan to first solidify a charging-type fire element protective barrier on this bracelet. Considering the students' general proficiency, fire magic, known for its formidable power, is likely their most common means of attack, Bai Yi remarked earnestly, examining the wooden bracelet he had acquired for merely 2 silver coins. Then there is this bow-shaped hairpin. I intend to imbue it with a simple tracking enchantment, allowing me to constantly monitor Miya's location and condition so I can take timely action. He picked up an exceedingly gaudy red hairpin and continued, lastly, this necklace. I plan to craft it into an amulet capable of short-range chaotic teleportation. This way, should Miya face a life-threatening attack, it could save her life. Coupled with the previously mentioned bow-shaped hairpin, I will be able to swiftly locate her again. Bai Yi set aside the ordinary copper necklace, concluding his remarks. A group of Voidwalkers fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, the 11th Voidwalker, codenamed Blacksmith, awkwardly spoke up. I hope you do not take offense, my lord. I am not questioning your judgment, but is your approach perhaps a bit overly cautious? Overly cautious? How could that be? Bai Yi replied, somewhat perplexed. Ensuring Miya's safety is our foremost priority, is it not? If anything were to happen to her, everything would be for naught. He asserted with righteous conviction. Indeed. In reviewing the experiences of this group of Voidwalkers, the majority prioritized their own safety, often selecting magical gear that emphasized defensive attributes. After all, one must survive to deal damage. The enhancement of offensive capabilities primarily relied on weapons and one's array of potent spells, a mindset not only prevalent among the Voidwalkers but also among most contemporary mages, as evidenced by similar articles published in recent academic journals. This approach represents the most orthodox and principled method of equipment selection. While it cannot be deemed erroneous, I must remind you, my lord, that there are only 2 months remaining until the semester exams. If we continue to nurture Miya in this manner, I fear we may run out of time, remarked a typically reticent Voidwalker, codenamed Shadow. Indeed, whether in teaching Miya the intricacies of magical formations or in selecting her gear, Bai Yi was adhering to the most traditional and straightforward path. The Miya that would ultimately emerge from this training would undoubtedly be a flawless and formidable archetype. Akin to Bai Yi's mentor, the renowned Magewalker of the Arcane Emperor, a figure of undeniable prowess. In truth, before absorbing the knowledge and experiences of other walkers, Bai Yi also followed this route under the tutelage of his master. Now, as it is Miya's turn, his choice of methodology remains entirely justifiable. However, Shadow's concern is quite pertinent. This route is the slowest in terms of growth. While the Voidwalkers possess ample patience to await Miya's development, the impending semester exams in 2 months cast doubt on the reliability of this method. We could attempt to enhance Miya's staff to compensate for her lack of offensive capability, suggested the Voidwalker codenamed Scholar. Undoubtedly, he too emerged from this path of strength and naturally supported by Yi's approach. Isn't her staff merely a decorative hardwood stick? The notion of reinforcement appears rather futile. Do you truly believe she wields the staff of the great sage from your time? The Lichwalker remarked with a hint of sarcasm. I acknowledge that many among us have traversed this gradual path of growth, and you may prefer such an approach. However, on this occasion, I believe our method is considerably more dependable. For instance, solidifying a soul-burning spell could discreetly eliminate those adversaries. Furthermore, supplementing with additional materials to summon an abyssal demon to fight on Miya's behalf would be the most effective strategy, as those poor elementary students stand no chance against a demon. The Demon Walker asserted, enslaving demons is no longer considered a forbidden art, is it? While such spells were decriminalized 2 centuries ago, they remain stigmatized and shunned. The Academy does not teach such magic, and reckless usage could lead to considerable distress for Miya in the future. The Apprentice Walker contested this notion. Objectively speaking, the perspectives of the Lich and the Demon are not without merit. The weapon Miya currently possesses is far inferior to the soul enslavers of yore, and the likes of the Tome of Universal Submission. Consider her repertoire of spells: light magic, basic elemental transformation, fundamental identification, all utterly non-lethal. According to the educational policy of the Shinso Academy, even first-level destructive spells like Fireball and Water Arrow are not taught until students reach their 3rd year. This is undoubtedly in consideration of the students' future prospects, ensuring a solid foundation, yet those from prestigious families can naturally pursue additional avenues to acquire more potent magic. Likewise, exceptionally gifted students often find ways to self-study. In contrast, Miya, being merely adorable yet otherwise unremarkable, finds herself at a disadvantage in such examinations, rendered almost powerless had she not encountered Bai Yi. Thus, after further deliberation, Bai Yi abandoned his previous all-defense strategy, opting instead to minimize the intensity of other protective spells. He extracted a portion of various magical materials and resolved to solidify an ice-type offensive spell named the Goddess of Dawn's Forgiveness for Miya. This spell, developed by a walker known as the Explorer during his lifetime, possesses moderate strength when measured against the standards of Voidwalkers. However, within the confines of student competition, it is undoubtedly sufficient to serve as a trump card. Crucially, this spell represents the best option available to Bai Yi given his current materials, as it does not necessitate a one-time outpouring of immense magical power to take form. Rather, it demands a more stringent requirement for sustained magical output, classifying it as a guiding spell. This is perfectly suited for Bai Yi, whose power is limited yet nearly boundless in totality. By slightly weakening the spell's effects and reducing the output, he can successfully solidify it into an item. With this enchanted foundation, Miya no longer fears facing formidable opponents, for she will possess the means to retaliate. In due time, she can enlist those tedious old fellows to devise some simple yet effective rune magic to complement her skills, thus rendering her combat prowess somewhat respectable. Meanwhile, Bai Yi will continue his endeavors to acquire funds, further enhancing her capabilities, significantly increasing their chances of victory. However, the current predicament lies in Bai Yi's possession of only a hairpin, a bracelet, and a necklace, 3 items suitable for magical conduits, yet lacking an essential vessel for the blessing of the Goddess of Dawn. The crude, ordinary artifacts cannot simultaneously bear 2 spells. Thus, Bai Yi's gaze traversed Miya's room, ultimately resting upon the plush hammerhead shark resting on the bed. Chapter 23. PRPR. Bai Yi approached Miya's bed, holding the plush hammerhead shark in his hands and examining it closely. The plush toy was fluffy and soft to the touch, exuding a delightful charm. It still carried the faint scent of Miya, suggesting that it was likely her most cherished possession. She would often snuggle with it and even hug it while sleeping. I hope you do not intend to use that plush toy for any nefarious purposes, the concerned adventurer inquired, setting aside the fact that little Miya adored this toy. Was it truly appropriate to use such a whimsical item? The spell he had conceived, the goddess of dawn's forgiveness, was intended to manifest as a beautifully ornate water bottle, adorned with intricate magical runes that floated above the caster's head. As the bottle tilted, it would unleash deadly ice shards and projectiles with grace and elegance, a perfect blend of functionality and aesthetics. However, should Bai Yi choose to solidify this magic through the plush hammerhead shark, it would likely result in a scene where Miya, arms raised high, would expel weak water jets and streams from the toy's mouth in utterly unrefined transformation. The goddess of dawn's forgiveness would devolve into the hammerhead shark's fury, resembling nothing more than a whimsical farce. Naturally, the adventurer was reluctant to see his proud spell reduced to such a comical state, and thus he continued to advise, moreover, if you solidify the magic within the plush, it would likely lose its soft and fluffy texture, leaving little Miya heartbroken. Indeed, your point is valid. I shall ensure that the magic is solidified without compromising the plush's delightful feel, Bai Yi replied, as he gently peeled back the plush shark's soft white belly to begin inserting magical materials within. He was confident that, with his careful stitching, Miya would not notice the alterations for quite some time. When she eventually discovered that her beloved plush had transformed into a powerful magical artifact, it would surely delight her. Bai Yi pondered this as he prepared the magical array before Miya returned from her class. The process would take about a week, a bit slow. Yet it was the maximum he could achieve given his intermediate power level. Thus, the plush would ultimately serve as a last resort in battle. He resolved to reveal its true nature to Miya during their training sessions, just as he placed the plush back onto her small bed. Mia's cheerful voice echoed in the corridor. "Mr. Bai Yi, I'm back," she announced, entering the room and offering a polite bow. A radiant smile graced her face, reflecting her joyful spirit. Having spoken, she returned to her small bed, removed her black leather shoes, and gradually peeled off the white stockings clinging to her legs, revealing her smooth limbs that resembled polished jade, delicately crafted. She then perched on the edge of the bed, naturally swinging her bare legs, her translucent little feet swaying gently. Turning around, she embraced the plush hammerhead shark, affectionately rubbing her charming face against it. Throughout this intimate process, she did not shy away from Bai Yi's presence. She had long regarded him as an elder. Such private gestures unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of any embarrassment, rendering the entire scene particularly captivating. This undoubtedly garnered unanimous praise from those with unique inclinations among the Voidwalkers. "Oh, splendid! How wonderful!" they exclaimed. I hadn't noticed before that although little Miya isn't tall, her legs appear quite elongated. Surely, it's due to her perfect proportions? Who would have thought little Miya possessed such feminine charm? What a delightful specimen. It's a pity she has encountered a conservative teacher. Alas, poor little Miya is destined to conceal her beauty. How regrettable. Look at the accessories her conservative teacher prepared for her. Wooden bracelets, copper necklaces, and a bright red bow. These are clearly intended to transform little Miya into a village girl. I truly wonder if you are from Earth. How can your mindset be more antiquated than ours? What is wrong? What is inappropriate about wanting her to dress modestly? Isn't it unreasonable for a teacher to desire their student to dress provocatively? I'm merely thinking as any rational person would, yet I am branded as conservative? Bai Yi silently grumbled, somewhat reluctant to acknowledge that his own thoughts had been influenced to a considerable extent, as this exchange of influence was mutual. He impacted the Voidwalkers while simultaneously being swayed by them. At that moment, however, Miya, who had been nuzzling the plush shark, suddenly furrowed her brow. Holding the toy up to her eyes and examining it closely, a puzzled expression crossing her face, as if she sensed something amiss. Yet, unable to discern any clarity, she reluctantly placed the plush toy back on the bed, slipped into her shoes, and approached Bai Yi. "This is impossible," Bai Yi exclaimed inwardly. "My methods are exceedingly discreet." With her level of perception, she shouldn't be able to detect anything. Women often possess inexplicable, peculiar instincts. This is beyond explanation, the scholar Walker elucidated. As Miya drew near to Bai Yi, he hurriedly asked, attempting to mask his unease, "What's the matter?" Setting aside her concerns about the plush toy, Miya retrieved a charming little cat-shaped coin purse from the pocket of her white skirt, gracing Bai Yi with a mischievous, quirky smile as she announced, "Hee. I have some delightful news to share with Mr. Hope." "Oh," Bai Yi sighed with relief, glancing at the noticeably bulging coin purse and tentatively inquiring, "Has our allowance finally arrived?" Miya nodded vigorously, hastening to examine the opening of her little cat purse. She poured the coins onto the table before Bai Yi, revealing a collection of over a dozen gold pieces and a few silver coins. These were the remnants of the living expenses sent by her parents last month. She reached out and set aside the silver coins, for those gold coins were the generous allowance provided by the academy, totaling a remarkable 20 pieces. It was the first time she had ever held such a fortune. She exclaimed with considerable delight. After all, it was merely a month's allowance for a small child. Completely oblivious to the fact that this humble armor she donned had effortlessly deceived others into parting with 50 gold coins. Additionally, she had acquired some potions to assist in meditation, all stored in her backpack. There would also be extra classes teaching her how to collaborate with Mr. Hope. These lessons would certainly make her busier, but rest assured, I will continue to strive diligently, Miya continued, her face radiating with bliss. No wonder she was in such high spirits today. However, the Voidwalkers remained indifferent to her joy. The alchemist interjected, I can no longer bear to witness this. My dear sir, that such trifling scraps could bring her such happiness is truly. It must be due to the fact that your displayed prowess is merely at an intermediate level. The academy should not be so stingy. The apprentice quickly attempted to defend. Simplicity and modesty are rare virtues. Let us not disrupt her innocent happiness. Bai Yi remarked earnestly, continuing to silently observe Miya as she fiddled with the gold coins. Suddenly, with so much money at her disposal, she pondered how best to allocate it. Lowering her head in contemplation, she shifted 3 gold coins beside the silver ones, softly murmuring, I will use these to purchase that beautiful dress I admired last time. And perhaps some delectable pastries from the cake shop in the southern part of the city. I've heard their desserts are exquisite. The remaining funds would be reserved for Mr. Hope's new body. Just as she finished speaking, she furrowed her brow in thought, her little lips adorably pouting. She then retrieved 2 of the 3 gold coins, continuing to mutter, the dress is rather expensive, so perhaps I shall forego it, after all. The school uniform is quite lovely. As for the pastries, I shall buy fewer, as they are not cheap, just a taste will suffice. I should save more money for Mr. Hope's new body. A decent suit of armor must be quite costly. Or perhaps, with that, she reached for the last gold coin beside the silver ones, intending to place it back. This little one was actually contemplating sacrificing her desired dress and the legendary pastries, items most young girls yearn for, devoting her entire allowance to Mr. Bai Yi. Witnessing this scene, Bai Yi could no longer contain himself. He decisively grasped Miya's small hand as she reached for the gold coin, returning that final piece beside the silver ones. And with his other hand, he pushed the remaining coins toward her. Eh, Mr. Hope? Miya looked up in surprise, eager to voice her thoughts. But Bai Yi interrupted her directly. This money is for you to use as you wish. Bai Yi earnestly remarked, whether it be clothing or desserts. If one desires to purchase, they should do so. Oh, there is no need for such concern, Mr. Hope. Those are merely trivial indulgences, inconsequential whether they exist or not. Your well-being is of utmost importance. You have treated me with such kindness, it is not right for you to remain confined within this body. Miya responded with equal seriousness. Listen to me, Miya, Bai said, gently ruffling Miya's little head. I am quite content with my current form. It is light, agile, and does not hinder the casting of magic. This is the most suitable armor for a mage. Though this was a benevolent falsehood, it served as a reminder to Miya. The little one quickly nodded, shyly sticking out her tiny tongue and offering a playful smile. I almost forgot. Mr. Hope surely requires superior mage armor. This amount of money is certainly insufficient. Yes, I will save diligently, and when I have enough, I shall procure a more suitable body for you. Upon hearing the sincerity in the girl's eyes and her heartfelt words, Bai Yi felt as though his heart might melt. Chapter 24. A change of disguise in that moment. Not only did Bai Yi fall silent, but the other Voidwalkers also succumbed to a shared quietude. After an extended pause, the mage, the foremost among the Voidwalkers, finally spoke. Upon discovering my treasury, you must allocate half to Miya. Since she is your disciple, she is also my junior. What is it? Do you have a familial bond across generations? Have you forgotten your rightful disciple upon seeing the adorable little Miya? He continued. If I manage to extricate myself from this predicament, I shall forsake my previous vows and craft for little Miya a genuine divine weapon. This would mark my return to forging equipment for humanity after a hiatus of 600 years. The artisan, known by the codename Craftsman, spoke with utmost seriousness. Even the Lich, who had initially suggested using Lich transformation to control Miya, chimed in. I permit her to inherit my soul enslaver and to become the first living being to touch my weapon. His words lacked sincerity. For was it not true that his staff had long since been shattered in that cataclysmic battle? In any case, perhaps it was Miya's presence that rekindled the warmth of human emotion in these ancient beings, who had endured millennia of confinement. Or perhaps it was Miya's kindness and thoughtfulness that genuinely moved them. Or maybe they finally comprehended the tremendous burden of relying on this little girl's efforts to escape the void prison. Regardless, during Bai Yi's evening lecture, they surprisingly engaged in a long-overdue formal discussion within the void. The quality of the equipment itself was not of paramount importance. Other means could compensate for its deficiencies. Is there not a church in Yathan City? We could seek divine blessings there, significantly enhancing the strength of the equipment. While it is indeed perilous for you to enter the church as a void walker, with the assistance of the trickster's secret arts, it should not be insurmountable. The once rarely serious individual, now regained in his solemnity, could rightly be addressed as the paladin, proposed a rather reasonable suggestion. This method still bears considerable risk. Let it serve as a contingency plan. The optimal approach remains to acquire additional funds, the scholar added. Or perhaps, would you consider returning to the Delhi estate? If my descendants have not forsaken our family's traditions, they would still maintain a hidden treasury within the estate. I have a general idea of its location and means of access, the merchant walker proposed, audaciously encouraging Bai Yi to pilfer from his own lineage. Such a course is improper. Thievery is not virtuous. Alternatively, we might seek to reconnect with my surviving old friends. They should be able to provide ample support. The apprentice walker suggested, being the youngest of the void walkers and still acquainted with some living souls. This approach is feasible. The reaching out to those living friends will prove quite troublesome, requiring a stroke of luck as well. Bai Yi remarked as he continued his instruction to Miya. The little one entirely oblivious to the fact that her soul armor was concurrently preoccupied with two utterly unrelated endeavors, until Miya began to feel drowsy once more. Bai gently patted her head, urging her to retire for the night. Meanwhile, the discussions among the void walkers continued, yet they had not reached any conclusive outcome, evoking a sense of frustration akin to the saying that a mere penny can thwart a hero's endeavors. It was indeed a lamentable situation. The challenge lay in discovering a lucrative opportunity in a short span of time while concealing one's true identity and adhering to moral integrity. All under the constraints of existing resources and patent laws. Even for the void walkers, this presented a considerable challenge. This group of individuals was not particularly adept at starting from scratch. They either hailed from affluent backgrounds, untroubled by financial woes, or were indifferent to wealth, showing no concern for material possessions. Bai struggled to recall the last time he had seen this group so solemn and earnest, nearly questioning his familiarity with them. At that moment, a voice, unfamiliar due to its long absence, suddenly echoed in the void. "Allow me to speak." Upon hearing this voice, the void walkers, including Bai Yi and the mage, opted for silence. The speaker, codenamed Swordsman, was the second void walker, a rare presence among them, aloof and unassuming. He seldom engaged in trivial discussions meant merely to pass the time, preferring instead to endure solitude and loneliness. Even when Bai Yi found an opportunity to escape, it did not compel him to speak. Nonetheless, the other void walkers showed him ample respect, for he bore the title of Sword Saint, a seemingly ordinary designation devoid of embellishments. This title, when juxtaposed with his prowess, could easily be deemed excessively modest. Strictly speaking, any martial artist who had attained the legendary level and wielded a sword as their primary weapon could be referred to as a Sword Saint, serving as a categorical designation. However, once the title was bestowed upon him, subsequent individuals were left to adopt distinguishing titles, such as Earth Sword Saint, Ocean Sword Saint, or Treasure Sword Saint. This phenomenon bore a resemblance to the first void walker, who, upon adopting the codename Mage, compelled others to maintain a semblance of humility. After the gathering fell silent in anticipation of his words, this powerful figure, monopolizing a categorical title, continued, "You may attempt the method I employed in my youth." The mage refrained from discussing his suggestion, instead inquiring, "You are willing to speak now? I nearly thought your consciousness had faded." Swordsman let out a disinterested snort, stating, "I simply did not wish to squander my energy on your insipid discussions. In any case, fifth walker, you may try my youthful method, should you remember it." Bai tentatively asked, "You mean, the arena?" From Swordsman's recollections, it was evident that he had not always been the taciturn figure he was now. In his youth, he had embodied the spirited, combative essence of a passionate young man, coupled with a generous disposition that often left him financially strained and destitute. At that time, he did not possess the myriad ways to earn money that he has now. Instead, he adopted the simplest approach, seeking out an arena to engage in a few exhilarating battles, winning copious amounts of gold, indulging in the finest wines, and reveling in the company of the most enchanting women, spending his wealth with abandon before moving on to the next arena. After traversing the realms and conquering all the arenas across the three planes, he never again had to worry about finances. Bai Yi had to concede that this individual had lived the most carefree and extravagant life he had ever witnessed in his encounters. "It seems you still remember, then. Go there, just as I did in my youth. I trust you have not forgotten my martial techniques," the second walker continued. To be honest, Bai Yi had nearly forgotten that he possessed a legacy of martial prowess. Having trained under a mage, he had become accustomed to thinking of himself as a sorcerer, and his remarkable martial skills had slipped from his mind. Fortunately, thanks to the muscle memory imparted by the warriors, recovering those skills would not prove difficult. However, the notion of entering an arena, Bai Yi quietly contemplated the pros and cons. Earning money quickly was certain, and with a stroke of luck, one might even acquire exceptional magical equipment or rare materials as bonuses. He had contemplated this idea before, However, as a Void Walker, appearing in such a public venue as an arena and performing spectacularly did not align with the current necessity for discretion, so he had not pursued it further. In today's context, it seemed that only this second walker, who made a living through arena battles, could conceive of such a path. Others had not fallen to such depths as to rely on this for their livelihood. That is certainly not unreasonable, the swordsman stated confidently. Compared to your peculiar magics, martial skills are far more discreet. Who would recall the swordsmanship of someone who died thousands of years ago? Moreover, I have made numerous refinements and variations since then. He paused, then, with a hint of arrogance, addressed all the Void Walkers. I am aware that those among us who are aligned with magic constitute the majority, but sometimes a fist proves more effective than magic. You make a valid point. In comparison to the fixed effects of magic, martial skills exhibit far greater flexibility. With sufficient caution, one can evade detection and evade the constraints of patent laws, affirmed the leading mage on the magical side. He then turned to Bai Yi and inquired, my student, you have not forgotten those techniques, have you? Bai Yi glanced down at the azure blade of fighting spirit emanating from the fingertips of his leather gloves. A faint smile gracing his lips as he replied, not entirely forgotten. The external manifestation of fighting spirit, one of the hallmarks of a master-level warrior. Even though Bai Yi currently possessed only intermediate strength, was one of the advantages of martial skills. Most techniques, once comprehended, relied on bodily coordination and control over power, rather than being strictly limited by overall capability. As long as one refrained from unleashing devastating techniques like the Starburst Healing Slash, martial skills offered significantly greater agility than magic. At this stage, it can be said that Bai Yi's combat prowess is greater when employing martial techniques rather than magic. Very well, following the wandering mage Andrew, I shall now take on the role of the wandering swordsman Sven, he remarked with a hint of jest. Do remember to conjure a Lincoln ball. Someone from the void interjected, shattering the previously solemn atmosphere in an instant. Chapter 25. I shall tear you apart. Earlier the next day, the grandest arena in Yafan City, the Blood and Glory Arena, welcomed a challenger draped entirely in a black cloak, who proclaimed himself as the wandering swordsman, Swen. After paying a registration fee of a silver coin, this suspicious-looking individual was led to the strength assessment array, where he stood silently within its confines. Be careful not to damage it, the Void Walkers cautioned him, their words laced with a hint of concern. If I cannot manage this, I might as well take poison and end it all, replied Bai Yi, the man behind the alias of the wandering swordsman, with an air of confidence. Even with two arena attendants observing closely, he effortlessly manipulated the magical array with a mere flick of his mental prowess, causing it to glow green, a sign of his intermediate strength. No one was the wiser to his subtle manipulations. The entire process was seamless. Let us not even discuss the difficulty of the array. Is there truly a poison in this realm that could kill you? Inquired a fellow walker coded as assassin, his tone betraying an unexpected hint of regret. Is that truly your focus? It appears the mere mention of poison excites you. Are you regretting not having invented a toxin potent enough to slay soul armor in your previous life? Fear not, if you cannot achieve that. Other assassins fond of poison would not be so dull as to resort to such tactics against soul armor. After completing the assessment, Bai Yi followed the attendants into the waiting area for intermediate matches. He arrived rather early and needed to wait until enough patrons were seated before the performances could commence. He casually drew a standard longsword from the weapon rack provided by the arena and settled into a dimly lit corner, patiently awaiting his turn. Out of boredom, he scrutinized the borrowed weapon. It was an utterly ordinary military-grade longsword. While not exceptionally sharp, it was sufficiently heavy and well-crafted, capable of withstanding a considerable infusion of fighting spirit, adequate for his purposes. Are you truly not considering poisoning your weapon? That could prove quite advantageous against opponents of this caliber. The assassin interjected suddenly. Did we not dismiss that suggestion yesterday? This is a fair and formal arena. It is not some underground death match where opponents are permitted to concede without the threat of death. Such treacherous tactics as poisoning are utterly unthinkable. What do you believe we are here for? Besides, it is precisely your over-reliance on poison that relegated you to merely the 22nd Walker, while others, like the assassins, have ascended to the ranks of the 7th Walker in the Void. My apologies. I simply cannot emulate the style of the esteemed assassin. I lack his formidable strength. The assassin admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his voice. Ah, that is of no consequence. Normal humans are unable to replicate his methods. As Bai Yi conversed with the Void Walkers, the sun ascended higher in the sky, and spectators began to fill the seats in droves. More challengers entered the resting area. Yet no one noticed Bai Yi, who deliberately concealed his presence in the corner. The competition is about to commence. And the first event features a contest in the advanced category, showcasing a formidable warrior and a skilled mage engaged in a commendable duel. Their performance successfully dispels the remnants of drowsiness from the audience, eliciting waves of applause and cheers as the atmosphere gradually intensifies. Unlike other spectators, Bai Yi does not resort to peering through small windows to observe the clash. Instead, he casually scans the scene with his mental prowess from a distance. Despite the participants' vigorous efforts and the intensity of the spectacle, it remains rather ordinary in his eyes, as he has witnessed far grander confrontations between celestial and demigod levels in his memories. Nevertheless, the audience's enjoyment suffices. The match serves its purpose of warming up the crowd, igniting their enthusiasm as the mage triumphs with the last vestiges of his magical energy, generously rewarded with coins from the delighted spectators. The satisfied mage departs, paving the way for another duel among advanced warriors. The combatants, renowned for their speed, engage in a rapid exchange of dazzling maneuvers, their blades creating a thrilling display that further elevates the audience's excitement, evidenced by the swiftly accumulating wagers. It is evident that the arena's management is well aware of the audience's preferences and adeptly controls the pacing of the events. Following the two advanced matches, the competition shifts to the relatively less professional intermediate category. Perhaps considering the limited spectacle of the intermediate bouts, the rules differ from those of the advanced matches. Instead, a skilled fighter employed by the arena assumes the role of the champion, inviting other registered contenders to challenge him. This arrangement prevents the awkward scenario of two inept intermediate mages competing to see who falters in their incantations more frequently. At this juncture, a somewhat flippant yet measured male voice resonates through the arena via a magical amplifier. All right, dear audience, let us momentarily set aside the performances of the four advanced champions. We are about to witness the intermediate matches. Oh, do not wear such a disappointed expression. You must be a newcomer. I assure you, every contest in the arena of blood and honor is nothing short of spectacular. To ensure this, allow me to reintroduce your beloved Iron Axe House. Undoubtedly, he is a ruthless yet benevolent killer, having achieved victory in 16 consecutive matches, each by breaking his opponent's arm. Among his challengers are eager recruits from the military seeking to prove themselves, guards from noble families wishing to rise in stature, and curious students from the Celestial Academy. Yet, before Iron Axe House, they are but a flock of feeble chicks. Were it not for the constraints of the rules, I believe their blood would have long since soaked your goblets. Yes, his adversaries tremble in fear before him, yet the priests of the church hold him in high regard, as he consistently brings them a fresh supply of wounded souls. I dare say the bishop might even wish to betroth his granddaughter to him. The host, with great fervor, endeavored to ignite the atmosphere of the rather lackluster intermediate duel, and surprisingly, the audience's reaction suggested he had succeeded. While the technical proficiency displayed in these matches was somewhat lacking, the intensity was far from negligible, with bloodshed becoming a common spectacle. For this crowd, who sought thrills out of sheer boredom, nothing proved more effective than the sight of blood. As the host concluded his remarks, a brawny figure emerged from the opposite resting area, his imposing physique and rugged features creating a striking visual impact. Coupled with a series of provocative roars directed towards the resting area, he successfully elicited another wave of cheers from the audience. Now, let us unveil today's unfortunate contender, the Wandering Swordsman, Swain. Ah, what a name! Did a cow from the farm bestow it upon you? I must, with some reluctance, remind you that if you are not prepared to part with a sufficient sum for the priest, you may very well find yourself renamed One-Armed Swain in the future. The host continued, tantalizing the emotions of the audience while also goading the challenger, deliberately inciting feelings of anger within them. Meanwhile, Bai Yi calmly approached the entrance of the resting area. It was only after he stood that many others waiting there began to take notice of this peculiar individual, whispering amongst themselves about his distinctive appearance and the ordinary long sword he wielded. Just as he was about to make his entrance, a servant intercepted him, offering a final reminder. Should you emerge victorious, a reward of 20 gold coins awaits, along with tips from the audience and a share of the betting pool. However, if you find yourself overwhelmed, surrender swiftly. I assure you, he will not take your life. With that, the servant attempted a friendly pat on Bai Yi's shoulder, but Bai Yi nimbly evaded the gesture. The reward was not insignificant. After all, how else would one lure contenders to the stage continuously? What are the odds? Bai Yi inquired in return. 1 to 102, the servant replied. Such exaggerated odds. How delightful it would be to place a bet on oneself. Bai Yi mused, lamenting that after this match, such favorable odds would be a distant memory. He then grasped his longsword and ascended the stage with light, swift steps, his movements graceful and agile, betraying no signs of any soul armor. Nonetheless, his striking appearance instantly captured the attention of all present. Oh ho ho, look at him. Behold his flashy attire. Surely beneath that cloak lies a cow? Well, you may be the most peculiar cow I have ever encountered. Let us hope your arms do not end up as tonight's steaks, the host concluded, prompting a chorus of boos from the audience. Bai Yi turned to glance in that direction, unsurprisingly spotting a group of opulently dressed individuals seated atop the stage. Only such people would indulge in the tension and excitement they could not experience in their own lives, lavishly spending their gold coins in the process. A referee, standing at the edge of the arena, signaled for the duel to commence, and a protective barrier enveloped the stage as Bai Yi's opponent resumed his previously interrupted roar. "I will tear you apart." The Iron Axe House bellowed with a fierce intensity. The individual's strength was rather mediocre, yet his voice was resoundingly loud. Bai Yi silently formed a judgment in his mind, contemplating how to vanquish his opponent when the voice of the swordsman quietly resonated in his ear. This taciturn second wanderer of the void found himself exhilarated by the familiar scene and atmosphere. "I shall attempt my newly developed technique. Yes, that sword-breaking style. Setting aside whether such high-level skills are necessary to deal with this kind of foe, what is the origin of this technique's name? Why does it evoke such a sense of familiarity?" Chapter 26. What are you here for? The figure before Bai Yi, known as Iron Axe House, was evidently a seasoned veteran. A mere glance at Bai Yi was sufficient for him to gauge the latter's capabilities, despite being clad in a thick cloak. The militia armor only accentuated Bai Yi's frail and diminutive stature, rendering him almost insignificant next to the imposing Iron Axe House, who wielded a hefty axe that towered over him, making Bai Yi resemble a mere chick in comparison. "Come here, little one. Lick your father's butt." Iron Axe House bellowed, launching a barrage of crude taunts while brandishing his axe in grandiose arcs. Yet, he remained firmly planted in place, awaiting Bai Yi's advance. Though he wielded such an aggressive weapon, his posture suggested a defensive stance, revealing his apprehension that Bai Yi might deliver a devastating blow. A closer inspection of the unopened axe blade revealed that this man, rather than being a gladiatorial fighter, was more akin to an actor. "Come on, you coward. My axe is eager for action." The opponent continued his provocations. Undeterred by the audience's jeers, Bai Yi strode forward, raising his long sword to execute a standard upward thrust. The motion, though unhurried, was easily deciphered by the experienced Iron Axe House, who confidently tightened his grip on the axe handle, even relaxing his arm slightly to avoid the embarrassment of losing his grip should Bai Yi's sword strike with too much force. However, the fears of the dedicated performer, Mr. House, proved entirely unfounded. Bai Yi held his sword with unwavering steadiness. Not only did it show no signs of slipping from his grasp, but it also emitted a peculiar low hum as he infused it with fighting spirit. Upon colliding with the opponent's iron axe handle, no sparks flew. Instead, it sliced through the handle as silently as a hot knife through butter, leaving no extraneous sound, and before Iron Axe House could react, the tip of Bai Yi's sword rested against his throat. This technique was a new swordplay developed by the Second Walker, drawing inspiration from Earth's knowledge. By attaching fighting spirit to the weapon's surface and vibrating it at an extremely high frequency, it simulated the molecular vibration cutting techniques found on Earth, enabling even the most ordinary weapon to unleash formidable power. Moreover, it remained remarkably discreet and insidious, requiring only a modest amount of fighting spirit but demanding exceptional control skills. This synthesis of modern technology and ancient artistry was dubbed the breaking sword technique by the swordsman, setting aside the somewhat fantastical naming convention. Employing such a move against Iron Axe House, who couldn't even summon a fighting spirit shield, seemed rather excessive. Not only could the axe be cleaved, but even if he were to be split in two, the sword would remain untouched by a single drop of blood due to the high-speed vibrations of the fighting spirit. This. Iron Axe House's reaction was undeniably awkward. To be honest, he still couldn't comprehend what had transpired. All he felt was a sudden lightness in his grip, and then, as if by magic, the axe handle, thick as a child's arm, had been severed in two. Had he truly lost just like that? The live audience, along with the stand-up host, found themselves bewildered by the bizarre scene unfolding before them. The once vibrant arena, filled with excitement, fell into an eerie silence. After a prolonged moment of stunned disbelief, the host finally managed to stammer, "Well, it seems that an unexpected turn of events has occurred. I apologize for not being able to see it clearly. In any case, our Iron Axe House has suddenly found a sword pointed at his throat. He might be on the verge of conceding. Is the legendary streak of 16 consecutive victories about to come to an end?" The audience, understandably, refrained from erupting into cheers or applause. The abrupt cessation of the duel merely sparked a flurry of whispers. How could the match conclude before it even began? Such an awkward scenario was almost unparalleled. Iron Axe House, clearly reluctant to accept this premature conclusion and unwilling to let his winning record be tarnished in such a manner, tightened his grip on the remaining half of his axe handle, contemplating a sudden rebellion despite the sword poised against his throat. Regrettably, every movement he made did not escape Bai Yi's watchful gaze. Noticing his opponent's unwillingness to surrender and his desire to resist, Bai Yi, growing somewhat impatient, prodded his chin with the sword. The hooded figure tilted his head slightly, indicating that he was well aware of Iron Axe House's subtle defiance. As the sword tip pressed a fraction closer, piercing the skin of his adversary, the sharp sting from such a vital area jolted Iron Axe House back to reality, enlightening him to the fact that his opponent was not one to show mercy. With a heavy heart, he reluctantly released the broken axe handle, raising his hands above his head in a gesture of surrender. As the handle clattered against the stone floor, producing two crisp sounds, the host quickly regained his composure, his voice returning to its usual loud and frivolous tone as he addressed the audience. All right, Iron Axe House has conceded, and his winning streak has come to an end. The victor is the wandering swordsman, Swin. While I prefer to call him Cow Swin, that is beside the point. This fortunate cow has triumphed over a formidable opponent, securing his first victory. Should we not offer him a round of applause and some rewards? The host attempted once more to revitalize the dwindling atmosphere. Yet this time he failed miserably. The audience not only refrained from cheering but erupted into a chorus of boos. The customary lavish showering of gold coins for victors was conspicuously absent. Instead, the servants positioned below the audience, prepared to receive the coins in their basins, were met with an array of discarded fruit peels and sputum, a direct and unambiguous expression of their dissatisfaction with the match. What they craved was a spectacle of back-and-forth exchanges, a dramatic display of skill and tenacity, rather than this inexplicable one-sided domination. They were unaware that true champions often resolve their conflicts swiftly, with the outcome determined in just a few exchanges. Prolonged battles are a rarity. Such theatrics, filled with nostalgic reminiscence and juvenile proclamations, were the stuff of cinematic fiction, far removed from the brutal reality of combat. In the initial confrontation, 25 elite warriors united to besiege the demigod Lich, Disfarl. Including the time the Lich spent fleeing in panic, the battle lasted merely 2 hours. Mr. House, the performer who faced Bai Yi, was utterly oblivious to this history. Before both parties departed, he cast a sympathetic glance at Bai Yi and quietly inquired, "My friend, do you truly understand the purpose of this place?" Bai Yi was rendered speechless by the question and silently returned to the resting area. He addressed the second walker within his consciousness, expressing, "Is this truly your exceptional swordsmanship? Look at the piles of fruit peels and refuse presented before us. They ought to have been mounds of gold coins. How was I to foresee this? My previous arena was notoriously brutal and sanguinary. I had no inkling that the arena had now devolved into a grand theater." The swordsman lamented his predicament. "What can I do in the face of such a regression in this era? I too am overwhelmed with despair." No, he continued. "This should be considered progress. For the abandonment of violence and bloodshed is indeed the direction of societal advancement, is it not? This is a formal arena centered on competition as a public entertainment venue. It cannot permit murder, and ideally, it should avoid injury as well. Renaming it to the arena of harmony and prosperity would not be amiss." Bai Yi grumbled internally. Moreover, compared to the duels on stage, the betting odds on the sidelines were the true main event, were they not? The host outside evidently recognized this fact as well, hastily proclaiming, "The arrival of a new champion is undoubtedly splendid news. I believe the seemingly composed Mr. Swin will undoubtedly continue with the next challenge. Perhaps the long-anticipated consecutive victories are about to unfold? The odds have been prepared for your consideration. What are you waiting for? Come and seek authentic thrills." His remarks prompted the audience to realize that the primary entertainment here was indeed betting and gambling, leading them to focus on the odds sheets presented by the attendants, gradually restoring the atmosphere from its previous indifference to one of excitement. At that moment, within the most opulent box in the VIP area, a youthful and radiant woman sat, accompanied by an unassuming black soul armor. Yet, the subtle magical pattern shimmering on the armor's polished surface imparted a sense of understated luxury. This was the box of the Daol family, and those seated within were undoubtedly individuals of wealth and status. A fact further corroborated by the black obsidian armor adorning the figure. "When Tiny, are you not inclined to partake in some amusement?" The soul armor languidly reclined on the plush sofa, addressing the exquisite woman of notable stature. One hand casually perused the odds sheet while the other toyed with a gold coin, exuding an air of intrigue. "Engage in your own entertainment," she replied. "I possess no inclination for the morbid pleasure of low-caliber performances. Accompanying you here was a grievous miscalculation." The enchanting beauty spoke without reservation, her silky, light blue hair cascading gracefully to her shoulders. She donned a particularly audaciously tailored swordsman's attire, with a neckline that boldly extended down to her abdomen, revealing her fair skin and subtly delineated curves. Her visage bore a striking resemblance to the blossoming young ladies of the Sun Sai Academy. Yet the depth and composure concealed within her eyes, along with the unique allure that only a mature woman possesses, distinctly set her apart from the female students. Her true age undoubtedly belied her youthful appearance, suggesting that her prowess was exceptional. Otherwise, such a rare beauty, combining a youthful facade with a mature aura, would not be graced upon her. Chapter 27. Life is a play. Confronted with the disdainful attitude of his soul armor, the black-clad soul armor nonchalantly remarked, Wendini, do not be so serious all the time. You must learn to relax appropriately. As he spoke, he conjured several gold coins seemingly from thin air, tossing them into the attendant's hands with casual indifference. Bet on that wandering swordsman, Swin, to win outright. No, wait. I wish to wager on him achieving his last 10 victories, the option with the highest odds. Hearing such a declaration, the striking beauty known as Wendini furrowed her brows. Not out of concern for the money, but rather out of curiosity. Do you truly have such faith in him? Merely due to a stroke of luck? The black soul armor gestured for the attendant to depart, then reclined languidly on the plush, expansive sofa. In terms of swordsmanship, I may not rival your expertise. However, in discerning character, I have seldom erred in either this life or the last. A strong premonition informs me that he is the ally we seek. Ah. The second match is about to commence. Let us await the outcome. Such an explanation evidently failed to satisfy the enchanting Wendini. Her delicate brows remained slightly knitted. Though her beauty shone undiminished, she refrained from arguing or questioning further, compelling herself to patiently observe Bai Yi's second performance. Our bovine swordsman Swin was soon to face his second adversary. And as for why I refer to him as bovine, it is purely due to the amusing resemblance of the word wandering when read in reverse. But enough of jest, let us discover who his next opponent is. Oh, my heavens! It is the Ripper, Dogger. Oh, poor bovine, my sympathy begins to swell. If the previous opponent, Iron Handhouse, was merely a loud and foolish brute, the Ripper Dogger is a bona fide assassin, an unmitigated killer. Indeed, he has committed numerous murders in the Maldimension, a true psychopathic slayer. Thus, he bears the moniker Ripper, akin to the most ferocious demons of the abyss. Although the rules here prohibit both parties from taking life, one must acknowledge that this is the blood and glory arena, a place rife with unexpected peril. Look, the Ripper Dogger approaches. Do you sense the metallic scent of blood in the air? The host exhibited remarkable skill, deftly employing various sensitive terms to rekindle the audience's waning enthusiasm. Amidst a flurry of hype and insinuation, the spectators envisioned Bai Yi being mercilessly torn to shreds by this Ripper, their anticipation manifesting in a flurry of coins tossed into the betting pool. Bai Yi scrutinized his opponent, who donned a crimson robe, his visage even more menacing than that of the previous contender, House. Clutched in his hands were two exceptionally vicious claws, their cold, bloody grooves glinting ominously under the sunlight. Upon closer inspection of the claws' blades, one could discern that they had been unsealed. Moreover, from the perspective of power sensing, this individual has approached an advanced level. With a modicum of effort, he could easily complete the rank assessment and be recognized as a senior warrior. Did you previously have a subordinate named the Ripper? Bai Yi inquired with genuine curiosity. An elite-level demon, a more sophisticated type of cannon fodder, the demon walker replied, though he is significantly stronger than this one here. At the very least, my Rippers do not adorn themselves with pig's blood to showcase their ferocity. So, the incessant stench of blood emanating from him is attributed to that? It appears that in terms of both performance and prowess, he is far more professional than the earlier actor, House. In fact, compared to the actor's flamboyant display, he opted for a more oppressive and silent stare, reminiscent of a beast surveying its prey, exuding pure aggression. Had his opponent been anyone other than Bai Yi, he might have genuinely intimidated them. Just as both sides were on the verge of confrontation, Bai Yi took a moment to inquire of the swordsman walker in his consciousness, what trick do you plan to employ this time? Since this audience, devoid of substance, delights in an array of flamboyant sword techniques, let us resort to the Six Meridians divine sword. Never mind. Your total fighting spirit is insufficient. We shall proceed with the breaking chi technique instead. The swordsman pondered for a moment before responding. Please hold on. I have been quite curious since earlier. What is the meaning behind these names of techniques? Are you inadvertently revealing something? Is it that you are enamored with martial arts novels? Are you truly unafraid that your aloof image might shatter? What is the problem with that? I simply revel in the tales of vengeance and camaraderie of the martial world. The stories of those who wield swords and sing with abandon, and the intricate entanglements of enmity and affection within them. What is wrong with that? The swordsman walker replied somewhat disgruntled. Although aware that he was speaking nonsense, there was an oddly convincing quality to his words. Upon reflection, the reckless behavior of this fellow in his youth did bear a striking resemblance to the roguish heroes of those novels. Perhaps it was due to his inability to find common ground with others that he often portrayed such aloofness? Bai Yi mused. Then, upon the referee's announcement to commence, he brandished his long sword and swiftly advanced towards his opponent. The breaking chi technique, devised by the swordsman, fundamentally involves releasing extremely thin and fine blades of fighting spirit from the sword's tip, enabling these blades to penetrate the gaps in the opponent's fighting spirit shield and shatter it with remarkable efficacy. It constitutes a highly aggressive maneuver with minimal consumption, allowing for multiple releases. According to the swordsman's original design, as a demigod, he could instantaneously unleash a multitude of radiant golden blades of fighting spirit, forming a dazzling wall of blades directed at the enemy. The spectacle would appear extraordinarily stunning and magnificent, and if executed in succession, it would be even more imposing and visually captivating, surely satisfying the appetite of the audience. However, at present, Bai Yi's prowess is merely at an intermediate level, unable to unleash the resplendent golden fighting spirit characteristic of demigod-level warriors. Instead, he can only emit a translucent white energy, which in both volume and density is rather lacking. More critically, his opponent is merely an intermediate fighter and thus possesses no fighting spirit shield. Consequently, the outcome was the adversary charged forward with haste, while Bai Yi brandished his longsword and instantaneously released a transparent energy blade within his capacity. In an instant, the opponent's crimson robe was utterly ravaged in place of a fighting spirit shield, torn asunder into countless fragments that scattered about, leaving only a few scraps of fabric to cover the essential areas. Once again, the match was abruptly interrupted. The opponent, unable to utter a single word, could only clutch at his exposed lower half, casting a glare at Bai Yi that was filled with a mix of disdain and disbelief, before hastily retreating from the stage without conceding. At this juncture, the host felt a sense of despair, yet duty compelled him to awkwardly explain, this. Well, although the specifics remain unclear, it seems that the Ripper, Duoj, is somewhat off his game today. Perhaps it is his attire that is not in a fit state. As we all know, warriors envelop themselves in fighting spirit during combat, and his garments must have been torn by his own energy, right? Yes, that must be it. In any case, the victor of this round remains the fortunate swordmaster, Swen. I understand that this outcome may be somewhat exasperating, but indeed, he has navigated through the second round thanks to this bizarre stroke of luck. Shall we offer this lucky fellow a round of applause? Upon hearing such a disappointing conclusion, the audience erupted into boos, expressing their anger and discontent, hurling assorted refuse and debris onto the arena, which unfortunately rained down upon the attendants below, who were poised to collect the earnings. When the attendants finally placed the heap of litter before Bai Yi, he could not restrain himself any longer, exclaiming, "What on earth are we here for? To pick up trash?" With that, he feigned an exit, despite being a top-tier warrior. He found it increasingly intolerable to endure such humiliation twice. To compound matters, everyone present, including the challengers in the waiting area, regarded him with peculiar eyes, instinctively tightening their garments and stepping back. What is the meaning of this? Do they perceive me as some sort of deviant? I merely shredded his clothing on the stage, Bai Yi thought, feeling particularly vexed. The wizardly companion hastily urged, "Do not fret, do not fret. Although they refuse to reward us, there are still the prizes, are there not? The second victory has at least secured us 30 gold coins, has it not? Think of little Miya's adorable smile, and endure just a bit longer." This sentiment evoked memories of Miya's expectant gaze from the previous night, and the heartwarming scene of her handing him gold coins one by one, prompting him to return to his corner, where he informed the attendant, who sported a banana peel atop his head, that he would continue to fight. There is no choice. For the sake of little Miya and the freedom of the future, one must endure a little longer. After all, maintaining composure in the face of both honor and disgrace is a mark of true strength, is it not? Bai Yi pondered this, then addressed the Void Walkers, stating, "We can no longer rely on the outdated tactics of the swordsman. They are utterly ineffective." "Nonsense. It is merely that those ignorant folk lack appreciation," the swordsman retorted, indignant. "Pay no heed to him. In any case, we must devise strategies that can yield financial gain," Bai Yi asserted earnestly. "We require techniques that are genuinely resplendent, yet discreet enough to conceal our identities." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a heap of refuse before him, and to his astonishment, he discovered a gleaming gold coin nestled within the debris. Was there truly someone knowledgeable among the spectators? Or was it merely a fleeting act of generosity from a bet placed on him? As he contemplated, he picked up the coin from the refuse, scrutinizing it with great care. Chapter 28. All about performance. At this moment, the Void Walkers were largely embroiled in a debate regarding the question previously posed by Bai Yi, offering a plethora of plausible or implausible suggestions. Only the first-line mage noticed that his student was examining a coin with an unusual intensity and thus ventured to inquire, "Oh, is this a token of appreciation? It appears there are indeed those who possess a discerning eye. That is not the crux of the matter." Bai Yi gently shook his head, stowing the coin back in his pocket. He continued, "This coin bears a minuscule trace of green aura, originating from a legendary warrior, which I have successfully erased. What might this signify? I commend your caution and attention to detail. However, I believe this does not indicate anything significant. Perhaps it merely suggests that the individual recognized your considerable strength and wished to greet you. Your true identity cannot be compromised by such a minor display." The mage responded earnestly, "Yes, that is likely the case. I may have been overly sensitive," Bai Yi conceded, nodding to himself. Reflecting on his previous conduct, he could find no flaws, let alone a legendary warrior. This thought brought him considerable relief, prompting him to add, "Well then, let us hear what suggestions these fellows have conjured up. How about employing my techniques? They may be simple, yet remarkably effective in combat, visually appealing and devoid of any vulnerabilities," the barbarian walker suggested, exuding confidence. "Perhaps you should refrain from joining the fray. Your techniques are merely slashing, forceful slashing, two-handed slashing, leaping slashing, and full power slashing, are they not? Your ability to traverse the wilderness and compel 30,000 prairie barbarians to hesitate stems not from your rudimentary skills, but from your innate strength and the blessings of the barbarian god. You are a singular entity among the 33 void walkers. Moreover, are you certain that the audience would appreciate such a straightforward approach? I fear the performance may not fare better than before." As Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words, a soft murmur emanated from the exquisite beauty, Wendini, hidden within the treasure chest of the Dale family. Her previously unappealing countenance softened into a semblance of astonishment as she remarked with a hint of delight, "The trace of aura I left behind has been eradicated. He truly is a meticulous and prudent individual." Her black soul armor erupted in a triumphant laugh. "Ha ha! I told you that fellow was extraordinary, didn't I? Now you believe me, don't you? Are you perhaps regretting not placing your bets with me? The odds were as high as 1 to 288. I am not particularly in need of such trivial sums," Wendini retorted, her brow furrowing once again. She was not concerned about money. Rather, she was exasperated by the capricious nature of her soul armor, which had shown no improvement over the years. "So how have you altered your perception of him? Did you not previously find the show here rather dull and believe there was no need for assistance?" The ebony-clad soul armor persisted in its relentless inquiries, questioning whether the peculiar behavior of stripping a male opponent in public had awakened some unique proclivity within her. "Silence." When he snapped, her tone sharp. Her altered perception of Bai Yi was certainly not influenced by such trivial antics, but rather by her extraordinary vision that had allowed her to faintly detect the unnatural distortions in the air as Bai Yi wielded his sword. These distortions bore an uncanny resemblance to a blade of fighting spirit, yet her opponent was merely a contender of intermediate caliber. This discrepancy piqued her curiosity, prompting her to discreetly infuse a hint of fighting spirit into her generous donation of gold coins, intending to further probe the capabilities of her adversary. As her subtle stratagem was unveiled, her curiosity intensified. As a legendary warrior known as the Butterfly Sword Saint, she embodied both beauty and grace akin to a flower butterfly, coupled with remarkable prowess that stood out even among her peers. The enigmatic swordsman cloaked in black had effortlessly countered her gambit, a clear indication that his strength met Wendy's expectations. With newfound patience, she settled down, delicately lifting a glass of red wine with her seemingly flawless hands, savoring it with the poise of a true noble. Her long, slender legs, clad in black stockings, were elegantly crossed upon the sofa, ready to relish Bai Yi's forthcoming performance. Soon enough, Bai Yi took to the stage amidst the host's incessant prattle. The host, now wary, refrained from further boasting about his opponent, shifting the audience's anticipation towards the potential winning streak of Bai Yi. His adversary, a warrior wielding a sword and shield, exuded an aura of authority honed through countless battles. Despite being branded with the ignominious title of a movable wall, he was an entirely conventional opponent, offering neither crude taunts nor bizarre displays of theatrics. And his prowess was that of a legitimate advanced fighter. This was undoubtedly a formidable contender. After the previous eccentricities of performers and butchers, the arena's overseers had finally opted for a normal individual, signifying their newfound seriousness in dispatching a qualified actor, which nearly moved Bai Yi. Thus, he resolved to employ the Lord's counsel in combat, a duel steeped in the Lord's memories of courtly swordplay, where two top-tier performers would orchestrate a display of martial artistry on the grandest of stages. This engagement would be genuine, devoid of ostentation, and flawless in both aesthetic and technical execution. Of course, to the Lord, these two individuals were merely actors. In reality, they possessed master-level skills, adeptly employing techniques that the elite deemed beneath them to confront the advanced warrior before them, a strategy that was more than sufficient. Indeed, the optimal choice for the current stage. Thus, Bai Yi imitated the ostentatious sword techniques, executing a myriad of sword flourishes and striking various dashing poses, engaging in a fiercely contested duel with the sword and shield warrior. The exchange of blows was rapid, with the clashing of metal resonating alongside the sparks from the swords, igniting the audience's enthusiasm. Cheers and applause began to crescendo as the battle intensified, even winning over those who had previously jeered at Bai Yi, who now showered him with accolades. It turned out that the so-called milk cow, the wandering swordsman, Sven, was indeed formidable. Perhaps his earlier performance had faltered merely due to the inadequacy of his opponents. Many spectators began to ponder this, their anticipation growing for Bai Yi to face stronger adversaries and deliver an even more thrilling spectacle. As a result, the cheers and applause that had once been shared between the two combatants gradually shifted to solely celebrate Bai Yi. Take down that iron turtle, milk cow swordsman. You are the best. I have grown fond of you, of your name, of your cloak. Quickly, dispatch this fool with your magnificent swordsmanship. I know you still have plenty of room to maneuver. Such exclamations inadvertently reached the ears of his opponent, who found them rather disheartening. After so many exchanges, he surmised that Bai Yi's prowess far surpassed his own. Why was such a remarkable individual competing in the intermediate arena? This only deepened his curiosity, particularly as he could not fathom Bai Yi's intentions. There were times when a simple thrust could have easily defeated him. Yet Bai Yi chose to execute a sweeping strike instead. At other moments, when his attacks missed, Bai Yi would gracefully leap back, relinquishing prime opportunities for counterattacks. In sum, this unfortunate sword and shield warrior felt utterly despondent, grappling with both physical and mental exhaustion. After one final failed attempt to press the attack, he decisively raised his hand in surrender and left the stage dejectedly, casting Bai Yi a lingering gaze filled with lament. Why look at me with such eyes? Am I not performing beautifully enough for your liking? Is there something wrong with your mind? Bai Yi silently mused, struggling to comprehend his opponent's earnest demeanor. To him, the seriousness of the opponent seemed akin to that of an actor. The wandering swordsman had triumphed over the immovable wall, achieving a remarkable third consecutive victory. And he was on a rampage. I had long suspected that this cloaked little figure was no ordinary combatant. To his opponents, he appeared as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. His bounty had now surged to 40 gold coins. Would he choose to continue his path of conquest? Might we witness the birth of a 12-match winning streak? The host proclaimed in a resonant voice, yet soon his words were drowned out by the tumultuous cheers of the audience, who, with eager delight, finally unfastened their coin pouches and generously scattered gold coins. Now this was more like it. Bai Yi gazed at the coins presented by the attendants. Even after the arena's hefty deduction of 50%, he still had over 100 gold coins remaining, coupled with the share from his bets. Despite the lengthy duration of his match, his earnings were substantial. It suddenly dawned on him why swordsmen were particularly drawn to such venues for fortune. With a joyful heart, Bai Yi tucked the coins into his bosom, only to discover two among them still bearing traces of the earlier green aura. Who could be so idle? He mused silently, discreetly wiping away the remnants of that aura before turning back to the attendants to indicate his intention to continue fighting. Chapter 29. A delicate situation. Wendy, previously deemed as uninteresting by Bai Yi, now found herself far from bored. In fact, a subtle thrill coursed through her. It was not that she particularly adored Bai Yi's earlier performance, though, to be fair, she did appreciate the earlier display. However, at her level of expertise, she could hardly admire the ostentatious and superficial swordsmanship. What captivated her more was Bai Yi's composure and ease when confronting a genuinely formidable warrior. This not only underscored Bai Yi's superior prowess, but also presented her with a potential opening for exploration. Why would a skilled warrior engage in the lowest tier of intermediate contests? And why, despite having numerous opportunities for victory, did he spare his opponent? Was it a delight in tormenting them, or a desire to entertain the audience for greater rewards? As Wendy pondered these questions, she handed 3 coins imbued with fighting spirit to a servant, instructing him to distribute them among 3 bowls for her opponent. Even with such arrangements, the 3 coins were swiftly located and dealt with, indicating that the previous occurrences were neither coincidental nor fortunate. Her opponent indeed possessed a commendable level of caution and meticulousness. This revelation further delighted Wendy, allowing her to relax as she languidly reclined back onto the sofa, her long and toned legs, a result of rigorous training, naturally adopting a particularly alluring posture. The unique sensuality of her black stockings exuded a deadly allure. True beauty, it seems, manifests effortlessly. Without the need for ostentatious adornment or deliberate display, it unfolds gracefully in even the most mundane of movements. The butterfly sword saint, Wendy, epitomized such exquisite beauty. Alas, the only entity able to appreciate this captivating sight was a black soul armor, which regarded the mature beauty before it with respectful admiration. It sincerely remarked, "Wendy, you ought to relax more. This version of you is far more charming." Having said this, it did not afford the soul armor a chance for rebuttal and reverted to its previous demeanor, boasting, "See? I told you we would find the skilled individuals we seek here. This is merely a preliminary assessment. We are still far from a final decision." Wendy responded with calm resolve. Expanding the northern trade routes was of paramount importance to her family, a matter that could be said to determine their very survival. "We must exercise utmost caution. We cannot afford to be reckless." As her tone grew increasingly serious, the unpretentious beauty she had briefly revealed faded away, returning the noble and languorous Wendy to the meticulous butterfly sword saint. The black soul armor silently shrugged in resignation, inwardly chastising the head of the Liu family for placing the weight of their millennia-old legacy upon a woman, thus burdening her delicate shoulders with excessive responsibility. Wendini Dole, the second daughter of the Dole family, stands in stark contrast to her brother, who dabbles in music and poetry to charm noble maidens, as well as her younger sister, who is captivated by aristocratic salons. At the remarkable age of 27, Wendini emerged as the renowned sword saint, a figure of extraordinary talent who ascended to the realm of formidable power, thus becoming the most resplendent jewel of the Dole lineage. Consequently, it was only natural for the family head to delegate the formidable task of expanding trade routes to her, while he busied himself with the creation of more siblings. In her quest to identify suitable candidates, Wendini labored tirelessly, experiencing some successes yet encountering far more disappointments. The endeavor of pioneering the northern wilderness cannot be resolved solely through monetary means. Despite the entire family's concerted efforts, numerous gaps remained unfilled. Compounding her frustrations was the unexpected appearance of a wandering mage, Andrew, who, at such a critical juncture, stirred up trouble. While demanding money was one thing, inflicting injury was entirely another. Although he did not strike first, it was undeniable that his actions rendered a masterful young mage bedridden for a month. This young man, who was a key pillar of the pioneering team and had been lured by the lecherous gazes of the venerable archmage Feglo, had become a valuable asset. To make matters worse, upon regaining consciousness, the young mage did not express anger or resentment. Instead, he extolled the prowess of the wandering mage, claiming his own injury was a result of his own folly, and even encouraged Wendini to seek out the rogue, fervently assuring her that he would be the finest addition to their team. This was utterly humiliating. How could the second lady of the Dole family not be incensed? It was precisely this indignation that prompted her to bring her soul armor to the arena, ostensibly to recruit personnel, yet secretly harboring a desire for a brief respite, albeit one she was reluctant to voice. Fortunately, fate seemed to acknowledge Wendini's toil, leading her to discover a wandering swordsman named Swen, clad in a similar black cloak. In the intermediate arena, although he too donned the irksome black garment, Wendini refrained from associating him with the detestable mage Andrew. The arrogance of that sorcerer, as described by the young mage, was such that it seemed improbable he would appear in the most rudimentary of competitions. Moreover, possessing such exquisite swordsmanship, the existence of such a being appeared inconceivable to her. Unbeknownst to Wendini was the existence of voidwalkers, which rendered her thoughts somewhat understandable. She continued to observe Bai Yi's performance, contemplating the means by which she might control this enigmatic individual. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Yi had already secured 2 victories with remarkable ease, thrilling the audience and drawing an increasing number of admirers eager to bear his child. The host's initial proclamations of slaughter had transformed into the assertion of dominion over the competition, culminating in the current chaos of carnage. Wendy's earnest contemplation led her momentarily to overlook the act of bestowing gold coins. Conversely, Bai Yi felt a tinge of regret for not having encountered those peculiar gold coins in the past 2 rounds. A mere legendary-level contender was hardly worth his concern. His apprehension lay solely with his true identity. Hence, the more generous the rewards, the better. After 2 rounds, his chaotic collection of accolades had amassed nearly 1,500 gold coins. The speed at which he was accumulating wealth was indeed exhilarating, prompting Bai Yi to entertain the notion of establishing an alchemy workshop or a blacksmith's forge. With the knowledge of an alchemist and a craftsman, he would no longer need to fret over financial matters. However, such aspirations remained mere fantasies, for his identity precluded frequent appearances in such venues. And setting up an alchemy workshop was no trifling matter requiring only a few thousand gold coins. Moreover, there were individuals who were less inclined to allow him to triumph so easily. Before him stood his 5th opponent, a summoner whose prowess approached that of an elite-level contender. This would undoubtedly impose some pressure on Bai Yi, not due to the elite classification, but rather because the summoner's profession exhibited the most pronounced counter-effect against warriors among all professions. Winning handsomely with the techniques of a mid-level warrior would prove to be quite a challenge. The unreliable Void Walkers remained oblivious to this predicament, even engaging in collective disparagement of their opponent's ostentatious title of Saintly Summoner. Why did such individuals possess such extravagant titles? Looking at their own, did they not feel it was somewhat excessive? Yet what could they do? The first Walker had taken on the moniker of Mage, leaving them with little recourse. Previously, someone from their ranks had adopted the title of Dragon City Overlord, but had to relinquish it due to mockery from too many. As for who that was, I shall not disclose. Haven't T, you already revealed it? Furthermore, I am currently engaged in a duel. Could you not be a tad more serious and earnest? Only the Lord Walker, who inadvertently exposed his own embarrassing past, kindly warned Bai Yi to be cautious, for the summoned hyenas had already surrounded him. I am aware. Bai Yi replied with a hint of exasperation, deftly evading several probing lunges from the hyenas while seizing the opportunity to thrust out 2 blades, sending 2 of the summoned creatures back to their originating realm. However, the summoner was evidently prepared, intent on terminating Bai Yi's winning streak. Unashamedly, he began to consume magical potions right there on the spot. With each gulp, several more hyenas were summoned, progressively constricting the space around Bai Yi and cornering him against the arena's edge. Even the host spoke with a tone tinged with sympathy. Oh, goodness. Our wandering swordsman is clearly in trouble. The summoner possesses an overwhelming advantage over the warrior. Attacking the summoned creatures is futile, yet he cannot reach the summoner himself. Oh, the soul gap has been sealed, and the wandering swordsman finds himself utterly encircled. Should he wish to avoid injury, it would be prudent for him to surrender without delay. Hyenas, those grotesque and ferocious creatures, are not but the spawn of demons. It appears that his miraculous streak of victories is destined to be forcibly terminated. This sentiment was shared not only by the host but also echoed in the audience, which was punctuated by a chorus of regretful sighs. There were, of course, some who bemoaned their substantial bets on Bai Yi, their anguish palpable. Even the enigmatic figure clad in black armor within the VIP box remarked, "It seems this is where it ends. He does not appear adept at contending with such beasts." Wadini shook her head in disappointment, uttering not a word. The hyena, a common beast of the northern wilderness, should have posed no challenge. If he cannot navigate such a situation, he certainly does not meet her standards. This journey ultimately feels like a waste of time, Wadini mused inwardly. Chapter 30. I am not that kind of person. Just when everyone believed that the wandering swordsman, Sven, had reached the end of his rope, Bai alone held a different perspective. He possessed numerous strategies to navigate the prevailing predicament. The true challenge lay merely in making a choice. However, upon witnessing the triumphant smirk on the summoner's face, he resolutely decided to employ the most precarious yet satisfying approach. After thrusting his sword to fend off several hyenas that lunged at him, Bai nonchalantly abandoned his defensive stance, rising to his full height and gently resting his long sword upon the ground. There was no sign of imminent defeat upon him. Instead, he appeared even more composed than the summoner, who was ostensibly in the advantageous position, as if victory were already his. This demeanor evidently irked the summoner. He had shown as much mercy as possible, hoping to avoid a fatal outcome, providing the wandering swordsman ample time to surrender. Yet, in response to his leniency, the swordsman had the audacity to assume the posture of a victor. Did he truly believe that killing was off the table here? Angered, the summoner resolved to impart a profound lesson to this presumptuous individual. No longer feeling merciful, he snapped his fingers, issuing a command for the hyenas to attack. In unison, the pack of hyenas crouched low, their muscles coiling as they gathered strength, their throats emitting a thrilling growl, their blood-red eyes fixated hungrily on their chosen target. Poised to strike. Tear him apart. With the summoner's chilling command, the hyenas erupted into excited howls, exposing their ghastly, toothy maws, lunging towards Bai Yi's slender form. In stark contrast to their massive jaws, which were the size of adult heads, Bai Yi appeared alarmingly frail. Many spectators instinctively shut their eyes. Although they had come seeking bloodthirsty thrills, the brutality of the hyenas tearing into their prey exceeded their limits of tolerance. They envisioned the gruesome scene where the victim would be reduced to nothing but bones. Most ordinary individuals found it challenging to endure such morbid curiosity. Even the stunning beauty, Wadini, in her VIP box, shared this sentiment. Though the wandering swordsman did not entirely meet her ultimate criteria, he was undeniably a remarkable warrior. And such a demise evoked her sympathy. This mirrored her own fears of confronting even more vicious and grotesque monsters. Would she too meet a similar fate? Despite Bai Yi remaining motionless, devoid of any inclination to move, Wadini interpreted this not as calmness in the face of danger, but rather as the unwavering spirit of a warrior reluctant to yield. This admirable quality touched her somewhat. Her delicate pink lips parted slightly, contemplating summoning her soul armor to save him from his impending doom. Clearly, her concerns were entirely unwarranted. In the eyes of many, Bai Yi, who was on the verge of becoming hyena fodder, remained remarkably composed, seemingly oblivious to the perilous situation he found himself in. Not a single tremor betrayed his body. It was only when the hyena's teeth were about to make contact with him that he spoke in a low, calm voice, commanding, "Kneel," though softly uttered. This authoritative demand carried a weight of dignity and power that went unheard by others, including the summoner. Nevertheless, it resonated with astonishing clarity in the ears of the hyenas. Simultaneously, an indescribable aura of pressure emanated from Bai Yi, enveloping each hyena with precision. This was no mere trick of a charlatan but a genuine force erupting from within him. The ensuing spectacle was indeed captivating. The hyenas promptly closed their mouths, writhing in midair as they brushed past Bai Yi, crashing to the ground in a cacophony of thuds. Their subsequent reaction was nothing short of astonishing. After tumbling down, they struggled to rise, but instead of assuming a poised stance as before, they lay prostrate on the ground, heads pressed firmly against the earth. Too fearful to even glance at Bai Yi. Their bodies trembled slightly from terror, and pitiful whimpers of submission filled the air, submissive as newborn pups. This group of terrifying creatures, capable of wreaking havoc even in the desolate northern plains, had never before displayed such demeanor in the presence of a mere mortal. Wendy's mouth fell agape. Her intended command to save Bai Yi abruptly caught in her throat. Even with her legendary experience, she was utterly confounded by the unfolding events. If she could not comprehend the situation, one could only imagine the bewilderment of the summoner, whose hyenas had never exhibited such behavior toward him, especially when they were poised to rend a prey to shreds. Had there been an error in the summoning command? The summoner hastily recited the incantation again. Yet the hyenas remained unmoved, as if the concept of a master was entirely foreign to them. Faced with the terrifying pressure emanating from an entity of supreme strength, these mindless beasts could only recall the instinctual fear ingrained deep within their beings. They had long forsaken any notion of a summoning contract. The bones of countless ancestors had etched this fear of overwhelming power into their very essence, some originating from dragons, others from colossal behemoths, and still more from fearsome barbarians. Yet, it was evident that the dark, diminutive figure before them exuded an aura far more menacing than that of the most formidable barbarians. The true pressure of the Voidwalker was beyond the comprehension of the creatures inhabiting the northern plains. This was merely a fraction of Bai Yi's restrained power. Had he unleashed his full might, the resultant terror would likely drive these lowly beings to the brink of self-destruction. Yet, should that occur, the revelation of his true identity would be inescapable. Thus, Bai Yi merely uttered a quiet command, "Bite him." The mere sounds of wailing and trembling had already rendered the hyenas unable to suppress their innate fear. In an instant, they chose to submit. Upon hearing the command from a figure of strength, they promptly regained their composure, collectively turning their heads, their grotesque jaws agape once more, unleashing a terrifying growl. However, this time, their prey was their former master. What are you planning to do? Help! In the now silent arena, the only sound was the summoner's cries, as he fled in haste without looking back. The hyenas, showing no courtesy, pursued him relentlessly, even intending to rend their former master into a more orderly and aesthetically pleasing form to please their new master. As for his fate, no one seemed to care. The audience remained silent, the eloquent host still in a state of bizarre shock. The atmosphere grew increasingly surreal until Bai Yi descended from the arena, prompting a faint murmur to arise among the spectators. "My apologies, I was momentarily overcome by a surge of anger, leading me to act rather irrationally," Bai Yi remarked to the Voidwalkers upon returning to the lounge, acknowledging the profound impact of his earlier actions. "There is no need for apologies, my student. The Voidwalkers do not permit failure, especially not of this nature," the first walker quickly reassured his pupil. "Pride is our essential bulwark in this endless prison. We must not squander it over trifling matters. Only hope is worth relinquishing our pride. And that creature which dared to desecrate our legacy shall pay a sufficient price for its transgressions." It was evident that the first walker held considerable regard for his student. Witnessing Bai Yi cornered had unsettled him deeply. Bai Yi, as the fifth walker, was the proud inheritor of all his teachings, embodying the hopes of the 33 Voidwalkers. It was a profound indignity for such a being, one whom even deities must revere, to be confined within a humble armor and act with such trepidation. Fortunately, Bai Yi's temperament was far gentler than that of his mentor. As long as he could ultimately rescue his companions, he could endure a modicum of indignity along the way. However, it was clear that the contest could not proceed any longer. The alias of the wandering swordsman, Swen, would likely be rendered unusable henceforth, which was a pity. For Bai Yi had quite taken a liking to that name. As Bai Yi instructed his attendant to tally his spoils, Wendini maintained a somewhat endearing expression of confusion. Inquiring of her soul armor, what exactly transpired earlier? Dragon might, indeed, came the serious and affirmative response from the black soul armor, having shed its earlier frivolity. Such a formidable aura emanating from the dragon possesses an extraordinary power that compels all lesser beasts to submit. In terms of its legendary prowess, dragon might represented the very limits of its imagination. How could a mere human exude the majesty of a dragon? Wendy furrowed her beautifully shaped brows once more, doubting her partner's conjecture. Have you forgotten those dragon riders from the ancient realms who dominate the skies? The black soul armor retorted. Their prolonged companionship with the dragons has inevitably imbued them with a semblance of draconic authority, which they usually temper with caution. Yet, in critical moments, it can prove to be life-saving. Thus, we remained utterly oblivious to it before. The range and influence of this draconic essence are not particularly potent, but it is more than sufficient to deal with beasts such as hyenas. The innocent Bai Yi found himself inexplicably transformed into a character reminiscent of a Taoist priest in a martial arts novel. Chapter 31. Massively multiplayer online games. The notion of the black soul armor might be regarded as the sole plausible explanation at present. However, it is fraught with numerous ambiguities. Wendy could not restrain herself from inquiring further. Yet, how can a dragon knight possess merely intermediate prowess? I find it hard to believe that there is a flaw in the strength detection array, for it was meticulously crafted by the masters of the Shinsa Academy. A formidable individual would have no reason to engage in an intermediate contest. Pausing momentarily, she recalled something and added, with his capabilities, he need not even partake in such an arena. What could his true intentions be? Is he here to relish the adulation and acclaim of others? Or is it merely for profit? This question was pivotal, with the resources at her disposal as the second daughter of the Daol family. As long as he was not coveting her body, there would be ample opportunity for negotiation. A man capable of subduing lesser beasts with dragon might would undoubtedly be a cornerstone of their northern expeditionary group, as long as the price was not exorbitant. Wendy would gladly accommodate him. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps it indicates that he is a man of intriguing stories. Why not inquire directly? He might very well be aware of your return today and intend to leave a lasting impression on you. The black soul armor reverted to its earlier frivolous demeanor. Then what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. Wendy exclaimed, her tone tinged with excitement. With a casual flick of her legs, clad in black silk, she gracefully rose from the sofa, her exquisite, pale blue hair cascading through the air, transforming her aura from the leisurely elegance of nobility to the ethereal grace unique to the butterfly sword saint. Meanwhile, Bai Yi had already claimed all of his 600 gold coins. Concealed within his garments, the weighty sensation, accompanied by the occasional crisp clinking sound while he walked, infused him with a profound sense of simple joy. These were, after all, tangible gold coins, not mere buns or trifles. They could facilitate numerous endeavors, be it the beautiful attire that Miya desired, delectable sweets from the southern part of the city, or new plush toys. At that moment, the Voidwalkers were embroiled in fervent debate over how to allocate this genuine first fortune. While it might not suffice to establish a full-fledged alchemy workshop or blacksmith shop just yet, they could certainly contemplate temporarily renting a space to concoct some potions and forge equipment. Money would flow in abundantly. Subsequently, they could procure a luxurious set of magical gear for little Miya and watch her dominate the arena like Bai Yi did today. A truly delightful prospect. Please ensure to brew my improved version of the meditation potion first. I have dubbed it the 9 turns Great Rejuvenation Pill. Its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary meditation potions available in the market by at least 50%. When we present it at an auction house, those affluent scions will flock to it. The alchemist proclaimed to the assembly. Well, that does sound quite credible. And this potion could also be for little Mia's personal use. This suggestion is indeed commendable. However, what is with that exceedingly kitsch name? It appears that the one who conceived such a name is quite proud and self-satisfied, is it not? Indeed. You may call me the old alchemist. As the tides of fortune shift every 30 years, do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. Today, I shall enlighten you on what true terror entails. The alchemist replied with unwavering composure. TSK, another victim of online fiction, I see. Have you absorbed anything from my lengthy discourse, or merely the final remark? You seem quite suited to don the soul armor of that lad from the previous appraisal meeting, boasting as grandly as an old man. Do not limit yourself to alchemy. Present 2 volumes of commendable techniques for examination. Bai Yi mercilessly critiqued the alchemist's peculiar interests. I apologize. I have overstepped. The alchemist shamefully covered his face once more. Let us attempt to create some magical equipment, then. However, in accordance with our original agreement, any equipment crafted by you is forbidden from being sold to humans. With the exception of little Miya, the craftsman declared. What use is creating equipment if it cannot be sold? This is the pan-human realm of East, not the multiracial domain of Mal. Crafting items that cannot be sold to humans is of what purpose? They can be worn by little Miya, or you may use them yourself. The craftsman asserted with conviction, for you have made a promise, and a dignified fifth walker of the void would not renege, would they? As the greatest leader and liberator in the history of the dwarven race, cannot you exhibit a semblance of magnanimity? Although humans have indeed enslaved your kin for an extensive period, was it not ultimately under your leadership that they broke free from their shackles and returned to liberty? The wars between both factions have subsided for several years now, and your descendants have begun to engage in normal discourse with humans. Do you still harbor such deep-seated grievances? Moreover, those humans hail from the Mal domain, not from this side of East. Bai Yi compassionately reasoned. To me, all humans are the same, regardless of the realm. You cannot fathom the grief I endure when I recall how they cast my wife and children into the furnace before my very eyes during the massacre of my kin. Such profound sorrow cannot be conveyed through mere memories. The craftsman, having had his deepest scars unearthed by Bai Yi, spoke with a weighty tone, casting a grave atmosphere over the conversation. The craftsman then inquired, I ask you, should anything befall little Miya, what would your thoughts be? I would ensure that every nerve, every muscle, indeed every cell of the perpetrator would suffer the most merciless torment, unceasingly, for eternity. Bai Yi responded earnestly, my apologies, esteemed craftsman, for my earlier indiscretion. It is of no consequence. I hope my suggestions do not yield sufficient wealth for you. Perhaps you should consider their perspectives instead. The craftsman generously remarked. Nevertheless, the once vibrant atmosphere grew heavy due to the exchange between the two, as if both individuals were reminded of their own sorrowful pasts. A palpable sense of melancholy began to seep into the air. As the atmosphere grew increasingly unruly, Bai Yi, the instigator, promptly took on the mantle of responsibility, addressing the gathering with a magnanimous spirit. Oh, let us not remain so silent. After all, we have garnered quite a fortune, haven't we? How about this? To celebrate our victory, I shall create a grand virtual game for everyone. This proposal sparked the interest of most voidwalkers, as such an elaborate mental battlefield was typically only constructed by Bai Yi when he was in high spirits. A rare opportunity indeed. Let us play that one. The cops versus robbers game. This time, I want to be the cop, and please prepare a gradient claw for me, suggested the demon walker eagerly. Do you even know how much one of those costs? Moreover, that SA battle of wits between highly trained anti-terror elites and cunning terrorists. Not a story from the tales of Xiangxi, he retorted. And why would a demon play the role of a cop? Are you planning to become a priest as well? Money is not an issue. Take what you wish when you gain access to my treasury, replied the demon walker. But speaking of being a priest, that does sound appealing. The previous game, where 20 greedy adventurers besieged an innocent powerhouse, was quite entertaining. I played a warrior tasked with protecting the team. Yet the priest and paladin consistently neglected to heal me, leading to our ultimate failure. If we play again, I shall be the priest, he insisted earnestly. The priest and paladin back then were our missionary and gentleman. Do you really think they would heal you? Came the retort. No wonder they say the team was wiped out within 10 seconds. With your combination, don't even dream of defeating the boss and acquiring gear. Those who can single-handedly take down bosses and amass equipment are far more suited for such games. Oh, that type of game is indeed delightful and fits my persona perfectly. Though it has been a while since I last played, the thrill of slaughtering helpless opponents lingers in my heart. I long to relive that experience, the Lord Walker mused, a look of nostalgia crossing his face. Your taste is truly beyond redemption. And as for the enjoyment of slaughtering the weak, you, with your bloodthirsty title and history of devastation, have yet to satiate your appetite? A previously downcast artisan walker proposed with renewed vigor. We have exactly 32 hope walkers here. Why not engage in a tank battle or a naval warfare? Only these marvels of technology and steel embody a man's romantic spirit. Oh, that suggestion holds merit. A battleship like the Yamato is the epitome of human craftsmanship. It is indeed my preferred type. The assassin walker chimed in enthusiastically. The missionary walker offered a contrasting opinion. Yet, I find myself more fond of the Shima case. The playful rabbit ears, colorful stockings, and garter belts are simply delightful. Are they not? But the Higura's secretary ship and the little princess are equally charming. They represent the essence of true femininity. The bard hastily retorted, if possible. I would wish to marry such a woman. Is what the three of you are discussing truly the same matter? What exactly are you deliberating? How could three entirely unrelated subjects be so forcibly intertwined? Moreover, why abandon the esteemed voidwalkers to become mere shipdogs? Bai Yi, internally exasperated, ultimately took it upon himself to make a decision for the hesitant trio. He conjured a vast battlefield of planes and confined each voidwalker within a tank, allowing them to engage in mutual destruction. Please, let me pilot the Golden Type 59 tank. If that is not feasible, then at least provide a particularly distinguished model, protested the demon walker, only to be unceremoniously shoved into an early prototype vehicle by Bai Yi. Chapter 32. The communication style of men. Do not make me sit in this toy car. I shall bestow upon you all the treasures from my vault. At the very least, grant me a more reliable vehicle." The words of the demon walker were barely uttered before he was interrupted by Bai Yi, who assured him, "Rest assured, this early prototype vehicle is still a noble experimental model, unlike those inferior mass-produced versions." Without waiting for a retort, Bai Yi promptly closed the hatch. He then turned to place the mage walker inside a mouse-type heavy tank, ensuring ample supplies and gold bullets for his mentor. However, just as he was about to seal the hatch, the mage inquired with a hint of concern, "Aren't you worried about the fellow who has been trailing us since we exited the arena?" "No need to fret. I will handle it," Bai Yi replied confidently. Continuing to usher other walkers into various tanks, thus commenced a chaotic battle royale among the tanks. Yet, it seemed that only a select few, such as demons, lords, and liches, were genuinely engaged in this thrilling escape, while others like the mage were merely relishing the exhilarating experience of a paying user. "Haha, I shall crush you. Haha, taste my gold bullets." It was evident that the mage was truly enjoying this game. Bai Yi shifted his primary focus back to the real world, casting a brief glance back at the small mouse that had been stealthily following him. This seemingly powerless individual was likely a disguised servant from the arena. Having been detected by Bai Yi since he began tailing him, trailing all the way to the present, revealing numerous unprofessional blunders. Not only would a powerhouse like Bai Yi notice him, but even a blind person could discern his presence, an utter lack of professionalism. However, this individual had not exhibited any outrageous behavior. Upon noticing Bai Yi's glance, he awkwardly smiled, his face filled with an expression of contrition. Were it not for Bai Yi's desire to ascertain the identity of his unseen puppet master, he would have long since shaken off this inept follower. Yet, it appeared that the mastermind behind this was still hiding in the shadows, prompting Bai Yi to abandon his stealth and proceed alongside this unprofessional tail until they reached a desolate area of the ruined city. This location bore the scars of the recent Southern Continent Unification War, and due to the decline in its population, it had remained untouched and neglected for many years, an ideal ground for nefarious deeds. As Bai Yi entered the ruins formed by two dilapidated buildings, the little mouse that had been following him quietly vanished. It seemed that the principal player was preparing to make an appearance. Casting a casual glance at the tank battle in his consciousness, he noted that only a few, such as craftsmen, scholars, and assassins, were still valiantly resisting the formidable onslaught from the mage. This allowed him to retract most of his awareness, focusing intently on the impending visitor. He looked up at the sky. After so much time spent outside, it was already afternoon. Soon, Miya would finish her classes. And if she did not see him upon returning to the dormitory, the little one would surely be worried. Thus, Bai Yi resolved to take the initiative, casually kicking a piece of broken tile beneath his feet towards a shadow cast by a crumbling wall. With a crisp sound, the tile was firmly grasped by a large, ebony hand, and from the depths of that darkened silhouette emerged a light-hearted male voice. "See, I told you he had already noticed us." As he spoke, a figure clad entirely in obsidian armor stepped forth from the shadows, re-emerging into the sunlight, where the faint magical runes on his armor became more pronounced under the radiant afternoon light. Accompanying the soul armor was an exceedingly alluring female swordsman, whose flawless visage and the daring neckline that showcased her fair, delicate skin, along with her long legs encased in black stockings beneath a short skirt, drew awed gasps from the idle void walkers who had been cast aside. What a stunning beauty! The charm of Wendini left the void walkers in admiration. Compared to her, even the likes of Miya or the girls suspected to be Tiskar could only be deemed mere beauties. Only this swordswoman, who blended youthful allure with mature elegance, could rightfully claim the title of true beauty. Wow, how gorgeous! It has been ages since I beheld such a level of beauty. Not only was she striking, but her attire was also perfectly suited, elegant yet not gaudy, artfully revealing the most exquisite aspects of feminine form. The design of her outfit was indeed exquisite. One might hope she had no intention of purchasing a similar ensemble for Miya. Not a chance. A young girl dressing like this is utterly inappropriate. As long as I am here, Miya shall not dress in such a manner. The academy uniform is the ultimate limit. TSK, what a typical conservative fatherly remark. This is clearly this year's latest style. I've seen many warrior-class female students in the academy donning similar attire. What is wrong with it? Well, on another note, I can't shake the feeling that this enchanting swordswoman seems somewhat familiar. Upon further reflection, she bears a striking resemblance to a character from Professor Tony's works. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing her. Hey, isn't it a bit impolite to compare someone to characters from 18 works? That's rather crude, don't you think? And might I suggest you be mindful of the occasion? Is this the appropriate time to discuss such matters? What a joke. Two legendary little figures. Could they truly pose a challenge to you? The confidence of the Voidwalkers surpassed even Bai Yi's own. while they indulged in further gentlemanly discussions. The stunning Wendini shot a reproachful glance at her soul armor. She had long wished to make her presence known and seek a quiet place to converse with Bai Yi, only to be forcibly dragged to this wretched location by her soul armor. Well, at least it was sufficiently tranquil here. This time we sought you out because... Wendy was just about to express her intentions when she was abruptly interrupted by her soul armor, which stepped forward protectively, playfully yet earnestly stating, "Allow me to converse with him. Communication among men tends to be more efficient." Bai scoffed disdainfully, emitting a cold, processed tone. "Whatever you wish to discuss holds no interest for me. I merely wish to ascertain who is shadowing me." In response to such a frigid demeanor, the black soul armor chuckled lightly, tossing the standard military sword it had been kicking around at Bai Yi's feet. Maintaining a flippant tone, it retorted, "Ha! Who intends to converse with you? I merely desire a straightforward duel." With that, it produced another ebony sword from seemingly nowhere, raising it high above its head and launching itself towards Bai Yi with a powerful push against the ground, stirring a cloud of dust around them. "What are you doing?" Wendy exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom that her soul armor would so recklessly initiate a battle. Was this the so-called communication among men, a fight sparked by mere disagreement? An intriguing opponent indeed. Bai Yi observed the oncoming challenger, swiftly kicking the sword at his feet, which, as if under his command, soared to position itself before his chest. Gripping the hilt with one hand and steadying the blade with the other, he raised his weapon just in time to block the descending strike from his adversary. With a sharp clang, the impact of their collision created a peculiar distortion in the air, an invisible ripple expanding outward from their point of contact, scattering debris on the ground and sending it crashing against the surrounding walls with a series of sharp sounds. Bai Yi was pushed back a considerable distance by the force of his opponent's legendary strength, his feet dragging along the ground, leaving shallow marks behind. Despite employing both hands and channeling his fighting spirit into his weapon along with various specialized techniques to dissipate the force, he could not entirely withstand the ferocity of a legendary warrior's blow, suffering minor setbacks. This was the most formidable strike he had endured since his arrival. Several strands of his vine-crafted arms had snapped under the pressure. He was, after all, restricted to the intermediate stage, and in such a clumsy form. Both his strength and fighting spirit fell far short of legendary prowess, the vast four-tier disparity exceeding the limits of technique. Engaging an opponent of legendary caliber from an intermediate stance was no trivial matter, even for a Voidwalker. Yet, in the face of this initial test, despite being at a disadvantage, Bai Yi appeared oblivious to the significant gap between them, expressing a newfound interest with a remark, "Ah, finally, this is becoming interesting." After enduring a tiresome performance for the better part of the day, this opponent, who had presented himself willingly, was precisely what Bai Yi required, a chance to stretch his limbs. Even the Voidwalkers sensed the burgeoning spirit of combat within him and urged, "Quickly dispatch this oblivious fool. He is obstructing our enjoyment of the lovely maidens." Only the recently victorious mage from the tank battle expressed a hint of concern, advising, "After all, he is a legendary figure. Exercise caution." While he listened to their discourse, Bai Yi had already utilized his magical prowess to reattach the severed vines on his arm, positioning his longsword resolutely before him. He had no desire for negotiation. He was intent on engaging in a serious duel. Although he currently possessed only intermediate strength, it did not imply that his combat prowess was of the same caliber. Chapter 33. Today, I shall become a Taoist. The formidable black soul armor, which struck without mercy, appeared oblivious to the fact that the frail figure of the wandering swordsman, Swin, could withstand its full force assault, though it sensed only a moderate power emanating from him, indicating he was not one to deliberately forego the rank assessment. It was evident that he possessed genuine intermediate strength. Yet, how could a mere intermediate warrior stand unscathed after an exchange with such a powerful opponent? Moreover, he seemed eager to continue the fray. Had these dragon knights from the ancient realms mastered some arcane art of concealing their true prowess? The black soul armor found itself perplexed by this conundrum, but it decided to dismiss any hidden secrets and pressed on. "Ah, you can still stand. It seems your strength is indeed commendable. I suspect you were unable to fully unleash your potential in the arena earlier. Let us continue." With that proclamation, it raised its black longsword once more, emanating a faint greenish glow, the manifestation of a warrior's battle aura shield, indicating a shift to earnestness. Wendini, who had previously intended to halt this senseless conflict, momentarily abandoned her thoughts upon witnessing Bai Yi's performance. The prowess of this wandering swordsman exceeded her expectations, alleviating her concerns that her soul armor might accidentally slay him. Defeating him decisively would facilitate her subsequent endeavors. By besting this arrogant dragon knight, she could then gracefully intervene, offering him resources to enhance his strength while subtly leveraging her own allure. Thus, winning both hearts and talents in one fell swoop would be a splendid outcome. Born into a merchant family, Wendini began to entertain such delightful calculations. Unfortunately, her aspirations were destined to be thwarted. Bai Yi, now re-engaged with the Black Soul armor, no longer relied on brute force but cleverly exploited the opponent's cumbersome armor, deftly evading attacks while persistently seeking counterattack opportunities. However, the quality of the soul armor was exceptionally high, its surface etched with various agility-enhancing magical runes. This meant that while its movements were slightly slower than Bai Yi's, they were only marginally so. The inherent lack of power in its militia-grade armor translated to insufficient speed, and that slight disparity was just enough for Bai Yi to evade its strikes. Yet he still awaited the right moment to retaliate. The situation devolved into a stalemate. Although Bai Yi evaded every powerful blow, the opportunity for a counterattack remained elusive. His opponent possessed considerable combat experience, refraining from reckless maneuvers that could leave openings. Each strike was executed with precision, leaving no room for Bai Yi to exploit. Occasionally, the soul armor would feign vulnerability with clearly deliberate but deceptive moves, attempting to bait Bai Yi into a trap. However, such tactics held little sway over someone of Bai Yi's experience. In an instant, the ruins surrounding the two were dismantled anew by the Black Soul armor, with shattered bricks, tiles, and various debris scattering chaotically around them. They sought to disrupt Bai Yi's movements, yet this endeavor proved futile against the formidable prowess of both individuals, rendering such environmental disturbances negligible. As their confrontation extended, the image of the wandering swordsman, Swin, in Wendini's mind only grew more favorable, even though he found himself in a rather precarious position, clearly at a disadvantage. This was hardly surprising, was it? In fact, it was commendable that he could endure for such a duration against a legendary sword clad in soul armor. Wendini perceived the numerous virtues inherent in this wandering swordsman. His commendable strength, unyielding spirit, abundant stamina, coupled with rich combat experience and the formidable dragon might ability against beasts, made him an exemplary candidate. Furthermore, considering the air of mystery exuded by his dark cloak and the profound story hidden behind his solitary journey from the Gufu dimension to the Eastern dimension, Wendini could not help but concede that, had she still been a young girl, she might have indeed been captivated by such a man. As for her present circumstances, were his visage beneath the cloak sufficiently handsome, and his potential for growth and strength considerable, alongside a genuine willingness to serve her family, then perhaps engaging in a connection with him would not be entirely unacceptable. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Bai Yi remained oblivious to the fact that the beautiful swordsman in the distance had developed a peculiar fascination towards him out of curiosity. The two had been entangled in their duel for quite some time, and the anticipated opening had yet to materialize. The opponent's speed showed no sign of waning. After all, this was a soul armor, impervious to fatigue. Thus, the Black Soul armor accepted the current circumstances with equanimity. Even if the opponent proved as elusive as an eel, it firmly believed that as long as its adversary was human, fatigue would inevitably lead to collapse. Despite the prolonged engagement, the opponent appeared vigorous. Yet it did not consider the implications of soul armor. The opponent's movements were agile and supple, with no trace of the soul armor's presence nearby. The combinations of soul armors, possessing extensive operational ranges, could not be limited to such capabilities. Most critically, what purpose would a soul armor have in the arena? Was it lacking in intellect? The Black Soul armor, taking the initiative, dismissed any suspicions regarding Bai Yi and patiently awaited the decline of his stamina, even taking a keen interest in unsettling his opponent's thoughts. You are a dragon knight, aren't you? Where has your dragon gone? Have you consumed it? Otherwise, how could your stamina be so abundant? Bai Yi's heart momentarily faltered. Was it possible that this individual harbored some misunderstanding about him? Did he truly believe he was a Taoist priest from the Qiuanjin sect? Thus, the subsequent events became rather manageable. The words of the Black Soul armor did not disrupt Bai Yi's actions. Instead, he silently acknowledged Bai Yi's composure and calmness. He had never anticipated that he would unwittingly offer a solution to the very problem he had been grappling with while conversing with the void beings. Those entities had been chattering incessantly, yet they failed to conceive a strategy that would neither expose their identities nor seem overly peculiar. Now, since an identity of Dragon Knight had been conveniently arranged for him, he might as well play along. The wandering swordsman Swinton swiftly transformed into Dragon Knight Swinton, and in the blink of an eye, he cast several enhancement spells upon himself with remarkable speed, so swift that the Black Soul armor barely registered the runes igniting on his form. What is happening? Just as the Black Soul armor was about to voice his thoughts, he sensed Bai Yi's speed surge dramatically. In an instant, Bai Yi left a blurred afterimage in the air and appeared behind him, striking mercilessly at his waist. The speed was so astonishing that it left no room for retaliation. A tremendous force collided with his midsection, propelling him several paces away until he crashed against a wall, coming to a halt at last. The opponent's velocity had not only surpassed the limits of his vision but also his strength had escalated to a level capable of shattering his aura shield. The black soul armor incredulously glanced at the shallow scratch Bai Yi had left on his waist and, in a tone of disbelief, inquired, "What on earth have you done?" Bai Yi felt no obligation to respond. Instead, he seized his long sword once more and charged forward. After being suppressed for so long, it was high time for a counterattack. Only when Dini managed to catch a glimpse of the magical radiance that abruptly erupted from Bai Yi. She surmised that Bai Yi had cast some form of enhancement magic upon himself. Being a dragon knight, he was, to some extent, expected to possess a rudimentary grasp of simple spells, so his ability to conjure magic was not entirely unfathomable. What truly confounded her was the astonishing speed at which he executed his spells. There were no visible runes, no incantations to be heard. This was far beyond a mere superficial understanding of magic. Even seasoned mages could not cast spells with such rapidity. Why are you so adept? Just how long have you been practicing magic? Or are you, perhaps, a dragon knight who has merely dabbled in combat techniques? When Dini longed to pose these questions to Bai Yi, pondering whether the effects of his magic were not excessively potent, were the enhancements he had invoked genuinely those basic spells designed for rapid casting? She could not help but harbor doubts. In truth, Bai Yi had indeed merely reinforced his strength and speed with 2 fundamental enhancement spells. However, these spells had been refined to version 6.30 by the monotonous Voidwalkers, yielding stronger effects, faster incantations, and longer durations, compared to the 2 analogous level 5 spells, Brutal Force and Wind's Blessing. The difference was perhaps only in the visual and auditory effects. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for the Black Soul armor to find himself fleeing in disarray. However, this fellow seems rather too resilient, does he not? Bai Yi had been striking at this dark figure for quite some time, employing the swordsmanship technique of dismantling the opposing aura shield with each thrust, followed by a powerful cleave to his body using the breaksword technique. Yet, even with the assaults enhanced by polymer vibration technology, he could merely leave a faint scratch upon his adversary's form. The fiercely vibrating aura seemed to vanish upon mere contact with the armor, absorbed in an inexplicable manner. Despite landing several successful strikes in succession, his opponent appeared largely unscathed, merely a bit disheveled. This ebony figure could not possibly be crafted from that rare and precious material, black obsidian, known for its ability to absorb all forms of energy. Could it? Bai Yi pondered in disbelief, astonished that someone would fashion an entire suit of armor from such a priceless metal. Chapter 34. The boss has entered a new phase if one were to inquire about the finest material for forging armor in the realm of reality. The unequivocal answer would be obsidian gold. Its strength, toughness, and energy absorption are unparalleled, making it a paragon among materials. However, forging an entire suit of armor from obsidian gold remains a distant and elusive dream, even for those formidable voidwalkers of yore, as the rarity of this substance is staggering. The raw material, black gold, ore, only manifests in the deepest recesses of the earth, often accompanied by molten lakes of magma and perilous creatures such as sand kings, cavern weavers, and night beetles. Thus, despite the universally acknowledged exorbitant value of obsidian gold, surpassing even the most precious jewels, there exists no feasible means to augment its production. Consequently, this extraordinarily precious material remains perpetually in a state of high demand but low availability, making it a rare feat to collect even a portion necessary for crafting critical components. The notion of adorning oneself entirely in this black gold is something that even the Voidwalkers dare not entertain. Yet, the figure before Bai Yi seems to have accomplished the unimaginable. Bai Yi, somewhat skeptical, focused his subsequent assaults on the non-critical areas of his opponent, leaving shallow white scratches across the being's body, but could still inflict no substantial damage. This individual is truly clad entirely in obsidian gold. It is as if a walking mountain of gold stands before him. The astonishment within Bai Yi compelled him to retreat several paces, feigning a need to recuperate. While internally, he posed a question to the Voidwalkers. How much do you think this fellow is worth? If we were to calculate based on the prices of yesteryear, it would be approximately 600,000 gold coins. However, the monetary aspect pales in comparison to the query of where one might procure such a vast quantity of obsidian gold. The apprentice, being the youngest among the Voidwalkers, provided a glimpse of insight. 600,000 gold coins? Well, after a long day, I've only managed to acquire one. 600 coins. What does the 600,000 truly represent? Bai Yi, unaccustomed to wealth, inquired further. Sufficient funds to establish 20 well-equipped, adequately staffed alchemical workshops. Including the cost of raw materials, the alchemist elaborated. 2 well-equipped and thoroughly trained legions, this could essentially obliterate a small nation, the Lord added. The price of a king's head or a spell of immense power, such as one that banishes souls, the assassin Walker supplemented. With these additional clarifications from the trio, The shadowy figure before Bai Yi transformed in his perception from a mere walking mountain of gold to a complex amalgamation of 20 workshops, a 40,000 strong legion, and a crown. One hand, concealed beneath the cloak, began to emit a faint green magical glow, a hue characteristic of the soul magic wielded by liches. This individual, upon realizing the immense value of his opponent, suddenly entertained a nefarious thought of murder and plunder. I longed to express my connection with this treasure, and then proceed to extract another soul. Although my opponent exhibited no overt malice after a prolonged confrontation, the allure of armor that could rival legendary artifacts such as the Enigma, the Resolute, and the Chain of Honor is simply irresistible. Calm down, my student. The mage interjected hastily. Such a fiery item is difficult to wield, and wearing it yourself would be quite inconvenient. More importantly, this individual is indeed formidable. Sigh. Very well, my teacher's words hold substantial wisdom. Bai Yi forcefully suppressed the malevolence surging within. The mage continued, therefore, we merely need to abduct the wielder of that soul armor. Anyone capable of acquiring such armor for themselves must possess considerable wealth. Thus, it would be prudent to target her. Is this truly the direction you wish to pursue? It seems no more virtuous than my initial thoughts. Dare I say it is even more egregious? After all, we, as master and apprentice, align ourselves with the principles of justice and order. Is it not questionable to entertain such mercenary ideas? What are you contemplating? I frequently seize the wealth of neighboring nations. Otherwise, how would my homeland flourish? The mage responded, a hint of incredulity in his voice. His reasoning carries a semblance of validity. Bai Yi pondered quietly, his gaze shifting from the walking mountain of gold to the striking female swordsman. At that moment, the animated gold mountain seemed to sense Bai Yi's intentions. It brushed aside the dust clinging to its armor and positioned itself before the swordswoman, declaring, as long as I am present, your ambitions towards Wendini shall come to naught. Though you are indeed powerful, far surpassing my expectations, I have yet to unleash my full might. With that, the magic runes on its armor flared to life, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure that surged forth with even greater speed and strength than before, lunging at Bai Yi in an instant. The black longsword in its grasp became enveloped in a layer of verdant energy, slicing through the air with a force capable of rending it as it struck towards Bai Yi. This fellow has actually infused his armor with enhancement magic? I previously believed those runes to be mere ornamentation. Bai Yi's mind raced with the revelation, entirely unprepared for the opponent's hidden prowess. The obsidian gold was far too resilient. Inscribing a magic array upon it was nearly impossible, and due to its unique energy absorption properties, enspellment was out of the question. Thus, the only explanation is that those runes were inscribed with the blood of formidable magical beings, such as the fabled white dragon. The blood of such creatures is a luxury not far removed from the cost of obsidian gold itself. The crux of the matter is that these runes, akin to being drawn with gold coins, would become ineffective once utilized, necessitating further expenditure to recreate them. Therefore, this individual is activating the runes for a fleeting advantage, akin to tossing money directly at Bai Yi. In that moment, he felt as if he were battling a vault of riches. Does this person possess an excess of wealth? The disparity in equipment between the two individuals is staggering, even when considering the over 1,000 gold coins concealed within Bai Yi's possession. The battle between them evokes a vivid sensation akin to a wealthy player mercilessly trampling a humble one. Fortunately, this is not a game where monetary investment guarantees strength. In the face of the overwhelming strike delivered by the Black Soul armor, Bai Yi chose not to rely on speed for evasion. Instead, he executed a teleportation spell over a remarkably short distance, creating several meters of separation between them, and he continued to retreat without hesitation. The opponent had infused this attack with their entire fighting spirit. Even if the strike missed, the energy within the sword would erupt instantaneously, manifesting as a barrage of dense energy blades that enveloped the entire space, rendering evasion via sheer speed utterly impossible. As anticipated, the location where he had previously stood was entirely obscured by the green energy blades, leaving no gaps whatsoever. These concentrated blades resembled a blooming green flower, exuding a lethal and enchanting beauty. The force of the rapidly moving air conjured a spectacle akin to a tornado, sweeping away debris and shattered walls in its wake. This was one of the signature skills of the legendary sword saint, the Blade Storm, a devastating technique initially conceived by the swordsman Wanderer during a fierce battle in the arena. Over the millennia, it has become a hallmark of swordsmen, undergoing numerous enhancements and optimizations, vastly amplifying both its power and visual spectacle. Once the Blade Storm subsided, the area where the two had fought was completely ravaged, the ground torn asunder by the energy blades, unrecognizable from its former state, as if they had transitioned to an entirely new battlefield. The Black Soul armor slowly retracted the sword, observing the figure emerging from the swirling dust of the Blade Storm with a resigned shrug. He inquired, "Is this a level 5 teleportation spell? How many more surprises do you intend to unveil?" With your strength at least that of a master warrior and master mage, yet still only at an intermediate level? After a brief pause, he rotated his neck as if to loosen non-existent joints, continuing, the mysteries surrounding you are numerous. I find myself eager to unravel them. Thus, please allow me a touch of shamelessness, Wendini. Have you not had your fill? Wendini's visage transformed into a portrait of distress and indignation, reflecting her inner turmoil and frustration. Nevertheless, her beauty remained undiminished, perhaps even enhanced by the added depth of her emotions. Even in anger, she exuded an allure that would likely attract the attention of the most brazen of suitors, had she not possessed her current stature and strength. She was reluctant to engage with her soul armor. This individual had entirely forgotten their true purpose in the heat of battle. This was intended to be a pleasant business negotiation, so how had it devolved into such a situation? On one side stood a partner with whom she shared daily companionship, and on the other, two men whose initial surprise had escalated into shock, eventually evolving into a relentless pursuit of her favor. Thus, the formidable sword Saint Wendini found herself ensnared in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Yet, what could she do if she did not assist her partner? With lethal techniques like the blade storm already unleashed, it was evident that a conversation could only commence once one of them fell. Reluctantly, Wendini approached her soul armor, retrieving two emerald-hued long swords from the spatial pocket concealed at her waist. Bai Yi, soon to confront two legendary sword saints, felt neither tension nor fear. Instead, he muttered with a hint of derision, these two shameless individuals actually intend to team up.